almost as far north as you can get, Tromsø. 350 kilometers above the polar circle. 2 months with no sunrise. Magical. To study and live here is a life filled with snow, darkness and light, and new discoveries. It's Norway's Arctic University. It's new to me, but I can actually ski from my student house to campus. And when the sun rises over the mountains for the first time at the end of January, it grabs you. It's something special to share with the people around you. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in the outskirts of the world. I look around and see the mountains, the mystical giants and the fjords. But I live in a city. The city and the wild. At times it is a strange place here on the top of the world, but it is a place to remember. I feel lucky to get the chance to experience this. I feel like I found my own place here. My own place for a while.
The world's best drinking water.
Hello everybody, my name is Melanie Olme. I'm a member of the German national team that takes part in the Olympiad. And now I'm really happy to explore the region here of northern Norway, and today I am having a great day in Lyngen.
Live of playing chess?
No, I couldn't, because you can't earn a living from playing chess, at least not in Germany and not as a woman. So I study and I plan to have a proper job, I would say, but chess is my most favorite hobby, so I do it in my spare time. One game lasts about 5 hours, so you can imagine it's hardly possible to play 2 games a day. There are some tournaments, yeah, but the World Championship and everything, there's only 1 game a day, so yeah, it lasts.
Here you can see some pictures of the Northern Lights, and we can see the Northern Lights during the winter months, because then it's dark. You can't see the Northern Lights when in the summer, because it's too bright.
Well, I would say it's not that easy, because well, it's very time consuming playing chess and also my studies, of course. But because I like both very much, it's not that hard for me. So because I enjoy it. And yeah, I have also a little job, but this is also connected to chess. I do some videos like videos that beginners can learn how to move their pieces and everything, and I explain some things, and yeah.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free! Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. And remember, Chess24 is the official online broadcast partner of the Tromsø 2014 Chess Olympiad. See you at chess24.com.
I saw Hello everybody and good morning. Welcome. This is the final round of the 41st Chess Olympiad. It's been amazing so far, and today we are going to know exactly who come out the victors, the losers, the oh-so-nearlies. I'm Lawrence Trent with Jan Gustafsson. Who else? Of course, we're going to be going through all of the action today. We will not miss a second. In the open section, we have the Chinese out in front. For many, not really a surprise. They weren't the rating favourites, however, so it is still perhaps slightly unexpected that they go into the last round a whole point ahead of a very good-looking Hungarian team. But clearly, with a point lead, and maybe even a draw being sufficient for the gold, Jan, they've got to be big favourites.
I believe they are. And let's not forget the Chinese, throughout this tournament, so far they've only lost one individual game. They haven't lost a single match, and they've only lost one game.
Yeah.
There we see the man who actually lost that game on board one has the toughest assignment. Wang Yue, he did lose with black to Peter Leko. They did not lose another game. And our favorites on board 2 and 3, Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi, have been tearing the opposition apart all tournament.
Yeah.
They are the favorites against Poland, both on paper and the way this tournament has gone. However, last rounds, anything can happen. Nerves, attention, tension, who knows. I'm not only excited about this match, though. We have some really high-level clashes today, which actually I was hoping we would get earlier in the tournament. But if we go down the list, we got Hungary against Ukraine on board 2. Hungary and Seoul second on 16 points.
Yeah.
If they win, China stumbles, they might take away the gold. What's interesting, Ukraine is resting their top player. They're resting Vasily Ivanchuk, who's had a very shaky tournament.
Yeah.
Decided he was not fit to play, or they decided he wasn't fit to play. Going with Ponomaryov, the former world champion, on board 1 against Grandmaster Peter Leko.
Yeah.
Then we got another huge match, Russia against France.
Yeah. And the French will be bitterly disappointed, having caught the Chinese up, only to then lose the head-to-head match, meaning, unfortunately, that they are trailing by 2 points. And, of course, gold is pretty much impossible for them now. Right. They will want a strong finish, though, against a very average-looking Russian team who, you know, the expectation is always on them to win this event. They are top seeds, rating favourites, but, again, they've come up short, haven't they?
It hasn't really gone their way. They've lost rating across the board. Our boy Peter Svidler especially had a horrible tournament. Still, if they win today against France, they could very well get a medal and end up in at least 3rd place. So they're not out of it, but they're not going to win the gold, and everything else is a disappointment for them.
Other big matches, they're all big, they all look huge today. Azerbaijan, United States, that's a big one as well. United States had a few difficulties in the first to middle part of the tournament. They are still up there, though, on 15 points, and with Azerbaijan, who looked very good, very strong at the start of the tournament. That's going to be an important match. Who knows, that might even end up as a medal decider. We'll keep an eye on that. India versus Uzbekistan.
That's 2 big surprise teams. No one expected them up there. Yeah. India missing their 2 strongest players, Vishy Anand and Pentala Harikrishna. Uzbekistan has Kazimchanov and Filipov on board 1 and 2. Strong players, but they weren't expected to make it up there. If we look at the pairings, they have an international master on board 4, which is not a crime, but he's pretty much the only IM you will see on the first couple matches.
Yeah, and there we can also see Cuba versus England. These guys will not be fighting for a medal. They are on 14 points. However, a top 10 finish would be satisfactory for the English. Then we have Spain versus a very good-looking Vietnam team who we have to keep an eye on, certainly for the future. It looks like they've got a lot of talent. That's going to be very interesting. In the women's section, Jan, it's...
There we see the top match.
It's the
Russia
top match
against Bulgaria. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not betting against this Russian team.
No.
They're 1 point ahead of China. With a win today, they clinch victory. They are massive favorites on paper against Bulgaria. Bulgaria there on the left side. We see former world champion Antoneta Stefanova playing against Katerina Lachno. This is an even matchup, but on the lower boards, Russia outraised the Bulgarians by a margin of 150 till 200 points. So anything but a win for Russia and a gold medal for them would be a huge surprise.
Yeah, I can't see Russia losing this one, I must say, despite losing to Ukraine in what was a very interesting match. Zhukova making things at least a little exciting. Had Russia won that match, it would all be over by now.
Yeah, and the Chinese, actually, they have themselves to blame because they did not manage to beat Spain at the same time. Had they won against Spain, a big surprise team, both top teams would be tied by now. With Russia going with a 1-point lead into the final round, I'm expecting them to win the gold, China to win the silver, and Ukraine to win the bronze medal.
Yeah, and then we can see Russia, Bulgaria, Ukraine, China. Again, that's a huge match.
Right.
And will help decide medal classifications. And then we also have a very interesting match on board number 4, Georgia versus Germany. Outside chances for a decent result for them. And even on board 5, we'll keep an eye on Spain versus Armenia because, well, you never know. So, those are the big matches for today. Remember, we want to keep you guys involved. We love to hear from you. Please send us your tweets using hashtag C24Live. Send us your predictions. Send us your thoughts. Who's impressed you? Who's disappointed you? Whatever it may be, there is the hashtag along the bottom of the screen, hashtag C24Live. And remember, there's also the chat function on the main page if you want to interact with your fellow chess lovers. Now, let's get straight to the action, Jan, shall we? Where should we go
Before
first?
we get to the action, we have to mention one big player not playing today. In case you're surprised he's not in action, Magnus Carlsen has left the building.
He's left the building, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people have said, a lot of newspaper reports said he withdrew, and using rather strong terms. I think the fact is that you know, they're playing a Malaysian team that they should beat anyway, and Magnus has had an up and down tournament. It's very understandable that he's not playing the
Only a
last
2800 performance, which would be good for everybody else in the world, but is a disappointment for him. And his team will win anyway. They're not really playing for anything, or at least that's the assumption. So yeah. I think it's totally understandable that he's sitting out. It's a little sad. I believe he's already left Tromsø. That's the one thing you can argue about. He has a tournament coming up in St. Louis shortly. So no Magnus Carlsen today. He didn't come on the show. That's the real scandal here. We're the victims.
Scandalous. He's been very busy, various other commitments, but yeah, so we won't have the Carlsen Cam in action today. We do have the board 1 match though, and that is...
Let's go there.
A huge match. Let's go to board 1 of that match.
Gentleman on the left side is Radoslav Wojtaszek, 27-35 player, the main coach of former world champion Vishy Anand. So you can be pretty sure this guy is booked up in the opening. He's had a decent tournament, pretty good tournament actually, lost horribly to Carlsen, but did well in most other games. Scored a bunch of key points for this Polish team. He's facing the ever-solid Wang Yue. Wang Yue, not the goal-getter for the Chinese at all, but he's been holding this board 1, making a lot of draws, allowing the young guns behind him to shine. He's playing yet another solid opening today. I believe one of your favorite structures. The minority attack is in the air, b4, b5.
What more could I want at 11 o'clock on a Thursday morning than a minority attack? Well, it's not just a minority attack. There is a central push in the picture as well, right?
No, and especially the last move by Wojtaszek hints at the fact he's not that excited about pushing his b-pawn, but he wants to play in the center, played rook a-e1, which one day down the line he could try to prepare an e4 break. Wang Yue will do his best to fight against that, just played knight df6. Typical black idea would be to go knight g7, hoping for bishop f5. However, white can stop that with knight g3. It's one of these positions. We've seen that quite a bit from Wang Yue. Black can never be better, but if he's careful, and Wang Yu most of the time has been very careful, he should be able to hold this. Or Wojtaszek can try to get play at pretty little risk. Because his structure is a little better, he controls a bit more of the center. You could argue his bishop is a little better than the black bishop. So kind of typical Wang Yu trying to neutralize his opponent, and of course Wojtaszek trying to put pressure.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's quite incredible how we've seen Wang Yu at this tournament. Yeah, and he really has been the road bump, if I can use that expression. He's been the shot stopper on board one. His role this tournament has very much been, if you got black, you hold. That's
even
it.
if you got white, actually.
Even if you got white.
He's supposed to hold this board one. The score might not look very impressive. He has 3.5 out of 8 or -1, but he has allowed the other guys to shine, only went down in one single game.
Yeah.
Everything else, he's pretty much done his job, and it's worked perfectly.
It's worked perfectly because if we go to board 2 and have a look, Jan, we've got a very talented young man, Mr. Ding Liring, who is already rated 2742. For most people, that is an astronomically high rating. But for somebody who's barely over 20 years old, he's gaining already another 8 points. He's at 2750.
Right, number 15 in the live ratings and climbing.
Yeah, and who knows where this guy can reach. He looks very calm, he looks very focused, they all look very focused, they all know what they have to do, and he is on a mammoth 6.5 out of 9. No losses, performing at over 2800, and today he's playing against Grzegorz Gajewski, the Polish Grandmaster, who is also having a pretty good tournament.
This will be one matchup the Chinese will look at for the full point. Ding Liren outrates Gajewski by around 100 points. He has the white pieces. Gajewski's been solid on board 2, 5 out of 8.
Yeah, he's not doing badly. But the star of their team, and we'll actually the 2 stars of both teams really in some ways, we'll come out to that match in a second. That's a really interesting matchup. But for the moment, Jan, this position's been seen before, hasn't it?
I'm not sure about it. It probably has been. So it's a quiet Catalan opening. Black not trying to do anything fancy, just putting his pawns on very solid squares in the center. And white has to try to generate an initiative here, ideally by getting in the move e4 one day. It's easier said than done though. Rook d1, b6, b3, a5. This is not the main move, but it's a move I quite like. It gains space on the queen side, clamps down on this b4 square, and clears the a6 square for the bishop. You could go bishop a6 immediately, but it looks a little funny on a6 if it's not defended by the rook on a8 and the pawn on a7 is in the way. This is a theoretical move, but a5, planning to play bishop a6, is actually a very interesting line. And for white the question is, can he make anything happen with this half tempo that black lost? As a rule of thumb, whenever white plays b3 in the structures, black should be in time to play a5. So I like Gajewski's opening play here. However, Ding Liren will not be that impressed and will just keep developing, play bishop c3, knight bd2, e4, that's his idea. Let's see where it gets him.
All right, and then on board 3 we have the clash of the super talents. Jan Krzysztof Duda, already a grandmaster, not even old enough to vote in most countries, performing.
In what countries would he be allowed to vote?
That's a good question, actually. I don't know who would. Maybe in most countries you have to be 18.
I don't know of any country where you don't have to be 18, but
right.
Please let us know. How old is Duda? Like 15, 16?
Yeah, exactly. He's an extremely young man, but he can play chess, that's for sure, on 8.5 out of 10. That's just an insane score, yeah, and it's the sort of score that people dream of, gaining over 20 points of ELO. He's going to be already 2600 and playing today against Yu Yangyi,
who's also on 8.5 out of 10. Both these guys have been tearing the third board apart, 8.5 out of 10. Insane results. Yu Yang-yi, I believe, has the best result by performance of the whole Olympiad so far. Performance of 2900. It's him, then the Bulgarian player Veselin Topalov, who has had a great tournament, and of course the Shankmaster General Sam Shankland on 8.5 out of 9. Those are the three players dominating this tournament so far on an individual basis. The Chinese are just, they can call themselves very lucky to have this guy board 3, Ding Liren board 2, putting up huge scores.
Yeah, and we can see the position. We've got a pretty standard looking Najdorf where both sides have castled on opposite flanks. Black has got the two bishops, but he's got this backward d-pawn that we see a lot in these systems, but it is defended by the e7 bishop, and white is lacking a bit of dark squared control. So be interesting to see. Duda's just played king b1, by the way, very standard move.
Absolutely.
Putting the king there, and I think Duda's looking for risk management today. He knows with white he can't really afford to lose this game.
I would say it the other way around. I believe Duda with white is the one guy the Polish team will really look for to put pressure.
Oh yeah,
white games.
He'll put pressure, but I think that he's not going to go all out. I don't think he's going to go crazy. I think the opening choice demonstrates that. I think he's looking for a small plus and see what happens.
Yeah. No, let us see what happens. Those are the two big guns of their teams if we go by the scores. They both look fairly, I was going to say awake, but I'm not quite sure. They might be sleepy. Do you think players are sleepy at 11 a.m.?
Well, chess players normally are, yeah, and you will know better than everyone.
I know all about it.
They're not morning creatures. There are some that are, but the majority of them are certainly not morning people.
Absolutely.
And it's quite difficult to play in the morning. At 11 o'clock, it feels like you're 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, your brain's not quite...
Yeah, no, the problem is basically for 2 weeks you train your body and your biorhythm to be at your best from 3 till 7, which is the playing time for all the other rounds. And then the last round, which is the decisive round, all of a sudden you play 4 hours earlier. Let's say your routine was getting up at 12 every day, get a brief lunch, repeat your lines and go to the game, and now all of a sudden you have to do this 4 hours before. It's not easy to do.
No, not at all. We'll keep an eye out on that one. Quite quiet at the moment, could blow up at any moment with the kings on opposite flanks.
Look at Duda, he looks extremely confident, doesn't he?
Looks quite awake as well, actually.
Looks pretty awake. He's 15, he might still be going to school, he might be used to getting it.
Yeah, well, he probably will be. And knight d7 just played by Yu Yang-yi, so he's developed his piece. Let's go to board 4, and we've got Battle of the Oldies. I say oldies, these guys are still very young, of course, but older than their compatriots. Nihua on board 4 for China, playing against Mathieu's Bartel, who is playing black, and we can see position at the moment after 8 moves. We've got a funky Rossolimo Sicilian with rookie 1 knight.
Small surprise on move 5. This move has been seen, but it's not the main line. The move knight to d4 in this position by Bartel. Remember, knight d4 creating these double pawns in the center didn't bring Magnus Carlsen a lot of luck the other day. However, this is slightly different. Of course, it's a different opening, and after black takes towards the center with c takes d4. Has been seen before. Personally, I've never been a big fan of having your pawn here, and would prefer the move a6, which is the main line, I believe, bishop f1 and d5. However, knight d4 leads to a slightly more complicated game, so black can also keep some chances to win, which might be what the Poles have in mind here as well. Knight takes d4, c takes d, knight a3. Planning the cunning knight c4 and knight d6 checkmate.
That'd be nice, yeah.
a6, bishop back to f1. Now black has to think of a way to stop the mate. He probably will. He probably will go knight to c6, freeing this bishop up. And we have a complicated positional battle ahead.
Yeah, so even if he goes knight c6 here, the problem is you'd like to go knight c4 here with white, but that just runs into b5. and the knight hasn't got a good square to go to. So I think after knight c6, white has to make a decision. Will he play b3 to defend the knight like so and put the bishop on b2? Or
I don't think so.
will he just go c3?
That's the move I would expect, clearing this c2 square for the knight, trying to clarify the situation in the center. I don't think you can take that, just d4.
And d4, yeah. Taking back on c3 would be a mistake, because you would leave yourself with these weak pawns, and probably a move like e5 is...
Even this looks tempting for white to me, but you know I like my bishops.
Yeah.
No, I
But
think taking back is actually a good move.
You think taking back on d3 is good?
Yeah.
Could be. But d4 I also like very much, actually. Because d5 is a threat, so what do you do here?
I wasn't sure if black could go d5.
d5 straight away. Yeah, but I mean, even after e5, you're collecting this pawn. I don't think this is so bad. You can even just prep it up with bishop e3. This is like a good French. Look at this bishop, Jan. It's disgusting.
Absolutely, it's very playable, and I would not expect Bartel to take on a3 under any circumstances here.
Yeah,
he just played knight c6.
Yeah,
we
he's
can see him there on the board.
Knight c6 played. So what's he going to do?
Very strong player, Mateusz Bartel, rated around 2640, was even higher rated than that. Very dynamic, inventive guy. Doesn't really play by the rules, but he plays his own way. He likes slightly goofy, offbeat, sharp positions where he can outcalculate his opponents. Yeah. However, Nihua, he's been around the block as well. He hasn't lost a game in this tournament. He's a very, very solid player. He knows a lot about chess. I believe both teams actually will be looking at their white games today for full points. The Poles will be counting on Wojtaszek on board 1 and on Duda on board 3. And the Chinese will be having their eyes on Ding Liren and on Nihua to try to generate pressure.
Let's go to match 2, and the guys in second position, they've had a great tournament.
What's Nihua doing there? Does he have the Magnus Carlsen orange juice?
I don't know.
Did he steal it?
Did he steal it? Did he go to his room?
No, it's a different bottle.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. Looks nice. Looks very good.
I'd like a zip of orange juice.
A zip? Or
you don't say a zip?
We say sip. Zip's what I've got
on. I'm German. Let me get away with
all right,
a zip.
We'll let you have a zip anytime you like. Board number 2, and Peter Leko versus Ponomariov. This match is big for the Hungarians. Their star, one of their stars, one of their most important people, important chess players ever, has, well, the breaking news for everybody who didn't know is that Judith Polgar, the greatest female chess player of all time, has decided to call it a day. She has announced her retirement, which is sad news for the chess world, sad news for me personally. I've worked with Judith, and she was a fantastic role model, ambassador for the game. She's been at the top for 25 years, Jan, but she's decided, you know what, I've got other things to do, and she's not going to be playing anymore. How do you feel about that?
I'm not sure. It's clearly sad news. I still hope that we might see her around, maybe in another role. I still secretly hope she might come back to play a match against Hu Yifan, because I really want to see that match between the two big stars of women's chess. Of course, Judith Polgar, well, you can't overstate her role in chess, really, what she's achieved, not just for female players or female chess, but really for everybody, because she didn't seem to care about the gender barrier, was a top 10 player, reached a 2750 rating, just an amazing, amazing player. Yeah,
just amazing, and today she's not playing, so we may have seen the last competitive game of Judith Polgar this tournament. It will be sad if that's the case. We'll keep you posted. In any case, we do have Peter Leko against Ponomarev on the top board, and a bit of a strange opening, Jan. Black's developed his knight to e7. You don't see that often, right?
Not really. This opening 3 bishop b4 you see quite a bit, even though more often you see it, of course, after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3,
Right.
bishop b4. The Nimzo-Indian, Ponomarev, kind of combines the Queen's Gambit declined with the Nimzo-Indian with the move bishop b4. White has a couple of options here, a3, e3, c takes d, whatnot. Knight f3 is a natural move. And here knight to e7 instead of the much more natural knight f6, which would lead to a position we've seen a lot in this tournament. One reason could just be Peter Leko is known to be an extremely strong theoretician, do his homework extremely, really well, know depth, deeply knows his openings, and knight e7 is a little offbeat, so he will have to start thinking for himself at a very early stage, which especially in the morning for chess players is not such an easy thing to do. This could be one idea behind Ponomarev's move. I struggle a bit to explain why the knight is better on e7 than on f6. f6 does look a lot more natural. Can't be pinned so easily by bishop g5. That's one thing it has going for it. Else we'll see how Ponomarev fares with that. Leko has decided to not try to punish it really, but just to develop his pieces normally. e3, c5, bishop d3. Now black has a choice. He could take on d4, probably be met by e takes d4. After d takes c, we would get the infamous isolated queen's pawn structure. With a knight on e7, I'm not sure I like it there. I think it should be on f6, but the other knight could maybe replace it there.
Absolutely. A very interesting idea.
Let's not forget the Hungarians in sole second place on 16 points. If they win, China loses. Hungary wins this Olympiad.
Unbelievable, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be a story if that were to happen? Well, clearly a massive match. We'll be keeping our eye on everything. Look at board 2, Jan. Pieces all over the shop. What's going on here? Never seen this. We've got Elyanov versus one of the stars of the tournament. Not been spoken about that much, but we should put in a mention of Csaba Balog.
Both these guys actually doing very well, but Csaba Balog, the unsung hero for the Hungarian team, was the lowest rated, put on board 2, and hasn't only been solid, which I believe they expected him to be to neutralize strong opponents. He's been crushing the opposition. He has a performance above 2,800, and he's a big reason the Hungarians are where they are. He has 6.5 out of 8 points.
It's just huge, gaining 22 points. 6.5 out of 8 is a massive score on board 2. And he's playing against also an informed Elyanov, who's played some spectacular games this tournament. And
also sporting 6.5 out of 8.
Yeah.
Really, it's the clash of the top scorers today. We've seen Duda against Yu Yang-yi. This is another one of them.
Absolutely. We've got this opening on position on the board. This has been seen before, the g3, knight d4. This move is quite a tricky move. The point is you can't take the pawn on e5.
You can, but it's risky.
It's risky because after queen e7, you can't retreat back to d3 because of knight f3 checkmate. That's quite a nice little trick.
Right.
You can play f4, right?
You can play something like this, but now black tends to get pretty good play with a move like bishop to f5, attacking the knight on d3. So in practice among grandmasters, they almost never take this pawn. They play the move bishop g2. And here we are.
Takes, bishop c5. This has all been seen before. And now the move knight a4. Knight Amrant.
Yeah, it is established theory, though. The idea is quite simple. You want to chase this bishop away from his active outpost, and if the bishop retreats, as it does to e7, now you can get in d4, either immediately or after castles first. I believe Elyanov played it immediately. If I'm not mistaken, Elyanov had this position himself with the black pieces against Peter Heine Nielsen, and he suffered quite a bit in that game. So there's knight a4, but and d4 idea is certainly something he will have had a close look at. d6 is the main move for black here. E takes d4, I think, has also been seen. Gonna be interesting if Elyanov manages to put pressure on Csaba Balog. E4 also an option here. I'm not quite sure what Balak will go for. We will see in a minute.
All right, very interesting. On board 3 in this match, Almashi versus Korobov, and we have a. It looks more like a Naidov than a Taimanov, which is how it started out.
Looks like a mix of all the openings, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, actually, yeah.
H5, knight on C6, pawn on A6, queen on C7. Not sure. If I was the Hungarian team captain and I had Korobov playing this opening in kind of the medal game, I'm not sure how thrilled I would be.
No.
Korobov is a creative guy. He's not much of an opening guy, but he normally finds his way around very well. Still, against a rocky solo player like Pavel Elyanov, to play H5, A6, D6, I'm not sure. I wouldn't be that thrilled. However, H5, of course, it's not just because he felt like playing it. It is a very sound idea, which we see in a lot of Sicilians these days, with a very simple aim of stopping white from playing G4, which is the white main strategic idea in all these positions. It's not even so easy to prepare G4. After H3, black often goes H4, fixing these pawns.
Right. Yeah, white's got a choice in the current position. How does he move forward? One of the moves for me is to move queen f2. That's a pretty standard idea. Just looking at that b6 square, because sometimes it can be a bit tricky to defend. That's a valid option in my opinion. Else, what can white really think about? Well, you can always play moves like bishop e2, but these are moves that I don't really like. And the reason I don't like bishop e2 is because a lot of people call this a developing move, but in my opinion, a developing move is only a move that actually belongs to a certain plan. I think that's where a lot of beginners go wrong. In fact, if you are interested in improving planning in chess, have a look at my series on chess24.com. I have to say, I'm pretty proud of that one. Oh. It's an important one. But
I'll have a look, because I always play move to move, you know, like this planning concept.
No. Can't be done. So bishop e2 is one of those moves. You connect the rooks, but it's a lazy move. Doesn't really accomplish much as a move. There are moves like queen f2, bishop g5. Moves like this are certainly, they pertain to something. Actually, he's just played bishop g5. It's the other move I thought he might play. Now that makes a lot more sense. The bishop now has got an outpost on g5. It's more difficult for black to play knight d7, which is a move that you would normally play in these positions. Because you don't really want to lose that bishop. D6 becomes very weak. So after bishop g5, what do you actually do with black here?
I'm not sure. As I said, I'm not very impressed by the black setup. You could maybe take on d4 and then follow it up with b5. But it does look a little shaky. Sometimes even a4 you could think about here as well. You could also think about taking this pawn, this knight off. I'm not sure that's a good idea either.
No, you don't want to do that.
Probably not.
b5. What are you going to do here?
Well, there's many.
Even bishop takes
options.
b5 is maybe not out of the question. Probably a bit much. Knight takes b5, and if you go queen a5,
yeah, I think that's the problem.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a problem. Then again, it might not be. It's quite strange. Takes, bishop takes, queen takes a2.
You don't want to take here, or maybe you do, but it runs into queen d8 checkmate. So queen takes a2 check, king c1. Who knows what's going on?
Queen a1 and queen a5.
Yeah.
Problem is, if king, it's too much. It's not going to
happen. Doesn't quite work, but there's.
But these are ideas. Yeah, there are many ideas. No, I really dislike Korobov's setup here. Taking a few too many liberties. Let's see if he gets out of it. Board 4, Moisenko against Rapport.
Against our friend Rapport. Had a lousy start, Richard Rapport, to this tournament. The Hungarian shooting star, the 18-year-old. But he's won his last 3 games, and they've preferred putting him on the team over Judith Polgar today, which shows they do trust him. He's playing a very strong player on board 4, though. Alexander Moiseyenko, the former European individual champion. once again sporting a 6.5 out of 8 score, has been doing extremely well. Him and Elyanov have been the guys who have been carrying this Ukrainian team, with Vasily Ivanchuk out of form. Funky opening, as we're used to by Rapport.
Yes, a very funky opening.
Let's briefly play through the moves. C4, D6, not a move you see all day, every day, but after knight C3, of course, it could still transpose into the quite usual King's Indian. However, Rapport has other ideas. He plays the move E5, knight to F3. Normally you see players play knight to D7, then either follow up with bishop E7 or with G6, bishop G7. But Rapport plays knight C6, a move I've certainly never faced, and I believe never seen over all the years. It's a bit provocative. It provokes white to gain space with tempo. I'd be a bit worried about d takes e5 if I was black here. I'm sure Rapport put some thought into that and looked at it. Point is, after d takes e5, queen takes d8 looks a bit awkward to mate. You don't want to go king takes d8, and after knight takes d8, your e5 pawn is hanging.
Probably have to take with a knight.
So you have to take with a knight. Might be playable for black. You would have to investigate a bit more deeply if, for example, this ending takes is okay for black. Could very well be. He goes c6, king c7. Moiseyenko did not fancy an early ending. Do you say fancy or fancy? Normally I say fancy, but I felt like saying fancy this time.
Fancy? Fancy, like Nancy.
Like Nancy? Nancy?
It's Nancy. Fancy.
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 He did not fancy an early ending. He fancied a position with a board full of pieces.
He did. Knight on g6, and the first move, g3.
Yeah, let's not forget what we learned on the show. A knight on g6 or b6 is always bad. It looks quite nice here because it can jump into f4, but after g3, we see why it's quite often bad. It's dominated by a single pawn. Can't go to e5 because his own pawn is there. Can't go to f4, can't go to h4. Can't really go anywhere. Bishop e7, h4. Quite aggressive move. I'm not sure I like it, but that's because I don't like aggressive moves.
I like it. It also introduces a very... It's not just an aggressive move. White, in a lot of these, I think they're called Schmidt-Benoni systems, is that correct? Where you go... So, for example, if you go to the start, just do, yeah, something like this. No, if we go right the way back, something similar, a similar kind of structure is this opening, where one of the main lines is to actually, one of the lines, play like this. Move your bishop out to h3, and the idea is if you exchange these bishops, it's a lot more difficult for black to ever get play with f5. So if we go to the current position, slight difference because the pawn is still on c7. He's gone bishop e2. Okay, that's a shame. But no, bishop h3 I think is a valid idea in these positions.
It is a valid idea. I'm not a big fan here because it exchanges pieces, which you don't want to do if you have this huge space advantage. And I think that's even more important a factor than getting rid of your bad bishop. I wasn't sure about h4 because I think the knight on g6 is already misplaced anyway. So it will work to find his way back into the game via knight f8 or whatever, knight h8. And you don't have to encourage it by pushing it away. No, I like White's position here. He is better, but we've seen a lot more offbeat from Richard Rapport. He likes avoiding the well-trodden lines. However, once again, if I was the team captain, I wouldn't be happy with this position for black out of the opening against a guy like Moiseyenko at all, actually.
Let's check in with the top board of the women's section, shall we, before we go on to the other big matches here. We've got, as we can see on the screen, Katarina Lachno playing against Antonetta Stefanova.
What opening is this?
This is a Piech defense and a tricky little variation that I've seen before. You go bishop c4 early and a queen e2. Now,
one very instructive trick we have to share with the viewers. You don't want to go knight to d7 here. Looks like a natural move, trying to develop your pieces. But bishop takes f7. It's quite unpleasant. I've seen many games end like this. So don't fall for this. Keep an eye on your e6 square. Knight g5 check here. There's no way out. King f6, queen f3 happens to be checkmate. While if you go back to e8, knight e6 traps your queen on d8. Don't do that.
Yes.
Stefanova did not. She went c6.
She went c. Oh, and knight f6, queen e2. I like this setup for white, actually. It's an interesting one. You always menace and threaten this e5 push, which can sometimes be a bit awkward to meet, but it looks as though Stefanova knows what she's doing. There was castles, and then she did in fact play e5, so she committed straight away. And the point is, if you take on e5, white can now take back with the pawn and not have to exchange queens. And after a move like knight d5, let's say, these structures are normally very pleasant for white. This pawn on e5 is a bit of a nuisance for black. It cuts the bishop's power down that diagonal. And
white has the English plan available. The English plan is going queen e4, queen h4, bishop h6, and knight to g5, and checkmate on h7.
Hey, it's not out of the question at all. But even still, you can get a rook to the open d file. You can even you can think about a3, even a4. It's just very pleasant for white.
No, white is much better, of course. You should not take on e5. Stefanova played knight to d5 immediately. This is a better move.
Much
bishop
better
to
move.
b3.
Bishop b3, okay.
Not sure about bishop b3. I would be quite tempted to play h3 here,
yeah.
just to stop black from going bishop to g4.
I think I would have played h3 as well. Yeah, bishop b3 and bishop g4 played. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, but maybe after knight bd2, is knight f4 a big problem?
No, queen e4.
Queen e4, and you're all right. So maybe she's going to go knight bd2 to threaten h3, and she'd like to exchange things off there.
Knight d7, h3. If black has to take on f3, bishop knight takes. It's still quite unpleasant for black.
Well, maybe this isn't actually so bad, because, for example, if you take
Pawn takes.
an e6, followed by knight c5.
Yeah, but white goes c4, rook d1.
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Not a big fan.
Yeah, I have to admit, of course, I prefer playing these positions with white compared to black. But then again, it's not lost yet, is it? This pawn on e5, it's a bit like an Alekhine position. This pawn can sometimes be a bit weak.
I think this is seriously bad for black.
Okay.
Bishop to f4. I don't see what you can do.
Yeah, maybe it's...
Because knight c5, bishop c2, and I can gain space on both flanks. Put the rook on d1, b4 is in the air, you play a5. But both knights are kind of not doing anything.
Yeah, and you can go queen e3 and...
Yeah, put a rook on d6, just b3.
No, yeah.
No, Stefanova still has work to do here. Maybe she has to find another plan early.
So we'll keep an eye on that one. What about board 2? This has got... Look at this.
What's going on here? Guni now once again.
She's so creative, isn't she? It's worked out well for her this tournament, but she's been in bad shape in a lot of her games.
She's a loose cannon, all these Carocans.
Yeah.
Huge mess out of the opening. However, she does have a great score. It's been one of the strongholds of this Russian team. She's good at these chaotic positions. I believe that's what it comes down to. This is a sneaky little move, h4. Looks a bit random, but white has the very concrete idea. Black plays a natural e6. She goes g4, bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, h5. The bishop is trapped. So black has to do something about that if he wants to continue developing with e6, h6 or h5. It's a bit of a religious question here. Some people like the move h6, some like the move h5. Both been seen. Bishop g5, not the main move by any stretch of the imagination, but it has been seen as well.
It's been seen, yeah. It's been seen.
Queen goes to b6.
And now bishop to d3. Very interesting. Very, very.
Offering all the pawns there are. Gunina, never shying away from complications, takes the pawn on d4.
Yeah.
You could also think about taking the pawn on b2
No,
even.
I don't think you can.
But it does look very risky. Bishop takes f5.
And e6.
Queen takes e6.
No, I think this has happened in a few games, and black is in just dire straits here. Can never get your pieces out. You can't do this with black, it's impossible.
So queen takes d4.
Yeah.
Very risky move as well.
Yeah. Point is, yeah, this is good for black. So you have to go knight f3, queen to g4. Amazing that the queen could just sit there.
One drawback of this h4 move, of course, it weakened white's control over the g4 square. Pawns never move back, and you can't go h3 to attack that queen. Knight to c3.
Yeah.
And Gunina says, you know what, this position got a little dull. I only moved my queen 5 times, put it on g4. I don't really want to play a development move with e6. Let's play f6. Let's chase the bishop away. Might be a good move. She's really not, she's not following the rules we're learning, right? She just plays her own way and she makes it work.
Do you think this would work, though, Jan, against stronger opposition?
It's hard to say. A good move is a good move, and the stronger the opposition, the more you have to make good moves, and they will punish bad moves. But still, with this creative approach and thinking outside the box, this raw talent she has, I think that would certainly help against stronger opposition as well. We've seen many cases. We just saw Richard Rapport in the open section, 2700 player, plays kind of in a similar style. We've seen the likes of Morozevich and so on. Creative players going their own way will always find their way. But of course, you gotta make good moves. And Gunina, she's been crossing the line a little bit, sometimes in this tournament, maybe knowing she can get away with it because she's the stronger player, which has been the case, but that would not work against stronger opposition. Stronger opposition might try to trap the queen here with the move rook h3.
That's the first move that comes to mind for me, rook h3 here.
Takes and rook g3.
Well, you don't trap the queen, but you win the bishop back, and that's terrible news for black.
Queen b4, bishop
well,
takes
no,
f5.
you can go a3 there.
Start with a3.
Yeah, because if queen b2, knight a4.
Ah, now it's finally trapped.
Traps the queen.
It's another instructive idea for many positions, even with a queen on b6. If you want to trap a queen that is threatening to take your b2 pawn, think about the move a3. And after queen b2, knight a4, it's very often a key factor that this a3 pawn controls the b4 square. So of course, this is a sample line, but it does look dangerous for black, doesn't it? If you have to retreat, bishop takes f5.
These
light
it wouldn't surprise me if black's actually completely lost here.
Me neither.
So actually, in the current position then, Jan, with its black to play.
And Videnova played bishop e3, not the move rook
Yeah,
h3. That's what I'm saying, like stronger opposition,
I think
no offense to Videnova at all.
Yeah.
But this rook h3 move could have been quite nasty to me. Because after bishop d3, queen d3, f g5, you're also taking a lot of risks with black. Queen g6, check, king d7, knight takes g5. All of this easier said than played over the board in a decisive match to give up a piece and so on. Bishop e3 is a good move as well. But this rook h3, very interesting.
All right, board 3, Kostenyuk with white against Nikolova, and we have an open Sicilian, Kostenyuk's favorite kind of positions, I think, and pretty standard position here, but h4 and h6 inserted. Never really liked the pawn on h6 in Sicilians, the reason being it acts as a hook for a white attack. When you play g4 with white, suddenly, you know, if white were to get in f3 and g4, there's already a way to open up files.
Right.
And I don't like that.
We have a tweet, strictly objective, I don't think he's supporting any team, from Vidit Gujrathi, saying India can win bronze medal if China defeats Poland and Russia, France, USA, Azeri, and in a draw. Hungary versus Ukraine is irrelevant. India has been doing well without their 2 stars. A lot of teams have a good chance still at the bronze medal. And do your own math, like Vida did here, depending on how the other matches end. A lot of teams could still win a medal. My prediction, though, and I'm very, very good at predictions, as everybody who's followed this show knows, is China gold, and I forgot the others. Ukraine, I believe Ukraine will beat Hungary. I believe they will win the silver medal. And Russia, believe it or not, I believe they will beat France today, put one good match together, and win the bronze medal.
Wow. There you go.
Sanders, yours.
You heard it here first, ladies and
Mine
gentlemen.
tend to be wrong, unfortunately.
Bear in mind that Mr. Gustafsson has not ever predicted anything right
That is very true.
in his entire career.
I also predict that the Russian women will win the Women's Olympiad. That's a reasonably safe bet.
You've
You heard it here first,
you've
Chinese
really risked
fans.
it, yeah.
I
You've
just
risked.
jinxed them.
All right.
Can we have one quick look at the France against Russia match? Such a big match.
Of course.
Both these teams on 15 points. 2 points behind the Chinese, but still in the running for at least the bronze medal, maybe even the silver medal, and with a bit of very creative math, which means China losing, Hungary losing, tie-breaks going your way, you win this match 4-0. Both these teams could theoretically still win the gold medal. This is kind of theoretical, but it could happen.
Kramnik versus Vachier-Lagrave, on paper one of the big games of the tournament. Kramnik having a not such a bad tournament. A lot of people are saying that he's having a disaster. He's had a few disastrous games, but actually not losing that much rating, but still not showing.
Not losing rating at all. I think 0.01 points. Lost 2 bad games to Kazim Chanov and Vallejo, but won quite a few good games as well.
Yeah. And we have an opening here. 4 bishop f5. Jan doesn't rate it.
No, in this position I rate it higher than in the position where Badur Jabava played it the other game. There was c6, knight c3, bishop f5, and that looks a bit shaky. After g6, bishop f5, this is not a bad move. It was played against me actually by another French player, Laurent Fressinet, who is playing on board 3 today. Might be a bit of a French specialty. Kramnik plays an interesting move. He plays the move knight to g5.
Yeah.
I played the move h3, which is one of the main moves. Planning to go g4, kick this bishop away. g3, also possible, a solid play. Knight g5, quite direct. Just saying, you know what, I'll kick your bishop with e4. Haven't seen this move in this very position.
Seen it, no. Might be an interesting novelty. So bishop g7, kicked it with e4, the bishop retreated, and then went f4.
That's the point.
He's on the offensive.
It's like a 4 pawns attack for you viewers familiar with the 4 pawns attack in the King's Indian, very similar position, but on steroids. You have your knight on g5 instead of g1. Can't be a bad thing. Black has a bishop on d7 instead of c8. I'm not sure how much that helps. Very interesting idea by Vladimir Kramnik.
And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he didn't castle here. Maybe he was worried about
Castle
e5.
maybe e5.
Yeah.
Knight e8. Kramnik, we've talked about this a bit. He's changed his style slightly over the last couple of years. Used to be my hero, being one of the most solid positional grinders, well-prepared players, d4, classical players in the world. Kramnik 2.0 is going for checkmate more often. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Kramnik play a move like h4 here, trying to play h5 and checkmate Vachier.
Yeah. Indeed.
So he
Well,
went
this e5. It's a very principled response because you're taking advantage of the fact that the knight isn't on f3.
Does it work?
It might not work. Let's see. All the pawns came off.
Takes. White could play the move d5 here, which leads to quite a kind of normal game. But Kramnik took on e5. The reason I'm asking after knight g4, e6, this looks extremely strong. This happened in the game. You have to take with a bishop. If you took with a pawn, queen takes g4 is a piece. So you gotta take here, queen takes d8, king takes d8. And not only can white gain my beloved 2 bishops with knight takes e6, you can win some time first with a move bishop e2, kicking this knight away, because now knight takes e6, big threat. Can't move the bishop because this pawn is under attack.
Sure.
Knight e5 was played. Now I would expect Kramnik to take. Pawn takes. And at first sight, this looks nice for white.
I'm not so sure.
Second thought, actually, yeah, I think.
I'm not so sure you want to take that bishop off. Knight bc6, you got control of the dark squares. This bishop on e2 is actually pretty lousy bishop, not doing much.
Very true.
I'm not so sure this is bad for black at all, actually.
You might be right. Let's make some moves. Bishop e3, knight c6 looks very natural. Might have other moves here as well, actually. Probably have to go c5 at some point to at least give this bishop some scope. Yeah, let's say king to e7. No, I gotta agree, the black knights and his bishop actually coordinate very well. So I might have gotten overexcited. Maybe Vachier knows what he's doing here.
Well, he is 27-66.
No, no question about it. I thought he got caught in the opening by Vladimir Kramnik's knight g5 idea. That's why I was a bit worried about the French chances in this one. We'll see what happens. Bishop e2, knight e5. Maybe you're right. Maybe he shouldn't take this bishop off, or at least for now,
well,
and just try to develop.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, castle.
Or maybe even move like bishop e3, trying to go this way. That could be an interesting idea.
Who knows? Actually, he's just played a move. Bishop f4.
Bishop f4, even better.
No, I expect knight bc6. And you can castle long. And, and the point is you can't go king e7 because knight d5 check is extremely irritating.
Gotta go king c8.
You gotta go king c8.
And then, I'm not sure. Knight d5 looks like an obvious move. Problem with that could be after h6, if you finally decide to take, the knight gets kicked away.
No, he won't play knight d5.
No, he could take now, similar position to the one we just saw, but at least you force the king to c8, which is a worse square than e7. Rooks aren't connected. c5 here. No, I'd take white, but it is kind of close. Very interesting game on board 1. Board 2. Bacrot against Grishuk. Bacrot had a huge tournament for the French. Grishuk not a huge tournament, but he is such a quality player. This guy Grishuk, still number 4 in the world, I think. What's going on here?
Well, we've got a Sicilian where Bacrot has taken on f6 early, voluntarily giving up the bishop pair after move 8. We got a bit of a funky, I mean, this is a mainline Najdorf.
Queen c7. It's a bit of a surprise weapon. Was used by Anand when he had to win his match against Kramnik in the last round. No, the other way around. I'm sorry, by Kramnik when he had to beat Anand in the last round of their World Championship match. Normally, guys don't allow this bishop takes f6 that early, and you see a move like knight bd7, bishop e7, queen b6. Of course, that's a different story, attacking the b2 pawn. Grishuk showing ambition with that move.
Yeah, absolutely. And Etienne decided to take this off and play bishop e2, and after knight c6, retreat back to b3.
Yeah, I like the move knight b3, because in this position white wants to keep pieces on the board. If you were to allow an exchange of knights on d4, followed by, let's say, bishop to e7 and queen to c5, black normally gets decent chances, so Bacrot decides to keep the knights. Very, very complicated struggle ahead.
Yeah.
Do you like the move bishop h5 here?
I like bishop h5 in a lot of these structures.
Say b5.
I don't know if I like it right now.
Might be a bit early, yeah.
No, I don't like it right now. I like just... what about just castling?
It's possible.
Who knows? Actually, we got this. A3.
A3, stopping b4. That's a sensible move as well.
Yeah, no, that's very sensible. And yeah, white a lot of the time is going to castle. He is going to put his bishop on h5, just looking at this diagonal, and potentially eyeing up an f5 move, which is...
Yeah, it's always the big question, when is a good time for white to play this move f4 to f5? which puts pressure on the e6 pawn and potentially opens up the f-file, but also gives up the huge e5 square for black's knight. Normally isn't white's plans, it has to be timed quite carefully.
Yes. All right, board 3, Karjakin, Fressinet, and we have a very standard kind of position, but
this opening became a little bit of a Karjakin specialty. This position we see after 3 moves, after 4 moves, with the move e3. It was considered to be pretty harmless for a long time, but we've seen some very strong players, Vladimir Kramnik and Karjakin, use it quite a bit. Karjakin did play it against Vichy Anand in the candidates tournament when he needed a win at all costs. Came quite close.
Came very close.
Fressinet plays a move I like best, the move bishop to e7, just finishing his development, b3 castles, bishop b2, c5, knight bd2, takes and knight takes, which kind of says, you know what, Mr. Fressinet, I'm not looking to take any risks. I want to play a symmetrical structure where my pieces are slightly more active, and you show me you can hold this. This is kind of what happened, b6, c takes d. Not sure about knight takes d5. I'm always tempted to take with the queen here. This knight has a nice square. Queen could keep an eye on the g2 pawn. Or probably both guys still know what they're doing here. Bishop c4. Would expect to move bishop b7. Tiny edge for white. His bishop is slightly more active, you could argue, even though black bishop is fine as well. White is a small lead in development. Actually comes down to tempo or two. Let's say castles, knight d7. Position is pretty symmetrical.
Yeah, I think black can also oppose with bishop f6 were he to need. I think black's doing all right. I don't think white's got much at all. Board 4, Eduard Nepomniachtchi and Jan Nepomniachtchi, a Sicilian specialist. Najdorf, again, we see it this at top level time and time again. And we've got a position where black has punted his h-pawn up the board to provoke this g4 push by white. And this means that the f4 square is potentially vulnerable.
In an ideal world, black would like to follow up with something like knight to h7, bishop to g5, then bring his knight to f4 after exchanging the dark squared bishops. I don't think it's going to happen. I think Eduard will play f4 himself before black gets his maneuvering groove on.
No, that's a very double-edged game. So at the moment, things are nicely poised. It is midday here, Jan, and you know what they
feels like midnight.
Feels like 9 a.m. That's for sure. There's a picture of Roman Eduard, looking smart, looking sharp, looking focused. He's a very cool customer. Myself and Jan, however, are not as cool. Are we, Jan? Yeah, we are.
We don't even speak.
We don't even
talk
talk at this time of the day. But we are going to go and take a sip.
Let's contribute to the bingo sheet, which was generously shared on Twitter by Sebastian Hagberg, and let's take a quick breather.
Let's take a quick breather. We're going to be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. It's the final round. And
absolutely.
Absolutely. And play a bit of Blitz. Click on the Play Now button, choose your time control, and have a nice midday game. See you in a few minutes.
Almost as far north as you can get, Tromsø. 350 kilometers above the polar circle. 2 months with no sunrise. Magical. To study and live here is a life filled with snow, darkness and light, and new discoveries. It's Norway's Arctic University. It's new to me, but I can actually ski from my student house to campus. And when the sun rises over the mountains for the first time at the end of January, it grabs you. It's something special to share with the people around you. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in the outskirts of the world. I look around and see the mountains, the mystical giants and the fjords. But I live in a city. The city and the wild. At times it is a strange place here on the top of the world, but it is a place to remember. I feel lucky to get the chance to experience this. I feel like I found my own place here. My own place for a while.
The world's best drinking water.
Hello everybody, my name is Melanie Olme. I'm a member of the German national team that takes part in the Olympiad. And now I'm really happy to explore the region here of northern Norway, and today I am having a great day in Lyngen.
Do you live off playing chess?
No, I couldn't, because you can't earn a living from playing chess, at least not in Germany and not as a woman. So I study and I plan to have a proper job, I would say, but chess is my most favorite hobby, so I do it in my spare time. One game lasts about 5 hours.
Okay.
So you can imagine it's hardly possible to play 2 games a day. There are some tournaments, yeah, but the World Championship and everything, there's only 1 game a day, so yeah, it lasts.
Here you can see some pictures of the Northern Lights, and we can see the Northern Lights during the winter months, because then it's dark. You can't see the Northern Lights when in the summer, because it's too bright.
Well, I would say it's not that easy, because well, it's very time consuming playing chess and also my studies, of course. But because I like both very much, it's not that hard for me, so because I enjoy it. And yeah, I have also a little job, but this is also connected to chess. I do some videos, like learning videos that beginners can learn how to move their pieces and everything, and I explain some things, and yeah.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free! Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. And remember, Chess24 is the official online broadcast partner of the Tromsø 2014 Chess Olympiad. See you at chess24.com.
Welcome back, everybody. This is live coverage of round 11, the final round of the 41st Chess Olympiad. It's been a beautiful journey so far, but today is the day we will find out who are the winners, who are the champions, and who are not. All of the big matches are still in progress. Of course, the open section, we have the Chinese leading by 1 clear point. Things are not over just yet, though. And we have a tweet here from Christian Lindiger, who says at chess24.com, that's of course our Twitter account, which nations still have a shot at the gold medal? Jan?
Well, the best shot, clearly the Chinese. They're 1 point ahead of the pack. The Hungarians are in clear second place. If the Hungarians win, the Chinese lose. Hungary wins the gold medal, as simple as that. Then there is a bunch of nations, including many of the favorites like Russia, Ukraine and France, on 15 points, 2 points behind the Chinese, who have theoretical chances. If the Chinese were to lose, Hungary were not to win, they were to win, they have a theoretical chance. However, then the tiebreakers would come into play, which at the moment would favor the Chinese team as well. So realistically speaking, China and Hungary are the 2 nations with a shot at the gold medal. However, never say never. If the math swings in one direction or the other, a team like France, a team like Ukraine, a team like Poland could very well still have a chance.
Absolutely. So those are the big pairings there. In the women's section, Russia are leading the tournament by a full point. So they are also big favourites to win, especially because they're facing a Bulgarian team which on paper is much weaker. A win for the Russian women's team today will guarantee them the gold medal, and we can see there the top board of the Bulgarian and Russian teams. Antoaneta Stefanova with the black pieces, sporting the very colourful shirt under the black little top, versus Katarina Lachno, all in black but playing white.
Antoaneta Stefanova, the former world champion. I don't think I'm telling any tales out of school. Not a morning person. She's going to have a tough time with the black pieces. She looks a little tired, but of course it's a big match, so she will be extremely focused nonetheless. She played the move bishop to f5, which I think is a better shot than the move bishop takes f3, which we were looking at. Keeping this bishop on the board for now, not helping white to untangle by putting the other knight on f3. This makes a lot of sense. Rook to e1 has been played, and now I believe she just made a move, played the move a5, also very, very sensible, preparing to chase this bishop away. White doesn't really want to go c4 here because it would run into knight to f4, followed by knight to d3. So Stefanova, I think she found a good way to mix this up a little bit, not make life too easy for white. Could be a fight. And if this Bulgarian team wants to have a chance in this match, I believe Stefanova would have to win her game against Katarina Lachno on the top board. On the second board, we have vintage Gunina, crazy stuff going on.
So what actually happened? We last read at bishop e3, didn't we? Yeah, and she took another pawn on e5. Taking a lot of liberties. Don't like that move at all.
That looks very, very risky, opening up the position, even more being behind in development.
And now a very, very interesting move by Vidanova. Bishop e2, I like it. I like it a lot.
Trying to keep the pieces on the board, chasing the black queen around. Can't take on g2, that would be too much. Rook g1, queen h3, and rook to...
No,
bishop f1
is
down
decent,
the queen.
Yeah. Bishop f1 wins.
Winning the queen.
Yeah.
So Gunina went queen to b4. She is 2 pawns up, and she might have her eyes on a third pawn on the
and then a
b2
fourth on
square.
c2, right?
You never know. She is taking some liberties here, but she has done so before very successfully, actually in most games in this tournament. Knight takes e5, knight to f6. Now she kind of decided to take a time out and develop a piece. Queen takes b2 would have been consistent, though. I'm not sure what's going on here. So knight f6 and bishop d3 back. Very sensible move once again, fighting for the light squares, this diagonal, distracting black from completing her development. if bishop takes d3, which would be a bad move, queen takes d3, this queen is coming to g6 with devastating effect. So Gunnar has to do something else. I'm expecting the move e6 most likely to take back here with a pawn. Certainly looks like white has very good play for the sacrificed. Only one pawn at the moment.
It's, well, if it's only one pawn, it's more than enough compensation. So, no, I expect a bit of a interesting battle there. Board 3, not a fan of black's setup in this Sicilian, I have to say. As I mentioned, if white can play g4 and g5 quickly.
And you are a big fan of Kostenjuk's treatment of the open Sicilian normally, right? She is very dangerous.
Might be something to do with the fact that I've been on the receiving end of it. It was a long time ago, though. She was still very strong.
Have you lost to the entire women's Olympiad?
I think I've got a terrible score against, yes, the whole Olympiad, basically. No, but here, for example, what does black do? Because
Bishop e7.
But now you can go g4.
Right.
And the point is, if you take on g4, queen takes g7, wins
double attack
a piece. So you would have to go e5, I think. But that might run into queen c4.
Yeah, that looks bad because this bishop becomes very active on b3.
So what do you do here?
You have the move knight d7 when white can't take on g7 because of bishop to f6, trapping the queen. Game continues, but I'm with you. It looks a little shaky for black, just g5.
Even this move. This move might be this move might be very
in the style of Mikhail Tal.
Yeah, and the point is, this knight d5 move is in the air a lot because now black is in all kinds of... No, this is probably just losing for black.
Yeah, e takes d5 is impossible.
Yeah.
You would have to go bishop takes d5. That's why I'm not that
bishop
sure.
Takes d5.
E takes d, e5,
and e5.
closing the position.
Yeah, that looks like the only way. And then if you can snag a pawn, that might be decent.
Right.
So you've got to be a bit careful with white. But no, in general, these are just ideas. A lot of precision is required, but I just don't like it for black.
No, white has a good position. And of course, Kostenjuk, 200 points higher rated than her opponent, Nikolova. Yeah. She will be looking for a win today.
Board 4, yeah, Poganina Wojska.
Yeah, Olga Gieja, the board 4 on paper, lost in their last match against Ukraine, so she's given a rest today, and we see a very strong Natalia Poganina filling in. Not all that much has happened. It's pretty much a typical, whatever opening it was from, Spanish, Italian, Philidor structure. Black is very active, has no problems whatsoever. Pawns on d5, e5, just went b4. I like that move. Black is doing fine here.
Yep. Okay, should we check in with the China-Ukraine match as well? Because that's
Let's have one look
big
at
match as well. Wow.
The strongest pairing on paper of the round in the women's section. Anna Musicchuk, the Ukrainian player back to representing Ukraine against the world champion Ho Yifan. This is some serious rating power on the board. Musicchuk 25-55 was rated even more highly. Ho Yifan, of course, closing in on Judith Polgar in the live list already on 26-60. These regions, fantastic player. Playing black here against Musicchuk. What's happening?
Well,
French.
It's looked like a bit of a theory battle at some point, but in the current position...
Well, it's one of these French endings where I'm never quite sure who's better and why. Black, at least, she has accomplished that her bishop is activated and can be exchanged for the white bishop, which is normally a good sign. Not sure if you just take on g5. White takes back probably with the h-pawn. And now you could think about taking on d3. C takes d, king to d7. I would guess it's equal. Black has some other options. She could consider taking with a knight on d3. I'm not sure how much I like that move. In general, even though this bishop is kind of active, I'd still rather have the knight on d4 than the bishop on a6. So I would expect to go bishop takes d3 and play this position, or just to keep the tension and play a move like short castles or king to d7, something along those lines, keeping both options open. No, I don't think black has problems here.
Yeah.
Actually, I like the move king d7 because, yeah, in the future maybe your knight wants to go to e4. You don't have to show your hand yet by taking on d3. Board 2, there's also very big pairing. Zhu Wenjun, number 4 in the world, playing against Maria Musicuk, the younger sister of Anna. Is she younger? I think she's younger.
Maria's younger, yes.
Right. But a star in the women's chess scene as well, rated well above 2500, only a question of time until she becomes a grandmaster. This is a very sharp theory battle. Just played b3, trying to restrict both of these knights. On paper, the worst knights you could possibly have, right?
Yeah,
it's one knight on the rim and one knight on b6. That's the two rules we know about knights.
And both dominated by one pawn, right?
And this pawn is keeping them at bay.
Amazing, huh?
Yeah. Black will look to do something very active, though. Rook c8, and if the natural move bishop b2, probably the move e4.
It's a problem, isn't it? Yeah.
And in these positions, sometimes there's even some tactics in the air. I was thinking about knight c4. Not sure it works here. Could very well work. Takes and knight takes c4. When you solve the problem of having these bad knights by sacrificing one, but the other one that is left is doing quite well. And here, black has all kinds of dynamic chances. Some funky lines like bishop g4, queen takes, bishop takes, d4. You get your material black. Black has to play very concretely and sharply here, but that's probably the kind of play Maria Musicuk enjoys anyway, so we'll keep an eye on that game. b3, I'm expecting rook c8, and I'm expecting fireworks in the near future. The lower boards, this is a very serious match, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. We've got Ushanina versus Zhao Jue, two grandmasters playing against each other, and we've got a position where, very interesting position at the opening actually, kind of like white, I have to say, because I just don't like my pieces not being developed. I don't like being behind with development, and being allowing white to play a move like b4 here. What do you do with black? Do you take on d4? Do you take on b4?
Yeah, one of those. I'm not sure. Probably you have to take on d4, because if you take here, a takes b, this rook already enters the action. I don't think black is in time for something like bishop takes b4.
Rook a6.
Some tempting
even
options.
Knight
You could
d5,
even go for the
yeah.
kamikaze. Knight takes d5. Knight takes, rook takes a6. Looks like white will come out on top here. So after b4, strong move. C takes d4 probably.
Queen takes d4.
Queen takes. This pawn is a bit of a nuisance, really, controlling the c5 square. Would have to play queen to b6. Not the end of the world, but white has some pressure here. Maybe move like bishop e3. Just planning to recapture on d4 with a bishop. Slightly prefer white as well.
Yeah, not the end of the world though for black.
Nothing ever is.
I do like queen b6. I personally think the move queen d2 is much more natural here. Just looking to play rook fc1. But yeah, who knows? All way too early to tell in that one. And then board 4, Quiguo versus Zhukova. A bit more sedate. But one of those positions where, as Nigel Short will tell you, what is your knight doing on c6? You never want your knight on c6 in these positions.
Yeah,
right?
that's why I'm not sure about the move rook a d8, a couple moves back. Maybe you had to put it there. But in general, you want to reroute your knight to e6 in these positions. You want to go knight d8, knight e6 if you get a chance. So I would have tried to avoid putting my rook there. Of course, it's useful defending this pawn, but it really is kind of unfriendly to your c6 knight.
Yeah.
So Zhukova put her rooks in the center, which of course is natural play, but she will have to solve the problem of this knight. Either by going knight b8 and c6, or sometimes maybe knight a5. I'm not sure, I like white here, I feel like, yeah, black pieces, they're not that harmoniously placed.
No, a bit better for white, nice and pleasant advantage.
And this, of course, is also a big match. First of all, China needs to win to keep any hopes for the gold medal alive. But if Ukraine wins this match, and Ukraine is a fantastic team, they already beat Russia, they would overtake China and would still have a shot at the very least, the silver medal. Struggled early in the tournament, but really got going later.
Absolutely. Let's go back to match 1 of the open section.
And it looks like Ding Liren already putting some serious pressure on Gregor Gajewski out of the opening. Seen the position around here. Let's briefly see what happened. Bishop a6, knight bd2. Gajewski went for the move b5, very ambitious, trying to open up the queen side. Ding Liren doesn't have to be asked twice to open up the position. Some exchanges, knight to e5. Buys a pawn down, but he will reclaim this pawn on e4. That's not what Gajewski wanted to happen though, so he played the move f5, which looks extremely risky. Giving up the c6 pawn, a5 pawn also kind of for grabs. Queen e8, bishop takes a5. What is Gajewski doing here? Gave up a pawn. White can play d5. I don't like it.
I agree, Jan. I think he's gone way too ambitious. What was wrong with just knight takes e5 after knight e5?
Yeah,
I mean,
Black is slightly worse. He was probably trying to avoid this, but
I understand that.
Gotta do it.
Queen c7, and then I don't know, queen takes e4, and now just, you know, White's never threatening queen takes c6 because the c4 pawn is hanging, and in fact, you don't really want just a move like rook fd8 or rook a8. No, rook fd8. No, just keep an eye on that a5 pawn as well. What's the big deal here?
No big deal. White is slightly better because the c6, a5 pawns are a bit weaker than the c4, a2 pawns. But you had to play this way and then handle
Bishop
with care,
b4.
try to neutralize White's initiative. I agree.
I don't think Black's that much worse here at all.
No, I agree.
And for a team tournament, you're Black against somebody who's 100 points higher rated than you. It seems very strange to me, Gajewski's choice to go in for these complications. He is a very talented tactician, though, so maybe he thinks that he can outplay Ding Liren, but I would be slightly...
Don't mess with Ding Liren in tactics, though.
Yeah. No, if I was his captain, I would be slightly annoyed right now that he's gone in for this. What do you think, being a captain, Jan? I mean, I was speaking to Peter Wells yesterday, the captain of the English men's, I beg your pardon, Open team, and he said that he really enjoys being a captain.
I love it. I think it's the
Have you
second
been a
best
captain
job
before?
at Olympiads after being a commentator. Yeah, I was a captain of the Danish Open team in 2010. And of course you suffer with a team. And actually, it's not a tough job intellectually, but it's a lot of hours because you're involved in the match, you're sitting there, you're supervising, you're of course trying to help the players if they need something to drink, if they have a problem, if they have a draw offer, all those things. And I was also heavily involved in preparation, so you spend your nights clicking and trying to figure out what to do against the next opponent. It is a lot of fun though, especially if the team does well. Then you try to take the credit. If they don't do well, you blame them. So I really enjoy it.
That sounds like a great idea.
You should become the captain of anybody, really. A Polish Open team, maybe?
I don't think that they'd select me, but maybe one day I will. Yeah, it sounds like it could be fun, but also stressful, yeah.
The toughest part about being a captain, of course, is you have to hand in the team's lineup before 9 a.m. And I don't want to name any names, but I've heard of more than one case who in this tournament forgot or overslept to hand in their team's lineup, which then means you have to play with your 1 till 4 players. Not the end of the world, but it's a bit unfortunate if you agreed in the team meeting to sport another lineup and the players prepared all night with the wrong colors.
Yes, be slightly frustrating. Luis says, fire on board. Get the buckets of water out, Jan. Mamajaro Nakamura.
We got our
put
spray
that
water
baby
here
out. Yeah.
right on the table. Where are those guys?
Where are we going?
Another big match, of course. Azerbaijan against the United States of America.
What is going on here? It looks as though Shaq is putting his knights right into the heart of Nakamura's position. They're dancing around, they're doing a rain dance. They're hoping the heavens open and it rains a white victory.
Shaq is on form this tournament, and when on form, he can jump into complications with the best of them. He is one of the best of them. So is Nakamura. But it looks like Nakamura could be in trouble here, right? The c3 pawn looks a bit more like a weakness than like an asset. White has the nice idea of playing a5, putting his queen out to a4, or to just try to round up the c3 pawn. Looking good for Mr. Mamedyarov. If bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, rook b1 would come with tempo. Don't like it for Nakamura.
No, I don't like it. Not quite fire on board, just yet.
It's knights on board.
Yeah, it's more like, how could you say?
I don't know. I've never seen knights on fire, at least.
Knights on fire? What, you've never seen Game of Thrones, or?
I've watched a lot of Game of Thrones. Are there knights on fire? Probably there are, actually.
Probably are. At some point, somebody at the siege of, what's the big castle? You know the one I'm talking about.
Blackwater?
I can't remember. Gone blank. Anyway, I'm sure somebody got set on fire in that scene. In any case, in this position, not quite.
We gotta clear this up, else I won't be able to focus for the rest of the show. You mean the siege of the wall?
Yeah, the wall.
Ah, the wall.
Didn't they shoot
There must
fire
have been,
bombs?
yeah, there were some knights on fire there.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Apologies. Shaq Mamedyarov certainly on fire against Hikaru Nakamura. Board 2, Gatakamsky, not his best tournament. Actually, a terrible tournament for him, losing over 20 rating points.
Let's not mince our words here. He's had a shocking tournament by his standards. And playing white against Timur Rajabov, not the best pairing, is it, in the last round, playing against Rajabov?
Rajabov, he hasn't had a great tournament himself, losing some rating points as well. And it looks to me like both these guys are trying to be very careful not to do anything stupid in the last round, playing it safe, playing a symmetrical position here. Wouldn't be all that surprised if this game ended peacefully with two players slightly out of form, but of course very, very strong players, 2,700 players. I wouldn't be surprised if Kamsky said, okay, I'll play, but I'll try not to take any risks. Guys are not in great shape. And we have the Shankster on our team. Let him do the dirty work.
And he's just on fire, this guy, right? I look at this position. This is a dream for white. He's got the two bishops. He's got a rook, both rooks already super active. He's got a rook on the 7th. He's got an isolated A pawn, a weak C pawn, a weak D pawn to aim at. It wouldn't surprise me if he's almost close to winning technically here.
Well, in all fairness, here's a pawn down.
But yeah, but he wins every other pawn on the board.
Yeah,
rook to B6. What do you do?
This is a rook on fire.
Rook on fire.
Now Sam Shankland, 8.5 out of 9. Looks like he might very well move into 9.5 out of 10, which is not a terrible score. It's not a perfect score. Well, he did make one draw with black against the 2,700 player, but it's not a bad score either.
Apart from that, no, this is just an outrageously stunning performance, and
this could very well be.
No, this is game over. This is a horrible position for black.
Yeah, this is unplayable. You just drop a lot of pawns.
Well,
and if you like try something, d5, rook takes c6, d takes e4. The pawns are not the problems, but your king is the problem as well. Bishop c5, stopping you from castles, threatening rook e7 check, also threatening the calm bishop takes a6, followed by bishop b5. It's just unplayable.
Looks completely gone, doesn't it?
Let's not forget he's playing Altai Safarli, a 2650 player who's had a good tournament, very, very solid guy. But you just can't stop the Shankland in this tournament.
You cannot stop the Shankland. Don't stop the Shankland. Where are we going to go? Ralph Mamedov.
To Ralph Mamedov against Alexander Onyshuk. These guys couldn't be more different stylistically. Yeah. Mamedov a firebrand trained on the internet, not a big theoretician, not a very classical player, but extremely dangerous. Arne Shook, as classical as it gets. The headmaster, probably not the headmaster, but he's in charge of the head coach of the Texas Tech, was it?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
The Texas Tech University, seasoned pro, having a good tournament here, has a solid position.
Yeah. Not as exciting, that one.
So Shankland and Nakamura kind of balancing each other out. Shankland is much better, Nakamura is in some trouble. Shankland is better than Nakamura is worse, though, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah, Shankland is, I mean, rook 1 b6. I'm looking at the position still, and I literally don't have a move for black. Okay, you can castle. But then after rook takes c6, how are you defending d6?
No, you just
a6?
can't. You just can't. You just lost. By the 2 bishops, he will pick up one of these pawns.
So after d5, for example, here? Ah, you can go e5 and f4. Oh no, this is just dreadful. This is gone. This is gone, right? Rook 1 b6, and it's close to over.
Looks like.
Wow. Amazing tournament by Sam Shankland.
Who else having an amazing tournament? What about your guy, Mickey Adams? If he were to win today, he'd be very much in contention for the board prize. It's him and Veselin Topalov battling it out. He has his work cut out for him, though, with black against Lenier Dominguez, the number 11 in the world, the Cuban star.
But he's had a very
doing well.
What a great opening this has turned out to be for Mickey. The bishop on a2 and the knight on b3, it's not really working well. The pawn on e5 restricts the knight. The queen on e7 restricts the knight coming to c5. You just play a sensible move here, like, I don't know, bishop e6 or bishop d7. You put your rook on d8, your other rook on b8, and you're laughing with black.
No problem whatsoever.
No.
Of course, it's not clear. Symmetrical pawn structure, black does not have a serious advantage, but it's only black that can be better, and we've seen what Michael Adams can do with the tiniest of advantages. He's having a great, great tournament.
On board 2, Gawain Jones playing against Bruzon. Gawain opting for a D pawn opening this time around, and pretty solid kind of Queen's Gambit declined position. White has got his rook in the centre, a bit like on the top boards, we can see. Trying to push e4 at the right moment, but not clear.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy with the knight on e6. Probably a move like bishop to f2 could be in White's plans, trying to get an e4. But then you have to be careful about black fighting back with the move c5. I think Bruzon's done pretty well here. I'm not quite sure how the white queen ended up on b3. Doesn't look like the correct square for it. I think black is okay. I think him getting in c5 is more realistic than white getting in e4 at the moment. Looks all right for the Cuban.
All right, and on board 3 we have a
position.
A position is what we have. And David Howe also in contention for a board prize were he to win today.
He's been doing well,
He's been doing very well. And, well, he's got to decide how to face his threat of just losing his bishop with a5 and b4.
Yeah,
so
he'll probably spot that and play a5.
Or take first.
I'm never sure if you want to take on g3 here. You kind of want to keep that dynamic in place a little bit, and restraining white and keeping the option open of going knight to f4, or even sometimes f5, threatening f4. White should do something in the center, either d4 or take here and then d4. Roughly balanced position.
Yep.
Matthew Sadler, the guy whom you used to be your favorite English player, but you switched to Michael Adams halfway through the tournament.
No, Matthew had a great start. Started to run out of steam a bit, lost a game. Still on a very decent score. But playing Ortiz Suarez, who's had a very good tournament, and IQP, what to say? Seen similar positions before, but I always feel like black's doing all right.
IQP for you viewers out there wondering is nothing dirty. It means isolated queen's pawn, which characterizes the pawn on d4 who does not have any help by his fellow pawns.
That's sad.
I believe this is a good version for the player with the black pieces, easy to generate counterplay with knight a5, opening up the c file. However, Matthew Sadler never count him out.
Let's go back to the top.
Let's go have a brief look at not the very top, but the next to top, the Russian against the French. Kramnik Vachier is really heating up on the top board. Bishop f4, h6, long castles, king e7. Kramnik doesn't like the idea of taking on e6, interestingly. Played the move knight f3. Not sure why not take here. Pawn takes. Knight b5. Maybe black is in time to control all the key squares with knight a6. Kramnik went knight f3. Begging black to take on c4. He obeyed. Knight to d4. Yeah, he just played it. Sharp. White is a pawn down, but he's trying to use the fact that the black king is in the center. Black hasn't finished his development yet. Threatening knight takes e6 now, winning a piece. Most natural move would be to return to e5 with the knight. Not sure if white has anything concrete here. Still don't want to take on e6, just f takes e, and you have the same position we just had. Except the c4 pawn would be gone. No, looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is very much in business here. This is a big game for the world rankings, by the way. Whoever loses this game, I believe, falls out of the top 10. Whoever wins solidifies his position in there. There we got Vladimir Kramnik. Doesn't look thrilled on the picture, does he?
No, he doesn't look thrilled. This is the start of the round today. He's,
before the
he's
game
thinking,
today.
what am I doing getting up at this time? I should be in bed.
Do you think he thinks in English with a Russian accent?
That was me trying to do. I mean, what do you want me to do?
It's very possible.
I couldn't think of anything else at that moment. No, I think he thinks in Russian with a Russian accent, right?
That's also possible, yeah. We'll find out. Let's get him on the show. That would
Yeah,
be part of our bingo
question.
sheet. Would be very good to have Vladimir Kramnik back.
Would be good to have Vladimir Kramnik back.
Board 2, both these guys, Bakro, Grishuk, very good friends of the board, worked together, had a lot of training camps. Bakro used to be a second, a trainer for Grishuk in some of the biggest events. Not friends today, however. Very complicated strategic position, structure. Basically means I don't know what's going on.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when Jan uses words that have more than 2 syllables, it's all, you know. No, I prefer black. That's my own opinion. I think if we look at white's bishop, it's kind of a bit weird on f3.
It's doing good work,
it
though.
Does good work.
Bad bishops defend good pawns.
Yes. It does stop any d5 break, but I kind of like the fact black's got this guy who going to creep in, as you've pointed out. And also he's got the c-files to play with. The problem I've got with white's position is I can't say what his next move is clearly.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of with you. I also struggle to find a plan. Maybe you want to go a4 and try to open the queen side up. It is very double-edged, however. Black has the 2 bishops. If he gets too active, b4, d5 could go wrong. No, I agree. It looks easier to play with the black pieces at the very least.
Absolutely. Moving on up, let's quickly go to board 1. We'll get a view of Mr. Wojtaszek.
Oh, this is a position very close to my heart. Actually, it's nothing special, and I'm reasonably sure Wang Yue will hold this. Typical Wang Yue position. You're slightly worse because you have a weakness on d5, but the position is simplified, and a good technician should not get into big trouble here with white, with black, with white either. Wojtaszek will try to make something happen. Natural move is the move g3, I believe, trying to put your king on f2 without dropping this pawn, then putting your rook on c1. You can, of course, try to chip away at it, but I believe with that limited material, the d5 pawn is a little weak, but not that weak. It's defended by the knight on f6. e3 pawn, you could argue, is also slightly weak. Wang Yue should be able to hold this position. There we see Wojtaszek calculating some more aggressive moves, of course, a move like knight to b5, to queen b6. Doesn't really work to take the pawn though, because queen takes a7, queen takes f6. Now your weakness on e3 tells, and you might actually get checkmated if you're a bit unlucky.
Or the
King h1.
D pawn might just queen d4, d3, d2.
We're thinking queen f2, but
That's
then there's
cute.
still the return queen to a1.
Return of the queen.
Is that a movie?
It was
I
Return,
know
of,
Return
the
of the King, Lord
that's
of the
why
Rings.
that's why I said it.
Return of
I was
the
trying to be
Queen.
fun. I was
No, I understand.
Trying to be clever. Didn't work. It's all right.
Did work.
We can move on.
No,
I'll
let's
try
stay there a
again.
bit.
I'll try again.
Queen a1. How would you characterize such a move?
Return of the queen.
That is hilarious.
All right.
G3,
Yeah.
random move. Of course, rook c1 also possible. Not the most exciting position. White is slightly better. Black should hold.
Time to shake hands. All right. Board 2. Oh, it's got a bit more.
going on
unclear.
here?
Felt like Ding Liren was doing all right a few moves ago. Let's go back around
D5,
here.
bishop to b7. Good move, challenging
Knight
this
takes c7.
horsey. Knight takes, queen
So-
takes.
Now, d6 is screaming out to be played here, isn't
Why
it?
did you do that? That's a bit surprising. Not only d6, you also do have the move queen c3 or queen d2 when black cannot take because of bishop to b4, picking up this rook. Instead, Ding played the more humble move bishop c3 when black just takes the pawn. Not quite sure what he
I
was doing
really
here.
don't understand anything. What's wrong with just d6?
Yeah, d6 is fine, queen c3 I also like. d6,
Okay, where's he put his queen? Okay, he puts his queen on
queen goes
f7.
anywhere.
Okay, what? And bishop b6.
No, I
Control
agree.
d8. This is just madness, isn't it?
Yeah, and you start pushing your pawns. Very, very odd decision by Ding Liren. Did he mix up the moves? Sometimes this happens, that you calculate a line and then you make the second move first. Maybe he was thinking about d6, queen f7, bishop c3. Then thought, yeah, c3 looks like a good square. Let's go there, and forgot to go d6 first.
Right.
Unlikely. Who knows? There we see the Armenian team captain Arshak Petrosyan starting the position. The Poles, I believe that's Wojtaszek in the background. And I should know this, but this guy standing there has been a teammate of mine a couple of tournaments. He's a strong grandmaster. I can't come up with his name. I hope he doesn't watch the show, which is likely because he's watching his player on board too. What's his name? This is embarrassing. Apologies. I don't know. I played with this guy on the same team.
You've
on
probably had
multiple
dinner with
occasions.
him.
Yeah, I'm very friendly with him.
Right. You're not going to be very friendly with him once he
Strong
watches this.
grandmaster. Went to the US to study there. Now I believe back in Poland, above 2600. Tweet us his name.
You've gone.
No idea.
That's it.
Shouldn't have gone
You've lost
there.
a friend.
Absolutely.
We've got this position on the board. He won a pawn.
He took on f6
Yeah.
and then on d5. That's his idea.
This was his idea, but maybe it wasn't such a bad idea, because now it's very difficult for black to ever think about winning this position, isn't it? I mean, you've got an extra pawn, you can defend it. Yeah, you've just got to be a bit careful of this f4 move sometimes, but I never believe it. What's his name?
Yeah, it is. I have no idea. I'm trying to read his name sheet over there. Can't do. It must still be better for white. He's a pawn up. However, his two pawns are slightly weak. The d5 pawn after a move like queen d6, you have to take some care. But I like white. I also don't see f4 materializing anytime soon.
Yeah.
Ding Liren, he's just been stellar throughout the tournament. Even though we're not happy with how he transformed this position, he still kept an advantage. We see Gajewski about to make a move there.
Keep an eye on that. On board 3. Well, Duda, is he pushing his luck a bit here? Amazingly, he just played the move c5.
Wow.
I mean, that's really going all out, isn't it?
Maybe he missed the move. If we go back a bit, queen a7 earlier, or maybe something went wrong somewhere else, but queen a7, very, very strong move.
Wow.
Not only stopping c takes b, because after a takes b, your knight on a5 is kind of on prise. Also eyeing this diagonal, threatening moves like queen to f2, rook to c8, picking up the queen.
Oh my goodness, rook c8 nearly picks up.
Yeah, not quite, but to rook c8, queen f2, rook c7, the queen is very close to being lost. So no, something has gone very wrong for Jan Krzysztof Duda. I believe he had to give up this pawn with c5 to close the diagonal.
Yeah, d takes c5 played. And now queen b7.
Forcing off the queens, but he has a thankless ending. A pawn down. Just queen takes b7, knight takes b7, c4. Your knight is even a little sidetracked on b7.
Really badly placed. You've got d6, but you know, if that ever, you just whip that guy off. If you can whip that guy off, that's not a problem at all. And the resulting endings must be very favourable for black, no?
I'm not sure you want to take on d6. That way you give white some hope at least that he controls the d file. If you just keep the piece on the board, let's say rook e6 or rook d8, yeah, knight f5,
and just kick with
g6,
yeah.
bishop c5.
No, this is better.
This is horrible suffering for white. Put
what
your
a
bishop
disaster
on d4.
for Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Yeah,
and
this has gone very young.
We've seen him on fire. He's massive favourite to win this game now, in my opinion. A pawn is a pawn, as we like to say. A pawn is a pawn.
Right, double points there. I'm a bit disappointed. We stopped investigating the question, would you rather have a pawn or a finger?
Yes, well, we came to the conclusion that we would rather have a finger.
I think, yeah, that is kind of the unanimous opinion on that topic. Still, it has been requested that we revisit it.
Okay. Well,
let's not do it, though.
We prefer fingers to pawns. On the fourth board, Ni Hua versus Matthias Bartel, and we've got a position here where white has decided he needs all his pieces to attack this d4 pawn, but he's going to simply whip this guy off next move. But I feel like it should be about balanced if black plays the move d5, which I like very much.
What's going on? Takes,
the point
bishop takes, bishop takes
mass
d4.
Liquidation takes, and bishop e6.
Ah, it's just equal pawns, nothing happening basically.
I feel like it should be...
Yeah, this is very, very equal. Should end in a draw. Those guys are solid. By the way, the guy we see on camera there, whose name I could not remember, behind Shak Mamedyarov, is Kamil Miton, of course, I believe, Polish team captain, 2600 Grandmaster in his own right, which is also on our bingo spreadsheet. Keep counting, don't miss anything. Looking, I'm not sure how confident he looked. I believe the Poles have to worry about Duda's position. Also slightly have to worry about the position on board 2, about Gajewski's position. They are dealing with the two hottest stars of the tournament, Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi on board 2 and 3. And once again, they look like they're bringing home the bacon.
Have you ever brought home the bacon?
I've bought bacon once in a while. I'm not sure that counts as bringing it home.
If
like if you buy it in the supermarket and then you bring it home.
Do you like bacon? I like bacon.
I like bacon. I'm not sure in China that's a very common expression to bring home the bacon. Probably not.
Probably not. I don't imagine them frying up the bacon. They do like pigs though. They do like, whenever you go to Chinatown, certainly in London, you see a lot of pigs hanging in the window.
All right.
They're not alive.
That's dead pigs hanging in the window?
Dead pigs, yeah, they like their pork. I love some pork soups, Chinese pork, oh my goodness. Don't get me started, I'm getting hungry, it's lunchtime.
It is lunchtime.
It nearly is. Let's move on to board 2, very important game happening on board 1. Liko versus Ponomarev. And looks as though Peter has got a little something here.
Don't mess with Liko. We see Ponomarev paying a bit of the price for his liberties very early in the opening when he went for this move knight to e7. Normally you want that knight on f6, and he later had to put it on g6. Not the ideal destination for it. If we look at the current position, still, he has his knight on g6. Leko managed to provoke the move f6. This d5 push is always up in the air. I like white here.
Yeah, I agree. White's got
Also,
more
the
space.
e6 pawn is weakened.
This is
Queen e4.
This is
you know.
unpleasant for black,
Eh.
I think. This is a bit. This is a nuisance, and white hasn't even finished developing yet. So
Yeah, some easy moves.
Yeah.
Rook c1.
no, white's better.
Looks nice for white. Let's
What
have a look. Shaba Balok.
Solid, isn't he?
Yeah, typical position. White is a little bit better, but black already exchanged 2 pairs of minor pieces, which makes it a bit more bearable. Still, white is better. I like white's position here. Queen d3. Try to gain some space on the queen side. Black does not have his typical counterplay with, for example, f5, which he would normally have in these structures. I believe Pavlianov will be quite comfortable with his position.
Yeah, I agree. Let's go to board 3.
Board 3, we had a slightly funky opening by Korobov.
Yeah.
He's tried to make it work. You know my rule, if black has to castle queenside and an open Sicilian, something went slightly wrong. Not sure how badly though.
Can I just ask a question though? Because your rule, every Sicilian we've seen where black's castle queens, I don't think they've actually lost that game.
No, but something's gone slightly wrong and then they've fought back heroically. Of course, it's just a rule of thumb. But
I don't
no,
like it.
It is true.
Is it?
Don't castle queenside in open Sicilians
If you're
unless
black.
you have to. If you're black, yeah.
If you're white,
you
always
can
castle
do it.
queens. Yeah.
Bishop e2 here, slightly better for white. d6 is under attack. After knight e5, you play some move like queen to d4, eyeing a7, exposing the misplaced black king. I like white, but it's not over
massive,
at
no.
all.
And Ricard Rapport,
Oof.
he's doing all right.
Once again, he made a funky opening kind of work. We talked about this earlier. I wasn't very big on the plan of h4, h5, because his knight is really misplaced already. White chase it to greener grasses.
Greener grasses?
Does that make any sense?
Greener grass?
Greener grass? Maybe it's a German expression. Greener pastries. Oh,
Pastures.
pastures.
That's the word we use in England. Pastures.
Okay.
You say grasses?
We like grass. We're very
I think
simple.
pasture and grass,
pastures.
pretty similar.
Anyway, don't chase this knight away from the awful g6 square if you don't have to. And now, well, Rapport has moved his queenside knight for the last 8 moves, but
Who cares?
who cares? He certainly doesn't. His position has improved. He's doing all right. This knight has a future. Now he works on improving his other slightly misplaced piece, or a passive piece, the bishop on e7. First the knight, now the bishop gets a nice destination on d8. I'm not sure the white maneuvers have been equally successful in the same
I
time.
don't think they have.
Pushing this h-pawn, knight h4, knight g2, knight e3. Not a big fan.
Yeah.
Even knight h3 is in the air already.
Yeah.
Grabbing this bishop, then going bishop to b6.
Yeah.
Ooh. No, Moiseyenko has not handled this well. If you want my expert opinion on the play of a 2700 player who understands chess much better. But no, it doesn't look good. Rapport can be very happy that he got away with another slightly dodgy opening.
Well, he's a very strong player.
He is very strong.
A
I
huge
thought he
talent.
lost his mojo when he changed his hair color, but he found it back later in the tournament.
Mamedyarov Nakamura. Nakamura in trouble?
Probably.
Probably in trouble, man. 2 bishops.
Always 2 bishops. If you have to take on c6, knight takes, that's a nasty knight right there. Takes, let's say castles. Simplest, probably bishop to a3. If you have to take this,
This
rook
is hopeless,
takes,
isn't it?
lose this pawn, and you can't even challenge this knight so easily. This is very bad. So probably have to try a move like rook to c8 if you're Nakamura here. That looks very nice for white.
Yeah.
Knight takes, let's say rook takes. So many tempting options. Knight c4 looks like a good move. Bishop e7, once again, bishop to a3. I like white's position quite a bit here. Rook to b1 or rook to c1. This move is indicated by certain sources, also looks extremely strong, planning knight to b5. No, Nakamura's in trouble.
No, massive, massive trouble. What about Mr. Shankland?
He's never in trouble. He's grinding away. What happened? He can take off a pawn on a6.
Got the roving camera, just to interrupt there, Jan, sorry. Certain Mr. Kasparov is in the building. I don't know if he's going to be followed. Well, we don't know where he's going.
Did the cameraman lose him?
We lost him.
We gotta have a word with the roving camera guy. He's out of control.
We're back. And here is...
There he is.
Well,
as usual, he's going full speed.
yeah.
Taking no prisoners.
You can see there.
Zooming in on Mr. Kasparov now.
And of course, one of the other big news stories from this event is that Garry Kasparov did lose the FIDE presidential election to Kherson Ilumzhinov, the incumbent, and obviously very, very upset about that after the amount of effort and money is just one part of the investment, isn't it? But Gary, still very interested in the chess. That's why he's in the hall today, still watching the games, still a big chess fan, and he'll be keen to see how his former teammates are getting on. Very expressive, always with his...
Do you think he's rooting for Russia?
I think so, yeah. I think he's still a team player. Represented Russia on a number of occasions.
Yeah, last time they won the tournament in 2002, believe it or not. Kasparov was still representing them, scored 7.5 out of 9 on board 1. Russia has not won since, which really is the big story of the Olympiad of the last 10 years. They just don't manage to win it.
No, they don't.
Always the strongest team on paper. This time again, with an average rating of 2,775, 50 points higher rated than the second team. And they weren't even in contention, really. We haven't seen them on the top boards. They had two unconvincing 2.5, 1.5 victories against Norway, 2, and against, whom was it yesterday? Day before yesterday. Can't even remember because they were so low. They might still get a medal if they win their match today, but they haven't impressed here.
Karyakin Fressinet in that match is petering out. Fressinet did a good job of neutralising Karyakin's play. That will end in a draw in 5 moves' time.
That's a big result for France. Fressinet, outrated by nearly 100 points by Karyakin, has been a bit shaky in this tournament, doesn't have a good tournament. Lost to Yu Yangyi the other day, so Fressinet holding with black today is big for them. What else is going on? Nepomniachtchi looks in a bit of trouble at first sight. Maybe that's not correct though. Just played the move knight to f8. Defending this rook so he can free himself when d takes e5. Maybe he's alright.
I like knight f8, good move.
Point is e takes d, bishop takes d6, bishop takes d6, and rook to e6 wins this bishop back.
Oh, very nice.
That's the idea. Bishop f8 doesn't quite work because rook takes d5, bishop takes. Maybe it does work actually, I'm not sure about this. Queen takes f8, there's bishop takes e6, f takes e6. Probably black is doing alright here. Has a queen and a pawn for the two rooks, and the problem white has is king is a little exposed. The queen could be eyeing this square, could be targeting the c2 pawn. Queen c5 check, queen f4, queen f3. Now black is fine here. So Nepomniachtchi seems to be doing all right. Let's check in with the top board. Mr. Kramnik against Mr. MWL. No, it's not a W, right? MVL. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Who's better in white?
Not sure at the moment though. We've still got a close-up of Mr. Kasparov there checking out Sam Shankland.
Checking out the Shankster?
Yeah, he certainly is, because remember, Azerbaijan, who USA are playing, the birthplace of Garry Kasparov, born in
Baku.
Baku, so obviously has some affiliation with the Azerbaijan team, despite never representing Azerbaijan, as of course when Gary first started playing, it was the former Soviet Union, and after the breakup decided to play for Russia. I'm not sure if he was eligible to play for Azerbaijan. You would assume he would have been, right?
From all I know, he has a Russian and a Croatian passport,
Right.
so he would probably be eligible for those.
Right.
Not sure if he could get an Azeri passport, probably not something he's pursuing at the moment.
Right.
I don't know. I've always seen him play for Russia or the former Soviet Union, of course.
Right. What about board one of the women's section? Should we just quickly have a look at, see if we saw it a while ago. I'm looking at the position. It looks like it's changed somewhat. Let's go there. Lachno, Stefanova, and very interesting position. What happened after A5, move 12? I'm curious.
I will tell you all about it. White went for the move knight to F1. Not worried about stopping this pawn. Normally you would expect what? The move like A4, not allowing black to win more space. But she played knight F1, A4, bishop C4. A very interesting pawn sacrifice by Stefanova here. The move B5. Not forced, other moves are very possible as well. But she gave a pawn with B5, forcing white to take on D5. And Lachno did pick up that pawn. Stefanova just played queen C7, continuing to develop. In return for the pawn, got the good old two bishops, and also got a lot of open files on the queen side where she can develop her attack. A3 in the air, rook to B8, C2 is hanging. Knight E3 has been played. No, I think black is doing all right. Even a quiet move like E6, if knight takes F5, G takes F5.
Yeah.
Let's say C3 is always A3.
E5. Yeah, and E5 is hanging as well, right?
All right, you can pick up this pawn as well. Or soften the structure here. Else it's a bit of a double attack as well against these two pawns. Should be fine for black.
Yeah.
Stefanova playing a good game so far.
What about Gunina? She risked it for a biscuit in the opening, and
For biscuit?
she risked it for a biscuit.
Wow.
You never heard of that one?
I've heard that one. Thought she was going for mate.
Biscuits, checkmate. What's the difference? They're both crunchy and taste lovely.
Okay.
I've never tasted checkmate.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It would taste like a biscuit, though.
You've literally never tasted checkmate?
No, but I think if I had to taste checkmate, if I could taste checkmate, it would taste like one of those double chocolate chip ones that you can put in your tea and
Very
dunk
possible.
it. Yeah, you Germans don't do that.
We don't,
Yeah.
put biscuits in our tea. We don't checkmate people. We don't have a lot of joy in life.
That's sad.
It is a bit
My
sad.
heart bleeds. Let's go. She's just played Queen A5, but White's got a serious initiative. She's only a pawn down,
You can try
Vidanova.
to reclaim that pawn. Go queen F3, eat the F5 pawn. Might not be a biscuit.
The problem is check runs into King F7.
Yeah, you don't want to do
Your
that.
knight is actually trapped, funnily enough. So you probably want to go Queen F3. But then black can castle long, and I kind of feel like...
Queen takes F5, but this looks like a typical Gunina position. Might not be great yet, but she will come up with some crazy tactics, open the king side, get something going.
Yeah, feels like...
What happened? There was a move on the top board there by Katerina
Yeah,
Lachno.
actually
She took on F5.
Yeah, we saw this position, didn't we?
And she takes
Knight
F5,
takes
of course.
she takes F5.
Not compromising the structure in the center. Slight weakening for the black king, but not all that serious as long as this
Yeah.
remaining structure is in place.
Kostenyuk on board 3. What did I say, Jan? It's
What did you say?
attack of the pawns. The pawn attack. Once you get these moves in with white, you really have some serious initiative. What do you do here with black? White's got an amazing bishop on D5, controlling all the light squares. C2 is covered.
I think this is, how do you call this, strategically lost for black.
Yes, I would agree.
White controls all the light squares, has a ready-made attack on the GF file. We'll go G5 next. Nothing you can do, really. It's too late.
It's too late.
You
for
can never
Nicola.
challenge that bishop. You would love to go at least knight to b6 to block it off after bishop b3, but that runs into the very nasty bishop a5. White can even easily, after a move like queen c5, it's probably lose for multiple reasons, but you can just take and play f takes e5 and crush through with the opposite color bishops.
No, it's too much.
It's a hopeless position, if you ask me.
Nikolova, she can take the pawn on h4.
Doesn't really matter, g5, let's say.
No, just king b1, I think, just to... Because sometimes you want the queen free. Because you can even let black take on c2 in some positions, put the king on a1. But you want a pawn on h4, it actually doesn't help your cause at all, because now there's just another file that's open were you to castle.
Here, after e takes f4, what do you do? There I wasn't quite sure.
e4? Just bishop takes f4.
And bishop f6. Ah, there's bishop takes d6,
yeah,
that's the point.
And it's useful to have the king on b1. Another idea is that after ef4, bishop f4, there's no bishop g5s in the air, which would be, you know, if black could ever organise getting a knight to e5 as well, that would be a huge success, actually. But
no, black is just not in time.
It's just gone.
Bad position for Nikolova. Board 4, I don't think we've seen a lot of developments. We've seen, one or two moves. Pagonina is doing very well as well. No big surprises. The Russians are the favorites on the lower boards.
Certainly are.
Are putting some pressure there.
What about the game between Muzichuk and Ho Yifan? Hold on, what's going on here? It looked like it could get very, very exciting. Maybe it's not. Wow.
I have no idea what's going on. Take the rook would be my best guess.
Take the rook, you're a rook up. You have to take this rook in the corner. The king's a bit...
Yeah, go knight e4 or knight d7, eat that f6 pawn, free your king.
So something like this, and king g7. Can you just take this guy off? Yes.
Looks equal, even though white is a pawn up. I believe black is active enough with a move like rook e8 here. I don't think white has an advantage because this rook will become very, very active.
So
yeah,
b3.
do something about it. Yeah, let's say b3, rook e2.
Yeah.
Can't see white winning this.
No. Can see it petering out though, yeah.
That is possible, yeah.
Okay. Ushanina is... Well, it's not clear that she's better against Zhao Jue anymore.
Well, both sides concluded their development. Still kind of like white's position, but the c4 square, black has done all right. Maybe there's a tactic here. Knight f d7, can you play that move? If bishop takes g7, rook to c4.
Yeah.
That wins a piece, right? And if you can't take on g7, the whole construction doesn't make all that much sense. So maybe, Zhao Zhu has done very well here for himself. I'm reading the tweets as we speak. The Closet Jam is saying, you know what I'd like to see? A David Attenborough-like commentary with Kasparov and the roving camera.
Do you know who David Attenborough is?
Is he the guy who did this Planet Earth series,
That's
Life
right.
and stuff like that?
The nature series.
Yeah, I like to study my nature out there. I've watched some of his work.
He's very good.
I wouldn't dare to do it with Garry Kasparov on the roving camera, though. Too much respect for the 13th world champion.
Indeed.
He's good, though, this David Attenborough.
He's fantastic, actually. He really is.
He's a bit dull.
No, he's not dull.
No,
it's his
he's
style.
very,
He's
very
brilliant. He's a brilliant person, brilliant man. Jan, you're a brilliant man, but you also need, from time to time...
I need coffee to function at
bit
my
of
usual brilliancy levels.
That's true. Remember, you can actually just join Chess24 for free with one click. Logging
click? Are
via
we Amazon
Facebook.
now?
We're Amazon-esque in as much as we are huge and full of good quality products. You can click on under the Play Now button on
People
my
can't
left
see
hand.
you pointing.
No, but you can
Which
see
is
play
sad.
now on my left hand side, left of my head. Just click on it. Click there. You can, if you're logged in as a guest, for example, at the moment, you can log in with Facebook. If you're a guest, you're not logged in. That's what I mean. If you're a guest, you're not logged in. Log in via Facebook.
Bottom line, try clicking on Lawrence Trent's hat and see what happens. We'll see you guys
Keep
soon.
calm and play chess, guys. See you in a minute.
Gonna live my dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream every day.
I feel like I found my own place here. My own place for a while.
Hello, my name is Melanie. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Germany. I'm a chess player. Yesterday I came here to Marangen. Well, I started playing chess when I was 4 years old because my parents told me how to play chess. And first I was not that interested in it because, well, it was kind of boring and I always lost. But during the years I really enjoyed playing chess, and so I went to a club and started to play tournaments. As a girl, it's always difficult, I would say, playing chess because there are only a few girls taking part in this game and playing with you. So first of all, you have to compete with boys mainly, and this, for a lot of girls, it gets difficult, I think. But for me it was like a competition, so I wanted to beat the boys. So actually it was quite good, but in general I think it's a really pity that there are so few girls playing chess. Yeah. But also some, well, male players also said, oh, why are you playing chess? It's nothing for girls. But I totally disagree, because girls can play good games, can play great chess, so why not playing chess as a girl?
Welcome back, everybody. This is the final round of the 41st Chess Olympiad. I'm here with Jan Gustafsson. We've had already some tragedies, some accidents. Jan, what has happened to David Navarro today?
Some big result. It's not an unexpected result, but the fashion in which it happened in the match. Armenia, one of the top favorites, however, not in contention. Back on board 10, playing the Czech Republic, who've been doing very well so far. Navarro already lost his game to Levon Aronian, and his trouble started in this position when he went for the move b5, and he missed a reasonably basic combination, actually, one has to say. After knight c5 check, he missed the idea rook takes c4.
Oh my goodness.
When, after taking back, knight e5 check wins the queen. Pretty basic fork, and not something you would expect Navarro to miss. However, that's what happened, and he lost his game to world number 3 at the moment in the live rating list. It's another box for you bingo people to check. Levon Aronian coming through for Armenia. Might be too late, though.
Quite amazing. Back on the featured table, the featured board, we've got Boris Smolik coming home seeing Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi.
Sorry.
Almost winning. Good job, guys.
Does he mean us or Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi? Probably
Well,
Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi.
Let's go there and have a look at these two crucial boards.
John Saunders
John
also
Saunders.
thinking.
China now very close to clinching the gold medals. Let's have a look.
Let's go there. Board 2. Ding Liren against Gregor Zgajewski, winning Queen c7. That's all she wrote.
That's it, right?
Queen takes c7, d takes c7, rook anywhere, rook to b8 would be the end of the game. So you gotta do something else, probably a move like queen to d7, but it does look fairly hopeless. Rook to b8 might be the cruelest way. King to e8, and now a cute little move, queen to c4. You like that one?
Yeah. Thank you for spelling that one out, Jan. Queen c4 is the first move that comes to mind.
It is not, but it is terribly strong. After a threatening mate on g8, and after king to f8, you just take on d8. Queen takes d3. It's game over. White is 2 pawns up. Not the only way to finish the game. He doesn't have to find this queen c4 move.
He
Could
played
also
rook
play
d1.
it. When did he play rook d1?
In the current position.
Immediately. That should also do the trick. Let's have a look. Rook to d1, just rounding up this d3 pawn.
Yeah.
And if the best black can hope for is an ending like this, he might as well resign,
Yeah.
because this is totally hopeless. You can never take the d6 pawn. All the pawn endings would be lost due to the extra white a pawn. And it doesn't look like there's a lot else black can do. Queen takes a2, once again runs into queen to c7. That's what they're just playing. Queen to a8, and the move d7, just paralyzing black completely. Next move, rook takes d3. It's resignable. Ding Liren once again coming through. What a tournament he's had.
What an amazing tournament he has had. And on board 3, Yu Yangyi.
Another guy who's had quite a tournament. Both of these guys actually have had tremendous scores, both on 8.5 out of 10. But this time around, Krzysztof Duda found his more than his match, ran into trouble, is lost. One big problem is he cannot take the pawn on c3 because he's being checkmated after a2 check, king to c1, bishop to a3. Checkmate.
That's all she wrote.
Right. We gotta get that one in. A hopeless position. Just hopeless. He can't
Just
do
played
anything.
h4, but now g6.
h4, just g6, keeping the option of bringing the bishop along this
Can't
diagonal.
move the knight, can't move the
Can't
pawn.
move anything. Can try this, but
Any
what is
move,
black
king
ever-
g7.
What is white ever going to do? It's almost Zugzwang.
She is, looks like that.
Do you like how I mispronounce Zugzwang for the English viewership? 'Cause that's
How should we say it?
Zugzwang.
And how do you say it?
We say Zugzwang. English say Zugzwang.
It's not that much different.
Zugzug. Zugzug.
Zug zug. Zug
None of this
also
really
means
matters.
train, right?
It does mean train. Zug means both move and train in German.
That's why you get it all wrong.
Yeah,
How
no,
can-
that's why we train our moves a lot. Still, China is winning on boards 2 and 3, and they are not losing, to say the least, on board 4. Nihua having the slightly better of a draw here. It's going to end in a draw, but white can never be worse due to the weakened black pawn structure. Black can hold this, even if he were to lose his b pawn, he would hold, so it will end in a draw. However, it looks like China has at least 2.5 points in the bag already, which would be enough for gold. And we haven't even mentioned the rocky solid Wang Yue once again holding board 1. I don't think he's in serious trouble here either. Should end in the draw.
3-1 victory to China, my prediction.
That's how it looks like for sure. And that's gold, ladies and gentlemen.
Gold.
For the Chinese team, who left 3 of their best players, on paper at least, at home. Wang Hao is not here, Bu Shangji is not here, and Li Chao is also not here. All of them
Amazing.
2,700 players. They don't need them. Who needs them if you have Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi winning pretty much every game on the middle boards? Wang Yu drawing his games on board 1. That's 2.5 points.
It's pretty spectacular stuff. We'll keep an eye on
What
that
an
one.
Olympiad the Chinese have had, not losing a single match, only losing 1 game. And it doesn't look like they're losing another game
one
today.
game is just...
Not a lot of games. It's only 1 game, basically.
I wonder if that's actually happened before. An Olympiad. Maybe
I don't know,
has.
we could look it up, but I wouldn't be surprised. These old Soviet teams, at the very least, I'm sure they didn't lose a lot of games.
What about Hungary? Can they salvage silver by beating the Ukrainians? Let's have a look. Peter Liko playing against Ruslan Ponomaryov.
Putting pressure, playing to go knight to c5. One of the few positions where I'm not a friend of the bishop pair. Both of them aren't doing anything. The bishop on c8 is passive, the bishop on h6. It's hitting into a thin air. There's nothing going on his diagonal. It stops rook c1, but if you really want a rook on the c file, you can always go rook a2, rook c2. But just knight c5 is coming. That's the main concern black has here.
Big concern.
There
What
we
it-
see
Yeah.
Mr. Wojtaszek on camera. Briefly have a look at his ending since we got him staring in the air there. But I think he knows he can't win. He knows his teammates are busted. He's not a happy camper.
Time to bail out, isn't it? And call it a day very soon.
Well, he can keep playing. He's not running any risk, but he's not going to win either. And he's probably frustrated knowing that the medal chances have gone. Great tournament for Poland. Nonetheless, they weren't among the top favorites. Put together a good performance. But Wojtaszek here looks like he's contemplating a draw offer, or yeah, doesn't seem happy. In the background, we see Bartosz Sojko, the number 5 player for this Polish team, not playing today. Also doesn't look thrilled. Well, China's going to win, and that means that it will come at the expense of Poland, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's quickly check in with the other games in our Hungary match, because it is crucial for the medal situation. Pavel
Yeah, I think
Elyanov.
they're hungry for a medal. Yeah, nah, not that good, not that good, I'll admit.
We'll give you time.
We'll work on it. Was pretty good.
Elyanov, white against Csaba Balog. And
Can you take a pawn? Let's take a pawn.
why can you just take a pawn?
I think you can just take a pawn.
You can't play knight takes e4 because of rook, queen takes e7, quite simply.
Yep. Take a bishop.
So, what's going on? Take a pawn,
You can take it.
rook c7.
Rook c7 you can't do because
Because of queen
a8 is
a8.
on prise.
So,
If you-
rookie.
well, any move bishop f8, let's say. Worst case scenario, you return to b3. Ah, this is critical.
No,
Because
queen
if
b3
Queen
is nothing.
b3,
yeah.
knight takes e4, you win the
Yeah.
pawn back.
No, no, no. There's a key move, isn't there, here?
Tactics.
Not an easy move to spot either, actually.
I believe in Pavel Elyanov, though. He will come up with this b3, terribly strong move. If queen takes c3, rook ac1, and white wins his material back with interest.
Yes. So maybe a chance there for for Eliano. If he takes that pawn off, we'll
Right.
keep a check on it. What about board 3?
Al-Mashi, he's been listening. He put his queen on a7. But is the queen actually doing anything there? That's the other question at the moment. Queen a8 check is not a threat.
Feels like Korobov's out of the woods here to me.
I don't know. I still prefer white. Say you move like g5, you go bishop e3. Keep a bit of a grip on these dark squares. But yeah, it's not clear. Knight to d7, covering b6, planning to activate your bishop. Have the active rooks on the h-file. I'd rather be white, but it looks like Korobov is not in serious trouble.
Elianov did not take on b7. I told you, it's just not a... If you don't see b3, you don't take on b7. But
Right.
now...
Bit of a fluke chance. He's just playing positionally f3, covering this pawn, stopping knight g4. Still slightly better for white, but not by all that much.
Correct.
You take here, you play a6, and you try to hold this position. It is a little unpleasant. Your pieces are worse. You have less space,
It's fine.
but it's limited material. Should not be
You're
the end
playing
of the
knight
world.
d7. You can double on the c file. It's not that much. It's really not.
No, I agree. Shababalok should survive after Elyanov did not take his pawn. Richard Rapport, the young gun on board 4. What's going on? Another
Playing a bit
transformation has
funky,
happened.
isn't
He always does. We've seen a position like this. We thought black was doing fine. Bishop c7. Now I could follow up with this idea. You want to get your bishop to b6, long castle, rook e8. Oh, that would have been a nice move. Bishop to b8, planning to play bishop a7. It's a cute maneuver. Played rook e8, king b1, queen to b8. Not sure about that move. I think you really want your bishop on this diagonal, either bishop b8 or queen d8, bishop b6. Not sure what queen b8 is all about. Knight f5. He took that, pawn takes. It's still very, very unclear to me what he was up to
I
with
have
this move.
absolutely no idea what that move's about. That is bizarre.
Yeah, because it allowed this move, knight to f5 as well, gave up control of the f5 square. Not a fan. Now all of a sudden white's position looks easy to play again. You go g4, put your bishop on e3, contemplate opening the position with d takes c or c5. White could be better here.
Yep.
And Rapport made a move, he put his queen back on c8, kind of admitting b8 might not have been the best square for it. White would just play g4 and enjoy his position.
Enjoy his time.
Looks like, what does it look like? It looks very close. Ponomayev for the Ukraine is in trouble on board 1. Balog should hold. Moiseyenko is now probably better on board 4. And Korobov, Almashi could go either way, really.
Slight advantage for Hungary on all boards.
Agree.
There is a picture of Leko and Balog.
Training partners, Shaba Balog trains a lot with Peter Leko. And it looks like Balog has profited from the training. What a tournament he has had.
Yeah, pretty outstanding stuff. And
let's check in with your boy Dingley Ren for 1 second. I think that game is about to finish.
Dingley
Maybe
Ren.
not. D2, you just take it, right?
Why can't he just take this guy? What's he calculating? Just
Well, he's
make-
calculating some checks by black. Queen a1 check, king g2. If there's anything black can do, queen f6 or queen a8 check back. But it doesn't look like. You just play f3, no more checks. What are you ever going to move? White will find a way through rook e2, queen d6.
Just Zugzwang, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not. It's just hopeless.
No, it's hopeless. It's gone. It's completely gone. In fact, I don't really know what he's expecting here.
Well, you can't resign yet. You got to make some moves, hope for a miracle. But I don't see Dingley Ren letting this one go. There we see him very, very cool, calm, and collected. Gajewski, of course, knows he's lost, taking his time looking for the last tricks.
Tricks?
Why not? Not that there are any tricks, but you still got to look for them, right?
What tricks?
There's no tricks.
That's it.
That is it.
Yeah. Duda is still
In dire straits.
in dire straits. He's looking at his teammate as well on board one, can see that Wojtaszek is not going to win. There has been a draw on board 4 as well. Good job by Nihua, just neutralising, saw the position of his teammates.
Yeah, he knows his guys on board 2 and 3 are winning, so he does not mind a draw here. Good team decision. No, 3-1 for China. Board 2 and 3 are going to win. We have some moves in the Dingler Gajewski game. Queen A1 check. King G2. Queen came around to F6. Not gonna save black, just rook E2. And he played rook E2. It is a pretty hopeless situation. One decent plan is to play Queen C8 followed by rook to E8. Gajewski will probably try F4, trying to generate some
Yeah, what else?
last hopes of
And
counterplay.
pray for Queen
Sorry.
takes F4.
I'm very sorry. Praying for Queen takes F4 with the drawn rook ending. I believe these prayers will go unanswered. White could just play F3, neutralizing that F pawn, and then resort to the plan of Queen C8, rook E8. I believe that's easiest.
Yeah, and he knows it. That's going to be over shortly. There has been a few moves in Duda Yu Yang Yi, but it's all gone wrong for Duda. He can't
Just
move.
can't move anything.
any
He
of
probably
his-
has to take on D2
Oh
at some
my
point, which gives black the very pleasant choice between C takes D and rook takes D2. Rook takes D2, probably just finishing the game. Knight C2, A2, Bishop A3.
Mate.
It's not
Nearly.
mate. This is mate.
Yeah, it's hopeless. He can't even take on D2. What can you do?
Nothing you can do about it.
Rook H1?
That's a nice move.
And what, just bring the king?
Yeah, the position is
You're not
bound
even
to
using your
collect.
knight, actually.
No, you could start rerouting that guy to where, actually? Maybe you have all the time in the world. King of 8, knight G8, knight E7, knight C8, knight A7. He's gonna win. White just can't do anything.
Look at this knight. Knight am Rand. What
It's
is
a
that?
nightmare.
How do you say corner?
Ecke.
Knight am Ecke.
Yeah.
No? Doesn't
No.
quite work.
Springer in der Ecke.
Springer. I don't know why I said knight. Yeah.
Queen C5 check played by Dingley Ram. Gajewski played King F7. Pleasant choice here. Queen H5 check is game over. Queen C4
Queen
check
H5
is also
check,
pretty good.
that's-
Queen H5 check looks like the move you want to play.
Just-
King can't retreat because it runs into rook E8, G6, Queen H7, King F8. No, can't move like F3.
No, it's time to throw in the towel, isn't it? With
No, I don't think you throw in the towel. You have
What
to
do you do?
wait.
How can you even wait? Your move.
Well, this position could be time to throw in the towel. I mean, the one they have on the board,
Yeah, no,
I
no,
think
the
you
one
still
on-
want to see
Of
some
course,
moves.
yeah, of course you do. Yeah.
However, I believe it's very close to 100% that Dingley Ran wins this position. Can't see a scenario where he doesn't. There, he made his move, Queen
Queen
H5
H5.
check. Let's go through the black options. There's not that many.
What about Queen G6?
Queen G6 is the only other move
Queen
that you even
D5.
think about. Queen D5, now this queen is distracted from the little counterplay it was supporting.
King F8, and then a rook up,
King
rook
F8,
E4,
and you
rook E5.
activate your rook wherever you want. Yeah.
No, it's just hopeless, isn't it? I mean, this
It
is not
is
even...
hopeless. Now, random move. Rook F5 check, King E7. Many ways to win the game. Easiest might be Queen E4 check, forcing black to take, and Rook D5 check, picking up the queen. It is absolutely hopeless. Gajewski played the move Queen G6. What else was he going to do? G6 didn't look all that tempting either. Let's see. Dingley Ran not rushing here, taking his time for every move, but of course he's seen everything and just double, triple checking. Where you want to go? Board 2, Leko just took a pawn off Ponomarev. No, Dingleran made his move, Queen d5 check. Let's stick with that. This is probably the clincher for the gold medal. King f8. Now he faces a very pleasant choice. Went for the move rook e5. Why not?
This is a class, isn't it, in how to convert this ending. Very simple stuff. Makes it look simple.
Checking in from the background. Of course, he knows his teammate is winning. Not very much Gajewski can do here.
Nothing, in fact.
Well, he could offer a draw, though that would be considered poor sportsmanship. He could resign, I believe. No one would be too upset about that at this point. Everybody knows he doesn't have a chance. Dingleran gets up from the board. Board 1, in the meantime, not all that much is going on. Wojtaszek doing his best, trying to create something out of this nominal advantage he has due to the weak black d-pawn. Could consider g5 check here, king g3, h4, pushing the white forces back a little bit. Then put your king on e5. The f5 square has been weakened, but I don't think it matters all that much. Black reroutes his knight to the e6 square. And this ending is very, very holdable for the Chinese player Wang Yue, who is an expert in holding endgames.
Yeah. Not much going on
Maybe
there.
knight c5 with the same idea, slightly more active option, stopping white f4 ideas.
Yeah,
His knight also controls this
that,
square.
that looks a lot better. Knight c5. Yes, indeed.
On board 3, Duda fighting for his life, played king to a2. Still has the same problem, can't really move anything. I'm not sure what he wants to do. Let's say black starts regrouping his knight, because if this knight ever makes it anywhere, it's really game over.
He will play knight h7. He will. No, I
probably white wants to take on d2.
Yeah, but okay,
takes, rook takes. But even
leave
with,
it, and then
with a
knight
pair of
f8.
rooks gone,
or f5.
there's not much you can do. Could go for something like this, takes, takes, bishop to e2. I think it's still hopeless. Knight e6, knight c2, bishop retreats just to keep this guy alive. Oh, knight f4 is a threat, so you have to go g3. You know, not game over yet, but fairly hopeless dealing with those two pawns. f5, let's say. This looks like best case scenario for white, but it's still bad. Knight takes a3, f4. White just needs too much time to get his pieces going, and black will get some play in the meantime, leading to a winning position. This is game over here. Still, she takes f, knight takes f4. Say bishop d1. Well, many options, but you can just take this pawn and then start running with your a pawn, h pawn. No, Yu Yangyi is going to win this. Dingleran is going to win this. The Chinese are going to win this tournament.
Amazing. And they were only 7th seeds.
But these guys, Dingleran and Yu Yangyi especially, probably a little bit underrated. The 20 and 21-year-old, they do look like world-class players, don't they?
No, they're fantastic. We've had a move. He took a pawn.
Yeah, Dingleran, not in a hurry at all.
Probably rook f5 is good enough.
Rook f5 wins immediately, but why not just take back? You don't have to calculate anything, there's still no checks. Rook f5 is still coming.
Right.
Poor Gajewski. What can he do?
He can't do anything. Would you resign here, yeah?
Probably. Once you run out of sensible moves. I mean, normally I think you play on until you lose material, which is not very far away. But if you literally can't find one sensible move.
h6 is the only move in the position.
Yeah, h6 and, well, anything wins, of course. Rook f5 check. Queen c5, not a bad move either. King g8, let's say queen to c8.
Followed by rook e8.
Yeah, queen f6.
Rook e8. Yeah, that's also whichever one you want.
Yeah, I think you can resign here with a pretty clear conscience if you're Gregor Gajewski.
Is that on the bingo as well? Resigning with a clear conscience.
It should be.
It should be. You do. That's one of your lines, isn't it?
Right. Shall we have a quick glance at the women's section?
We shall.
That is on the bingo.
Stefanova was playing black against Katarina Lachno. Looks like she's playing very well. As
Stefanova is putting her under pressure.
might be more than that, yeah. And rookie 3 by Lano. But what's happening after e5? Where does the bishop go?
Just briefly, Gajewski did resign his game.
She resigned. Yeah.
Can't blame him. Now a great game by Dingley Ren. China so close to the gold medal.
So
Unless
close.
there's a total meltdown, Yu Yangyi blunders a rook or loses on time, they will win the gold medal in this tournament.
I can't see it happening in this game though. Lachno, Stefanova. What do you do?
What happens? E5 is winning a piece?
Just wins a piece.
Piece is a piece.
Piece is a piece.
Piece is a piece.
And that means that, were this to happen, this would be huge for the Bulgarian player, the Bulgarian team, because let's just look at the next boards. Eva Vidanova still looks like she's doing all right against Gunina, but it's one of those
typical Gunina mess, but is it good? King to f1, probably want to go to f1.
Yeah, if you go to h1, does that run into bishop g? No, it doesn't run into bishop.
Yeah, but you're worried about these bishop g1
Maybe
ideas.
queen
Queen
f4
f4 looks unpleasant. Rook h8 is coming. The king just feels
Oh
very
my
unsafe
goodness,
on the
yeah.
h file.
Would agree. Yeah, she's going to put her king on f1, isn't she?
I would expect her to.
Queen f4 anyway, attacking the bishop, protecting the knight.
Yeah, you gotta go rook d1, keeping that structure
Rook
intact.
h8, queen g5 maybe.
Not easy to play for white though. Like, you gotta be very careful.
Yeah, it's one of those
Typical
Yeah.
stuff. Might not be correct if you check it with a computer, but unfortunately there's no computers allowed in tournament play.
Unfortunately, you say.
No, I'm waiting for some exceptions like me to be allowed to use Houdini, and then my comeback.
You might very well be. In match 3 on that board, board 3 in that match. Match 3 in that board? Game over already. No, just takes, rook h7, knight e5, queen anywhere, f4 I was going to go. Just
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
overloaded. Got rook h8 and queen f5 in the air.
Yeah, queen f5 immediately. Yeah, it looks very unpleasant.
No, it looks as though Nikolova is in big trouble and Poganina is taking control against Margarita Wojcika. This could be a 3-1 victory for the Russians, which would secure them the gold medal. At least that would be some redemption for the performance of the men's, I beg your pardon, the open team, who is...
Which consists of men.
Which consists of men in this particular case, yes. But they've really underperformed, Jan, and...
Let's check in with them.
Let's check in with them.
They're not even on camera. We haven't seen the guys for a while. They just haven't been at the top boards. They were on camera one day, but that was because I played Norway too.
Right. Well, Vacher Legrave.
Endgame.
Wow. 96
Equal
players.
pawns. Slightly favor white because of the bishop, but not by much. Should end peacefully. Vacher holding his own. Mr. Bacro having a great tournament for France, playing against Alexander Grishuk, the highest rated Russian player at the moment. Just went knight d4. Looks like a good move, activating his knight. Maybe black with castle. Looks a bit funky to castle if your h-pawn is all the way here.
Yeah.
Well, why not?
Why would you castle?
Then you
Why
want to
wouldn't you play
unpin.
King f8 then?
Yeah, that's also possible. Yeah, maybe that's a more natural move.
Yeah, I think King f8 is much more
Anything can
natural.
happen. Oh, we're told we got some new visitors. There's a few thousand people who just tuned into the program.
Wow.
Welcome to Chess 24. My name is Lawrence Trent. This is Jan Gustafsson, or the other way around, we're not quite sure.
See, the little
pleasure.
The thing that comes on the screen, it's not clear, is it? Who's who?
Now let's clear it up.
It's 2 o'clock.
What's 2 o'clock?
The time. It's 2 o'clock. And of course,
Are
that
people
means
tuning in
that
lunch
a lot of people, no, a lot of people forgot that the round started earlier today.
Ah.
We did remind them on the last show, but essentially,
I got it.
welcome everybody who's just joined us. You've missed all of the action. No, I'm only joking.
Basically over.
No, it's
Go
not
back
over.
to sleep.
Go back. What do you sleep? It's Thursday at 2 o'clock. They're at work, you know.
I'm very concerned about the US market where it's 8 a.m. or something. Is it 8 a.m.?
No, 2 o'clock is 9, East Coast.
No, it's
Is it
8?
8?
Yeah.
8, 9, 10, it doesn't matter. What are they doing watching chess at such a ridiculous hour? I'm only joking. Stay with us. We love the US, right?
Don't stay with us, but take a look at the Lachno-Stefanova game,
Let's
which
go
is
there.
heating up.
Let's actually go there, can we?
Former world champion against former European champion. Is that correct? Lachno was never world champion as far as I know, right? World-class player, though. What happened here?
Well, what did she do? After rook e3, she went f4.
She didn't go e5.
Why? What f4s?
You know what? She wants her cake and she wants to eat it too. She wants to go e5 without giving up that f pawn.
So
But
bishop g7,
Lachno, of course, understood what was coming, took on g7.
fe3.
Now, what, like as an exchange up, I'd be slightly concerned having my king that open after bishop f6. You wouldn't worry, right?
Take on f2. Now what are you going to do?
I'll probably take back with the queen.
Queen?
Yep.
No checks?
Well, I want to go queen h4, queen g5. That's a check. He did stop that cunningly. No! Black is better, but you gotta be a little
I like
worse.
d5 a lot better, I have to say. Nikolova is on the verge of defeat against Kostenyuk. This is game, set, und match. You only have to give some luft for the king. Do you like my
Make a little
German
luft.
English?
It's excellent.
b3. Oh, that might lose.
You have to handle it with care still.
Let me look at the position a bit more. What am I doing? Why can't I go b3? I'm slightly confused.
Queen f1, king b2, rook takes c2,
And I'm dropping
at the very
g4,
least I
yeah.
can pick up the g4 rook.
You're right.
Well, you can play rook g1, not the first move that comes to mind, but probably does
What
it.
about rook f4? How
Can also
about we
play
play
rook f4.
simple chess?
Yeah, queen g8, and you still gotta make a luft one day. No, but white should win,
Now
there's
you
no
can
question
go
about
b3,
it.
can you?
Stefanova just took on e3. Lachno will play either bishop f6 or bishop to d4. She looks at, well, now we have the blue t-shirt guy blocking our view, but before that Lachno looked mildly optimistic again. I think she probably knows she dodged the bullet with a move e5. Might still be worse, but now she has practical chances at the very least. And she is a very, very gifted tactician, this Katerina Lachno.
Absolutely. Once again, if you have just joined us, thank you for joining us. The play has been, well, the play started at 11 a.m., so 3 hours gone already. There are some results coming in. Ding Lering did beat Gregor Zgajewski.
Wow. And Sean Spencer is wondering, are these commentators drunk or suffering from lack of sleep? Just seem to be rambling on about nothing. It is a bit of column A, bit of column B.
Rambling on about nothing. We're talking about Ding Lering.
Absolutely.
He just won. That's not nothing. That's huge news, especially given that Yu Yangyi is also totally winning against Jan Christoph Duda, basically Zugzwang. There was already a draw on board 4. I can't see Wang Yue losing. So here's your nothing, sir. China are going to win the Olympiad.
China will win. It's not close. The big question now is who will finish second. If Hungary wins their match, they will be in clear second place. Let's have a brief look. Peter Leko, pawn up against Ponomarev. However, happens often. You have a bad position, then you lose a pawn, but your pieces get some air to breathe. and you stabilize a little bit. Ponomarev is worse, but I think his position has actually improved over the last couple of moves since he lost that pawn. He has decent chances to survive this now.
Csaba Balog, would you ever doubt this man? You'd be mad to do so. Rocky solid guy, holding Elianov.
I've doubted Csaba Balog in the past.
You have?
Yeah.
And do you now?
Not anymore.
No. You rate him now, right?
Of course.
He's a fantastic
I've always
man.
rated him, but he's had a tremendous tournament.
Yeah.
2800 performance, really been the go-to guy for this Hungarian team, which was not expected of him on board too.
No. And this will end in a draw, I have no doubt about it. Swapping rooks, thank you very much. Nothing you can do, the king's coming quickly. You just can't win this position with white ever, especially with these double pawns. I mean, I would lose to Magnus Carlsen 100 times out of 100, but that's not really the point.
I think so too. Well, you still have to be a little bit careful. Rook c3, knight e3, planning to jump into f5. But I agree, king f8, knight e3, let's say g6. I think you should be all right.
Problem is, you'd like the a pawn here to be able to somehow kick this knight away from b6.
Right. Well, you can repair your pawn structure with knight c4, but the resulting rook ending should not be that difficult for black.
Just think about going a5, put a rook on c5. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, no, I agree. Balog should and will most probably hold. What's going on the lower boards? I believe the queens have come off in the Almashi against Korobov game.
Yeah. Indeed, the queens have come off, and well,
Égalité, equal pieces. Both sides have healthy pawn structures. Both sides have the two bishops. Equal.
yeah,
Equal doesn't mean drawn. A lot
No.
can still happen in this position.
Sure.
There's a lot of play at the moment. Korobov has done well keeping this position together.
In Moisenko rapport, ooh, one of those ones, Jan, where we could get one of these huge blockades and then the manoeuvring game for 7 hours, which would delight us too, because it's not as if they're going to
We'd
decide.
like to ramble on for 7 hours. That's not the question. But yeah, it does look very blocked, doesn't it? Black all of a sudden, yeah, he managed to solidify his position. He might want to, I'm not sure if this move is too crazy, but you would want to exchange these bishops ideally and claim some of these squares.
Right.
Let's say rook h1, you go bishop to g5. Am I blundering material? Oh, I blundered material. That is sad. Bishop takes c5.
How many times do you blunder material per day, would you say? Twice?
Nah, more than twice. That's all very instructive blunders. So bishop g5 runs into bishop c5. You could go knight f4. Wasn't really the plan, but might still improve the position a little bit. No, I believe this, yeah, is closest to a draw as well, given the blocked nature of the position, which brings us to the question basically, can Peter Leko convert his extra pawn on the first board and
That's the big question.
put the Hungarians ahead in this match? If Peter Leko were to win, Ukraine would have to win one of the lower boards, and it doesn't look like they're winning on any of them at the moment. I wouldn't rule out 4 draws in this match, though. I think Ponomarev, he's survived the worst. This is the position they got. Say rook e1, queen to c7. Some counterplay provided by the queen. Black pieces make some sense now. Wouldn't be surprised by 4 draws. Then it would start becoming a math question. Which of the teams on 15 points catch up with the Hungarians? Schenklin drew.
Huge surprise. 9 out of 10, obviously.
Still not a terrible result. He had a great position earlier,
had a
though.
fantastic position. It was around this moment here, Jan. Rook 1 to b6. Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, he should have done that.
Rook 1 to b6 was just crushing. Just eating up these pawns. Instead play rook c7. And it looks as though, yeah, he got his knight to d7. This is the key difference.
That's an improvement. He's still better around here. Can pick up the a6 pawn. But the ever-resilient Altai Safarli managed to hang in there.
Yeah, and it's opposite colour bishops. So Great result for Sam Shankland for the
Absolutely.
tournament. On board 3 is Mamedov doing the dance off with those knights.
Is it a dance-off?
I don't know, they look like they're dancing around the black pieces. Looks as though white's much better here.
Isn't a dance-off a dance competition between the knights?
Yeah, they're dancing.
Okay.
They're dancing away. And look, what do? You have to take one of these knights off, you assume.
Do you?
Oh, maybe you can take
Take on
two.
D1.
Okay, you can take.
Go rook C8. Target them on the C file.
This one as well as possible. No, this is just
It's nice for white, as knight on
horrendous
C6
for
is
black
a
to
powerhouse.
defend. No, this is just almost unbearable to defend. No, Onishchuk in trouble. So, what's happening on board 2? Gadakamsky is still playing hard, but Timur Rajabov seems to be putting the pressure on with this F4 move.
Well, you get the move bishop B7, trying to distract that knight from the F4 pawn. Guess you
Have to go
E6.
E6.
No, you could. I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Take on D5 and then on
No.
F4.
Atrocious. Just atrocious. Any move.
Any move?
No, it's just wrong.
Okay, that's wrong. So do something else.
Do something else, he says. Well, I don't know what to do, Jan, but the problem is I don't know what to suggest.
Neither do
I like bishop e7, giving me the option.
You
Maybe
can take
you
on
take
F4
here now,
immediately.
because-
Knight takes. Looks dangerous. But bishop E4
No.
might bail you out. Knight takes H3, king to G2. It looks like white is quite alive.
Yeah, and white is okay. So, interesting. And on board 1, look at this, Jan. My goodness.
Ooh!
Hikaru Nakamura in big, big trouble.
On the ropes. This is a bit of a theoretical position. Black has pawn already on H5. It's winning for white, but it's not easy. I believe it's easier probably with a pawn still on H7. Bishop D5, rook F6. I believe you can go for a move like G4.
Do you know this one, do you, Jan?
I know with a pawn on H5. This is tricky to play. You have to go H3, G4, G5, and then go into a pawn ending by taking on F7 at the right time. But here, without black having gotten this in, you can play G4 immediately. I believe if black has to go G5, you're just winning quite easily. You bring your king up the board, you can reroute this bishop to F5 if needed. I think it's just hopeless. And if you don't go G5, let's say H6, I can probably go H4, not sure I should. And after king G7, you have to time your G5 advance correctly so that you win the resulting pawn ending. Let me try a sample line.
Rook F5 would be nice, but anyway,
It's a sample line.
Still loses. Actually, I'm not sure it does. But yeah, I can see what it is. Takes, and king d6. Yeah, very
This
nice.
is the key idea that white is looking for in these endings. And you're winning the G-pawn and the game. No, I believe Mamedyarov is going to win this.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Ooh, Rajabov
We have some
just
moves
played
in
knight
there.
C3. That's also a very good move that we overlooked. Because that
Didn't
forces...
overlook it, I just thought it was a terrible move.
Why?
Well, you take off all the pawns.
No, E3?
Well, black is probably still holding.
I don't think there's a probably about it. A3 and H3 on pre, equal pawns,
Right.
opposite colour bishops, sign the score
Should
sheets,
end
have
peacefully.
some fish soup.
Is there fish soup today?
There was fish soup, it was very good. Shout out to the caterers, by the way.
Absolutely.
The press room, they've been
Food
great.
has been fantastic.
Look at this, the closet GM. Have a look at this. Germans and Aussies bashing each other silly on boards 2 and 3.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I was afraid we would have this Germans and Aussies bashing each other silly when Smurden came to the studio, but we kept it quite peacefully.
Board 14. Should we quickly
Board
go
14,
there?
let's
check
go
in
there.
with those games. Interesting. Obviously, both of these teams out of the running. This Smirnov kid drew with Baramitse, no problem. And
Yeah, he's a solid player. Daniel Friedman won his game. I believe that is board 2 against Lee Multoon.
yeah, that's hopeless for black.
Just hopeless position, too many pieces. Board 1, we have our friend David Smurden with white against Georg Meyer, who's had a very good tournament. Equal position, black wants to play e5, king e6, shouldn't be in any trouble. What else is going on? Where are they bashing each other silly? In board 3, Max Illingworth, very dangerous player as well, playing against Livio Di Ternisipiano, the highest rated German in this match today with Akari Knight resting. No, looks dangerous for black. Still, I think was a bit of an overstatement.
Yeah.
Silly bashing.
Bashing each other up. Maybe we missed it.
Right.
Let's go back to the crucial match then of...
Right. Still, this match not easy if Illingworth were to win. It could still end in a 2-2. Oren Gross is wondering if Wang Yu draws, do you order Yang Yi Yu to agree to draw?
Well, the problem, there's no need actually, because you can't lose this position ever with
The
black.
question is, can you win it though? Some things
Has
have
he
happened.
bungled it?
And I'm not 100% sure this is a winning position anymore. Duda at least managed to exchange some pieces, get to opposite colored bishops. Might still be winning. White's pieces are both pretty much immobile. The king has to stay connected to this A pawn at all times. The black pawns form a nice little fortress for him.
I think
Bishop
it is
has
losing.
to keep an eye on that guy.
It must be losing.
I also think it's losing.
Because
Because also these pawns.
these
will
are
become
always weak,
targets.
right, yeah. No, actually I've got no doubt.
Activate your king.
Yeah, I've got no doubt this is losing.
So I believe in this situation, there is no need to tell Yu Yang-yi to draw because he cannot lose this in 100,000 years. And he has a probably a winning position, it's absolutely risk-free. So they wouldn't have to, I would expect him to continue the game and win. If there's no risk involved, why not pick up the extra rating points, the board price, the glory?
No, it's totally winning this position.
Right.
It's totally winning. So no drastic action required there by Yu Yang-yi. And yeah. What have we got?
We've got Russia, France, Kayakin and Fressinet are still playing. I was expecting this game to be over by now.
Still a draw.
Still a draw.
Now there's perpetual check on the king.
Right.
Queen c4 is good enough. That will be a draw. Raman Edouard is actually struggling against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Despite having a bishop, this knight we see how well they can be. What an excellent outpost this
That
knight
is a
has.
powerhouse of a knight.
Always attacking here, controlling some key squares. And the big
White king is weak.
White king is weak. It's king safety.
Very unpleasant to play.
Yeah. No, this is better for black. So that's important. Bashir, Lagrave, Kramnik. No, never losing that. Probably never winning it either.
Well, black has to be careful, but he should hold with careful play.
Yeah.
What's going on board 2?
Board 2. Bakro. Did he play king f8 in the end? He did after this knight d4 stuff. And who knows?
Very complicated position. I think white has done quite well stabilizing. He doesn't have a lot of trouble, and he's the guy who can choose when to become active, trying something like queen f3, rook f3. Queen goes back and breakthrough with c3 on the queen side. It's not the end of the world, but at least white kind of carries the key to the lock to the position.
So that match is firmly poised. Very interesting. Not quite sure what that's going to turn out like. Let's quickly look at Moisenko Rapport on the second match. One of those ones, Jan. We may be here for a very, very long time today.
Yeah, or they may be at the board for a long time while we're away sipping margaritas.
That's also true, but if it decides a medal, including silver...
Yeah, then we should probably stick around
We
a
can
little
sip
bit
the
and
margaritas
sip the margaritas
on air,
the
right?
show. People
Right.
are accusing us of being drunk already, so it wouldn't change all that much.
That's true. We're
What
not,
a tournament
we're
these
not, by the way.
Chinese have had.
Yeah, fantastic tournament. No, it's...
What happened? Did
oh,
Wang Yu give up a pawn? Ah, no, he exchanged it for the g5 pawn. False alarm.
oh, it's a draw.
King g3,
It's ended.
d4, knight takes d4, rook takes g5, draw. Another solid result for Wang Yu. There we see him leaving the board, having a banana. Looks pretty happy. And the question is, will Yu Yang-yu keep playing or will he shake hands? I would expect him to keep playing.
Yeah, I think so. And China have all but got their name written on the trophy. It's a matter of time. Yu Yang-yi, he knows it's risk-free. He knows his teammates have done the business. They're all delighted. Look how delighted
Yeah, he did look
Wang
happy.
Yue was there. Looked elated is an understatement.
And this is a guy whose nickname used to be Sleepy Panda. He normally doesn't look all that excited, which I can strongly relate to, but he did seem happy in that one. Why wouldn't he be? They will win this gold medal.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. A powerhouse in world chess.
Interestingly, though, chess is not all that popular in China. They have extremely strong players and super talents, as we can see here, but I don't think the game is that widespread in the population. That might change with the successes now. But from what I heard, the Chinese version of chess is still a lot more popular over there than the version we are used to.
Oh, without a doubt. But it's growing there, and you know, we are seeing a nation who is potentially going to be producing some of the World Championship challengers in the next few years. Who knows?
I think that's clearly the goal. And if you look at these guys, 20-year-old Ding Liren, Yu Yang-yi, doesn't seem like they're all that far away.
In the England game, Mickey's a bit better against Dominguez, but he's not really ever going to win.
By a bit
this.
better, you mean equal?
Yeah, well, he's got more active rooks.
Yeah, it is true.
Black
Only
White's king
black
is
can be
weaker.
better.
Only black can be better, but he's not going to win that. Gawain is busted against Brusson. What an awful position that is. I don't even want to look at it anymore. Uniski is... Oh, David's playing fantastic. David's doing all right. David, rook e6, just cover this line. Bishop, little something to play with, not the end of the
Yeah,
world.
it looks slightly better for play.
And already a draw, Sadler versus Ortiz Suarez on the bottom boards.
Yeah, I think Sadler did all right there to force a draw. I wasn't impressed with his position early on,
Yeah.
so he forced a perpetual here to end the game. Probably a sound decision.
Yeah. So it looks like we, at best, are drawing that match, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
your promise, Jones is in trouble, and the other two guys might be slightly better, but unlikely. They both win at the very least.
Let's quickly check in with the women's section then. On the top board, Antoinetta playing Stefanova. That would be good. Lano playing Stefanova, and she went for this in this position, Jan. We saw this before. She went for rook takes c3.
I like that decision.
It's a good decision, yeah. Because
Very
after
sober.
takes,
Giving back the exchange, extra pawn, safe position.
rook e1, queen c5, rook e3, king f8.
The rook ending would be winning, so White desperately had to avoid the exchange of queens.
Yes.
But now the rook is pinned. King f8, queen f4. Looks very, very nice for black. d4 is even possible immediately. Then if the rook...
And then queen c1.
Exactly.
Why can't she just do this?
She can. And she
Rook
probably
f3,
will.
queen c1. Yeah. King f2 is rook c2 is...
Yeah, but you can also play it simple. Just take on f4,
And play
e5.
And it looks...
Game over.
Game over, right?
Yeah, rook e4, f6, just
Rook
bring
e-
your king.
Win this guy, bring your king. Game
Yeah.
over.
No
She going to do it?
She
Oh,
played
she
queen
played
c1
queen c1.
first.
Is that the same?
It's not the same, but it might also be a good move. Let's have a look.
King h2.
Well, then queen c7.
Ah, she's got a similar idea.
Well, queen c7, rook e5, and the story might continue a little bit.
King h2, queen c7, rook e5. Yeah.
No, yeah, once again, white is all tied up.
Yeah, but
Rook
you're
to
on the.
A8.
It's all wrong, isn't it?
Yeah. No, rook A8 looks like a good
Yeah.
move. Katerina Lachno clearly in trouble, but Valentina Gunina, as usual almost, won a slightly suspect-looking position. Once again, was the stronger one in the complications.
Oh my goodness, she won it, and she's so dangerous, isn't she, in these positions? Yeah, and we only
is.
saw it after King F1. It looked as though black was all right, white was okay as well. Queen F4, Rook D1. Where did it go wrong? G5.
She is a very
She's dangerous.
dangerous attacker.
She'd be a really difficult opponent for somebody of your style, Jan, I think.
I'd crush her.
That's not necessarily true. She's very
No,
strong.
she's a very strong player.
Oh, Bishop G3 and Rook E7. That's a stinker. That's a stinker.
Oh, just Bishop F2.
Just Bishop F2, and if Rook B7,
Rook
King
B7
C8.
doesn't get you anywhere.
So she went Bishop E5, check, Knight E5, Rook B7, King A8. Oh, she's missed that the bishop protects the pawn. That's what she's
Maybe.
missed. No, that's what she's missed. Of course it is. Rook B7.
No, I
King.
think it went wrong. Earlier, Bishop E5 already looks like desperation.
Yeah. No, that's game.
Game over.
Yeah.
Gunina, tremendous tournament for her.
And also Alexandra Kostyuk. I don't know how Nikolova's king got to D2, but however it got there, it didn't last long. That's a pin, and that's a win for Alexandra Kostyuk. And on the bottom board, we've got Margarita Wojcika. She's trying her hardest. She needs to win to even, draw at most, because Stefanova's totally winning now against Lachno. Tweet, Jaime Montoya, looks like the center of gravity of chess is moving to Asia. China, Russia, India. Well, it's been in Russia for a while. India's had their fair share, but certainly China. If we look at Vietnam, the progress they're making there.
No, definitely. Chess is becoming more global, and Chinese have produced some fantastic players. I still wouldn't rule out Europe. It's still very close. If France wins that match 2.5, 1.5, instead of losing 2.5, 1.5, maybe we'd argue it's moving to Western Europe. So it is hard to say, but certainly the Chinese have been doing tremendous, and they've had a big project supporting chess, which is really paying off.
Yeah, absolutely. Queen D2 played by Stefanova, and this is a monster threat. You have to protect the pawn. Let's say you go Queen F3. Let's kick the rook, Rook D3, and now I move like Queen E1, check, King H2, and just bring the other pawn. Is that right, or have I just blundered into...
I think you're losing now, Queen A8 check.
I'm losing, yep. Let's just calm down. Queen E5 is a lot more sensible, forcing an exchange of queens. Because there's
that makes life a lot easier. You can't go G3 because of the rules of chess. And this, Rook C1. Well, this is checkmate, Queen E1.
I think she's seen that.
Yeah. Queen D2. What else is white going to do? She has to play Queen F3. And then you can have a look around. There's many tempting options here. You don't have to go D4 if you don't feel like you can just go
take
rook
this
takes
guy
A2.
as well.
Black is very active. It's
no,
just winning for black.
Yeah. Great result for Antoinetta. She's had actually
Absolutely.
a very good tournament. This would really cap off a great performance for her.
No, all the Bulgarian team has had a great tournament. Weren't supposed to show up on board 1 in the last round, and are clearly not going down without a fight. However, they would have to win their board 4 game. Wojcika would have to beat Pogonina for the 2-2 chance. It doesn't look like that at the moment.
And in Muzichuk, Ho Yifan is about as, well, I say dead drawn, but that said, black has got the one with chances. The king's cut off. You move your rook back to C8, let's say, and try and organise something on the king side, but I don't see it happening.
Still, I think it's a draw.
Yeah.
Promise if you ever go, let's say, King B2, King G7, then white goes F5, I think.
Right.
And now whatever you do, my next move is F takes G6, unless you play Rook C5, when my move is F6.
Right.
Well, let's say, any other move, F takes G6, well, Rook C7, for example. f takes g, and here the rook on g5. Yeah, you can go g4, you don't even have to. It attacks g6 and defends g3. You can liquidate with g4 if you feel like.
Yeah. Stefanova
Easy
reaching
draw.
over. She played queen takes a2. That is a very sensible move. One move closer to the time control. And yeah, I mean, this is just hopeless for Lafno. She knows it. You can tell by her face. She's looking for swindling opportunities. They're just not there, unfortunately, for her. Back to the China match. Ju Wenjun against Maria Muzichuk. Well, amazing position, really. 3 pawns for a piece. Normally, it's material equality. I would say it's probably the same here.
I like black's position. I'm not sure she's better, but I like it. These pawns, they lock out the white bishop. She controls the only open file next to the c file. One of the only open files. I'm not sure if black is better, but I think she certainly has full compensation for the piece.
There was a draw on board 4 in that match as well. Quiguo drawing in Zhukova.
And Zhukova got her knight to this key square. Let's briefly show that, because this is the only thing I've taught you about chess over all these years. This structure, you do want your knight on d6. Stops b5 forever, controls all the key squares, c4, e4, f5, and there is absolutely nothing active white can ever do. Same goes for black. Black could try to play on here, make something happen with g5, but it is fairly balanced, so they did shake hands. Solid game by Natalia Zhukova, who's had a very good tournament.
Very good.
7.5 out of 10, I think. Can't complain.
Ushanina on board 3, let's quickly go there. And knight e3, well, white must be a bit better, you would assume, but not clear. Not clear at all, no.
Complicated.
Very
Knight takes,
complicated.
pawn takes, f5, some stuff like this.
We have a black screen. Oh, there's a guy there. All right, we can see Duda there. What a thankless task he's got. Sitting there, can't move any of his pieces, has to just wait. Horrible spot to be in.
Back to the Stefanova game. We got her there on camera against Katerina Lachno, who's also had a good tournament. Beat Hu Yifan, amongst others.
Queen d4 played by Stefanova.
Yeah, not taking any chances, loosening up the structure. She's 2 pawns up, which is enough to win. So she's just playing it cool, calm, and collected. I like what she's doing.
And there was a draw on board 4 as well. That means that the Russians are the champions.
Yeah, I believe.
They've won the match by minimum 2.5, 1.5.
Pogonina took that draw to secure the gold medal, which, there it is. Congratulations to the Russian women's team, the first Olympic champion in the 31st Chess Olympiad.
Congratulations to them. Question by Chaba Dadai. Do you think Ho Yifan will play for the Open team if or when she becomes strong enough, or will she stay faithful to the women's?
First of all, you could argue she already is strong enough. She's higher rated than the guys who played on board 4, at the very least, on board 4 and 5. I believe China has the ambition to win both the women's and the open section, and to win the women's section, you need Hu Yifan on your women's team. I have no idea or information, but I would expect her to keep playing on the women's team, at least until they won it, because the Russians have proved stronger the last 2 Olympiads.
Absolutely, without a doubt. All right, so that means the Russian women's team, congratulations to them, they are champions. The Chinese Open team, congratulations to them. Yu Yangyi, if he loses, I will eat Jan Gustafsson's tie on air. It's not going to happen. They are going to win that match by a minimum of
2.5, more likely 3-1.
3 or, yes, 3. We're going to take a short break. Keep calm and play chess, and you can click on the, oh, it was on the screen, it's not anymore, but basically just below the play now button.
Click on something.
Click on the button to sign in via Facebook, one-click method.
We count your clicks. We're happy about every click. Also, follow us on Facebook, join us on YouTube.
Follow Jan Gustafsson
Follow
on
me on
Twitter.
Twitter. That's the most
He's lacking
important thing.
followers.
I'm really trying to break 1,000. It's been an uphill battle. Now I'll lose 100 because of that speed. See you guys soon.
We'll be back in a few minutes. inside. It is Hushoff and Van Hummel. Van Hummel going for the line. It was a photograph on the finish line. Going for the finish line. He will take the Arctic race of Norway.
Almost as far north as you can get, Tromsø. 350 kilometers above the polar circle. 2 months with no sunrise. Magical. To study and live here is a life filled with snow, darkness and light, and new discoveries. It's Norway's Arctic University. It's new to me, but I can actually ski from my student house to campus. And when the sun rises over the mountains for the first time at the end of January, it grabs you. It's something special to share with the people around you. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in the outskirts of the world. I look around and see the mountains, the mystical giants and the fjords. But I live in a city. The city and the wild. At times it is a strange place here on the top of the world, but it is a place to remember. I feel lucky to get the chance to experience this. I feel like I found my own place here. My own place for a while.
The world's best drinking water.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess 24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Fiddler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos, letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Fiddler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free! Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. And remember, Chess24 is the official online broadcast partner of the Tromsø 2014 Chess Olympiad. See you at chess24.com.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is the final round of the 41st Chess Olympiad. I'm Lawrence Trent here with Jan Gustafsson. We have the winners. That is, well, almost official, unless something happens to Yu Yang Yi, which won't ever happen in a million years. China are currently beating the Polish team by a...
They're leading 2-1 and they cannot possibly lose their final game.
Oh, look at that stare down. What's this?
Is Duda staring him down?
Look at that stare down. What's he doing? I'll tell you what, if he did that to me, I would
move and he's leaning all over, like looking very happy.
If he's staring down, I'll tell you what, I would put my nose quite close to his and say, yeah, and, you know, that's a bit cheeky, I have to say.
However, he cannot possibly win this position, Duda, that is. Yu Yang Yi is most likely winning, even with a draw. China wins the Olympiad. The Russian women have already won the Olympiad. They've won their match 2.5, 1.5. In spite of a loss on the top board, Katerina Lachno lost to Stefanova. Shall we have a look at the other contenders?
Well, can we just look at that Duda game very quickly for everybody?
Sure.
Because I think the way you come in is... Okay, the way you come in is you come in via B6, this little trek, no?
I think you go... You could just have gone F5 a move earlier, actually, with the king on E7. I think you still have that idea. E5, F5. Fix the pawns and pick them all up.
That's a good move. I mean, it's just winning whatever you do, isn't it? Pretty easy. We are here, though, with a very special guest. He's joined us before. He's joining us again. Grandmaster Paco Vallejo, the Spanish #1, who has beaten the very good Lian Quan today. Congratulations.
Thanks, Lawrence.
Was it a... It looks like you played a good game today, Paco. No, I'm not surprised that you can play good chess.
Well, I mean, I'm very happy about the results, especially.
Yes.
I don't know how good I played because I haven't checked, but, well, I mean, winning Li Kuang, especially I had some business with him because, you know, I lost the World Cup here, exactly, in Tromsø.
Yeah.
So this game was very important for me. I mean, and also I played a very nice tournament, especially at the end of the Olympiad. I won like 5.5 out of 6.
Wow.
So, I mean, and also the game I didn't win, it was this game against Shirov with extra piece.
With an extra piece.
So I was really close to finish with 6 wins in a row, which is...
And the Spanish team
Yeah, we
have
won
won
because
the
of
match.
this.
Right.
We won today 2.5 to Vietnam. So we will be in top 10, which is
Fantastic
pretty decent.
result.
Yeah.
Good future for Spain.
Before we take a look at Paco's game, let's have a brief look at what's going on in the other top matches. We have Hungary playing against Ukraine. 3 draws. Rapport's game just finished in a draw.
Okay.
That means the last game going is Elyanov Shababalok.
What happened here?
Probably nothing. Paco, do you think White has any winning chances?
Well, knight b5, if that works at some point, but I doubt it. Probably doesn't work. But that's the only try, probably.
Right.
Right.
It doesn't seem to work, does
no, it probably loses.
Wait around.
Well, knight c4 is but difficult to believe, actually.
Take.
Yeah, maybe it's good. I don't know. It's,
Could be.
yeah, that's, yeah.
Extremely complicated. Only Elyanov with the winning chances here.
Yeah.
If he were to win, Ukraine would win that match, would be in prime position to win silver. If Elyanov doesn't win, Hungary would depend on the tie breaks, but they'd be in a good place to clinch the silver medal.
What about on board 3? Let's check it out.
That's another big match, Russia against France.
Wow. This is a draw.
Are you sure?
Very simple draw. I am. I think even I'd draw this one. No, it's just a draw. We can
Does
move
Black
on.
have some winning chances? Let's say knight b3 check, king a6, king b8, a5 looks natural. All of a sudden, knight c5 checkmate.
That would be cute.
Not going to happen though. This will be a draw. We've had some guys on Twitter praising the mastery of Alexander Grishuk on board 2.
Wow.
How's he doing?
Looks like he's doing very well, doesn't it? Exchange down, but 2 passed pawns, active rook. Hate White's position, unless you can win d3 quickly. You can't.
It's not going to happen.
Put the pawn on d2, right, Paco?
Yeah. Well, still, I don't know. I mean, you need to decide now which pawn you take, b2 or h2. Oh, I don't know. I mean, rooks are strong, you know, in these endgames, especially if you create some pass pawn on the a file, like some b4 at some point. This a file pawn can be quite dangerous, actually.
So I maybe take on b2 here, just to stop b4.
Yeah, then...
Okay, king e4, d2.
Rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1, white might already be in control.
Yeah.
Still very unclear, anything can happen.
It's quite unclear, yeah.
Let's have a look at the other games. The Fressinet game did end in a draw. Good result for Fressinet there. On the last board, Romain Edouard playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. Is Edouard in trouble?
I think it should be enough for a draw here. Because the white king is so weak that you have always good chances. And the black's knight on f4 is very good. He can go to e6 also anytime to protect. I mean, it should be enough for a draw.
Earlier we thought black could be better.
Well.
Let's have a look at this. Can we do anything crazy? Queen a7, king h1, queen f2, playing for checkmate.
Yeah, but how are you going to mate me here? You know,
Queen f1, queen g2.
Queen, yeah, queen c4 or queen c4, and my threat c7, c8 is quite strong, I think.
Right. Yeah, probably.
It's just a draw, probably.
Probably not much to do there.
Okay.
Where does that leave us? We have draws on board 1, 2, board on board 1, 3 and 4 most likely.
Yeah,
Grishchuk's game.
Grishchuk's game
Could go either way, yeah?
Yeah, it's the key of the match. Yeah.
And whoever wins this match has a reasonably decent chance at the bronze medal, actually.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Other teams that would have a chance.
Nakamura did lose to Shak Mamajarov. Oh, rook e2 just runs into king f3.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Mamajarov did this instructive g5 push, and after rook f5, one of the 3 endgame positions I know, you play rook takes f7 and you win the pawn ending.
With king d5.
King d5. Yeah, you put that on the board, actually.
Yeah. Rook takes, bishop takes, king takes, king to d5.
Diagonal opposition. Diagonal opposition.
Diagonal opposition.
When did you learn that?
Wow.
You didn't know that last week? I mean.
I didn't know that until earlier.
And now
I had
you
to look
move
at it
into
in the break.
the king e7, you move into the vertical opposition, I believe. King e5.
Direct opposition.
Direct opposition, sorry. King f7. Now you can either repeat moves with king d5, or you can go king d6.
Outflanking.
Outflanking.
Just going to spit out all the... This is the extent of my end-game terminology. I will try and put in triangulation in there if I can, but...
Here, is this Zugzwanging or is this direct opposition, or both?
Both.
There is a beautiful problem to learn this kind of endgames, which is you have the rook on f1 and the king on h1 against the king on h8 or king on g8 of black, and you have to play with white, and you need to move the rook only once to give mate. So you need to be doing this kind of tricks with the king. It's a very interesting, very instructive one, actually. So for the guys who are watching, also Lawrence can try it.
I'll probably, I wouldn't even win. Probably draw. There was a draw on board too, Gadakamsky, Rajabov in this.
Finish this line.
Yeah, just...
this position would still be a draw. No, it wouldn't.
No, it's a G-pawn.
It's a G-pawn. Yeah. It's always winning, doesn't matter who is to move. Here you go, king h6 or king f6, whichever you like. And the pawn will queen.
And queen.
Yeah, the pawn on the 5th rank is especially strong. Yeah, once you have the king there.
Even with the rook, you can do it.
You want to show the...
I don't think we have time to show. What is this?
We will make time for this.
What is this?
This is the Paco Vallejo exercise.
No, yeah, king on h1. Okay, rook f1 check play once.
Right. If you want to try this at home, people.
And yeah, I think it's white to move.
Okay.
And you can move the rook only once. Well, and you're winning.
Send us your tweets. You can move the rook only once, and you have to checkmate the black king.
I've already got it.
Sounds easy.
You got it already?
Yeah, of course. Well, every time king g6, I go king g4, king h6, king f5. You can never go king h5, rook h1. Just move up and rook f8, mate.
We'll see, we'll see.
All right, let's go to the other game. This is more important. Rajabov, draw. We've seen that. That was always going to be a draw. Draw Shankland. What about Onishchuk? Was in trouble. Not in trouble anymore.
No, another draw.
So that means that Azerbaijan are going to beat the US.
Well, isn't the knight trapped? But yeah, but it's not enough. Yeah, it's kind of trapped. After rook h5, bishop h5.
Bishop d7.
Knight d6 or bishop d7. It's kind of trapped, but it will help. I mean, with the bishop, it help. It will go out. Yeah, bishop f3 and c6 is under control.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not enough.
No, that's
looks like the Azeri are winning this match, putting themselves in contention for the third place as well. Maybe even second place if Hungary does not win their match.
That would be...
Could happen. With some moves in Romain Edouard and Nepomniachtchi, this line happened on the board. Looks like it's going to end in a perpetual, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I could try to take here, but does not look like it's winning either.
You just got to be careful about this h3, h2. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, queen g3.
Still.
Where are you going? King h1. Maybe that's crucial. This move. h3.
Ah, you have this idea.
Yeah.
Also, queen c7. Is it that easy after queen c7? I don't know. Okay, but h3 looks natural. Queen c2. And
queen g4. c7, queen c8. And you can
but with the pawn, so
this.
this you can lose actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is kind of dangerous sometimes.
Yeah.
Looks like it should end in a draw. We'll see if Nepomniachtchi comes up with any tricks.
Tricks.
Shall we? I think we made the time control everywhere, so we have time to celebrate the Spanish who are winning their match against Vietnam.
No, go up. It's on board 8.
Almost
you
there.
played Liam Le Quang. And you beat him in what looks like a very good game.
Well, yeah, in this position it looks already very good, but it wasn't that clear during the game.
Let's have a look.
It was the last game of the match actually, because Iescas drew, Salgado won with white, and Anton lost with black.
Oh, Anton lost.
To Nguyen, who played an amazing tournament. I think he made more than 2,800 performances.
Yes. In fairness, they're all called Nguyen on the last 3 boards.
The best Nguyen of the team.
Yeah.
Gong Chuang Son, he had a huge performance.
And the other day I played d5 here, but I wanted to... I didn't expect knight c6, but I wanted to surprise him if he goes for knight c6, because I had a game already.
Oh, you had a game with black?
Yeah, I won against Grandelius in this line, but I played d5 here. This Grunfeld stuff.
Okay.
e4. Well, and this was my game against Grandelius. I won quite convincingly, I thought. But, well, if he repeats that, then, well, you need to be a little bit tricky, you know, because otherwise...
So knight c3.
Yeah, knight c3, well, it's actually forcing d5 almost. Other moves, for example, e5 is very bad because of d5, and now your knight cannot go to d4, and this is very important. Because you go e3 or something, I don't know, g4, yeah. So d5, e4, that's the interesting trick actually, this e4. I think d4 is needed, and well, this all this I had prepared, but briefly, of course. I mean, I wasn't so sure about it, but well, g7, knight f3. Knight fd7 is a decent move here. It's well, but I think white's space advantage is something. Well, it looks comfortable for black, for white at least. Knight f3 and gf3 is the idea of this line. And then you want to go what happened in the game actually. Well, it's very logical. Castle, bishop e3, c6, queen d2. Here he spent already half an hour, and I played basically instantly, so I had almost half an hour advantage.
Okay. Castles.
I knew till here, cd5, cd5. I knew till this position, and I knew b5 is not working. That was my knowledge. b5 doesn't work for some reason. I think I can take the pawn. So he played rook c8, and well, basically I had no choice. I mean, what else to do? King b1, I have to do it. He played a6, and here I realized, well, my position isn't clear at all. I mean, I thought I would be better, but well, somehow I didn't know what to do. The critical line is e5 here, but bishop f5 check is very strong, I think. Now bishop d3 doesn't work because of knight d5. And this is not at maximum equal for white, but maybe not even equal. And if king a1, knight d7, and well, it's not clear, really. Yeah, these bishops are very strong and very good counterplay for black. Even f4, f6 or something, I don't know. Or even knight c5 is possible. It's quite unclear. So, well, I had a very tough move here because it's not so easy what to do with after a6. I thought for half an hour at least here. I lost all my time advantage. I lost it here. I played bishop d3. I'm not sure about this move really. I'm not sure. He played e6. And here the problem is if I go d6, which looks like the logical move, then he goes knight e8, which is very precise. And protects the e5 square with the bishop, and d6 is hanging, and I have problems here, I think. Rook c6 sometimes.
Rook c6 is coming
also. So I played rook hg1, which is actually, well, trying to prevent e d5, and then I will play e5. That's the idea. And my rook on g1 is a very good square in this line. Yeah? Okay, this is what happened in the game actually. Knight h5, f4, and now after the move d4, bishop d4, my rook is not on the white square. Eh? If it will be on h1, then bishop c6 will be, or something else, I don't know, or bishop g4, also covering the g4 square. And also, well, threatening f5 maybe sometimes. Eh? It's a good place for the rook. Yeah. He played bishop a4 here, which is tempting move. Yeah, which is a tempting move. Because knight a4, queen d4 is very good for him, attacking the knight and the pawn. So I had to play bishop c2. I wanted to play bishop g6, but I couldn't make it work here. Bishop g6 is quite interesting, and bishop d1. And the problem is he protects the knight on h5, otherwise it will be very strong for. And here, for example, bishop e4 or bishop f5. And he has some, I think he had some move here to survive. Rook c4 or something, I don't remember, or king h8 at some point. It should be not so good for white, I think. Maybe still unclear, I don't know. Oh, here I can take the bishop in. It depends if the rook goes. No, if the bishop goes to f5 or e4, then there is different lines. Okay. So it's quite unclear actually, but it was interesting try. So I played bishop c2 as a normal move, takes, queen h4. But well, here I got f5. I mean, well, if my pieces, I mean, my knight wants to go to d5 at some point, then to play f6, and well, I'll have very centralized pieces compared to his pieces. Eh? I don't have anything to attack, actually. That's the problem, but still, I mean, he played rook fd8, and here queen e4, I think it's a good move. I need to get rid of this pin on the c file. Queen h2 is too optimistic here. It's probably receiving mate somehow, f6, e6, or something.
I know you can't do that.
Yeah, it's too dangerous. Man. Rook h1 anytime also. So he takes again. And here is, well, interesting moment. He played knight f4, which is quite logical, but he cannot take on f5 because of knight f6. Yeah? And that is losing right away. So knight f4, and here I think I played quite precise, because this knight d6, okay, it's a good square for the knight, of course. And well, rook b8 is a very sad move, actually. I thought rook c6 maybe, but there was some problems here, actually. I don't know, the b7 pawn is hanging, of course. And, well, I don't know if I can play rook e1 or f6, I'm not sure. I mean, it looks nice for white already. Yeah? But still, rook b8, it looks so sad for me. Here I played rook f1, I think it's a very precise move. Just, I think after g5, for example, I wanted maybe to take on f4. I'm not sure if it's correct, but take, rook g1. I thought this black is in big trouble here, actually. Because after king f8, f6, bishop h6,
bishop c5.
And even knight f5 might be possible, even winning here, because rook d4.
You got knight h6 and
knight
rook
h6, king e8.
Yeah, but rook g8 wins a rook.
No, but okay, f3 is coming. So, but I think e6 first might be even stronger.
Ah, e6 straight away. Beautiful.
Yeah. No, in this tournament I was just like in
You saw everything.
very good shape. I somehow with this blitz with you, this bullet games.
I've warmed you up, right?
I was
China just won gold.
Breaking news, let's
Congratulations,
interrupt for a
China.
second.
bravo.
And
Yu Yang-yi won his
my
game.
Look at these pawns, raining pawns.
Too many of them. Let's
Raining.
briefly have a look at the finish. Bishop takes f3. He just picks up the h-pawn, then brings the next f-pawn, supported by the king. Game over. Congratulations,
Great
China. What a tournament. Very impressive.
Very impressive, especially the pair of Yu Yang-yi and Ding Liren, who, between them, unbelievable.
Destroyed boards 2
Yu
and
Yang-yi,
3.
I think, what was his final score, Yu Yang-yi?
Yu Yang-yi hit 9.5 out of 11.
Wow.
Ding Liren hit 7.5 out of 10 on board 2. Both
9.5
rating
out of
performances.
11 is just...
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
He had a rating performance of 2,900 before the game today. He won today, so it's going to grow a little bit. Ding Liren also well above 2,800. What a tournament by those two guys.
I like this guy Ding Liren a lot, no? Because his favorite player is a very strong one. Yeah? So.
He said Paco Vallejo is his
He's your
favorite
favorite
player.
player?
That's
No,
true.
he said I'm his favorite player.
No.
Yeah.
My
It is
goodness.
true. We all read that.
I don't know why, but he said that.
Me neither, I've got no idea.
He was drunk maybe
He was-
something.
Maybe he was a bit drunk.
Up to number 14 in the world, he's climbing up the ranks. This Ding Liren guy, and Yu Yang-yi looks like he'll be around very soon as well.
Let's go back to the Paco game. Let's just see the finish of it, if we can.
Where was it? Here we are.
So,
So we left it off around here. Rook f1, knight d5,
Knight d5 he played, yeah.
bishop a7.
well, knight d5 is a mistake, is it?
Well, not sure what to do because knight e2. I thought maybe I can go also. Which was the move here?
Bishop a7.
Bishop a7 or bishop b6.
Bishop b6.
Well, it's also very bad for.
Yeah,
I mean, rook e1 is also coming sometimes to win another tempo. So it's probably losing here, I think. Well, knight d5 is the normal move, but everything comes very, very fast. After this knight d5, bishop a7 is very strong, I think. Take on d5, and now f6. He has no space. His king is so bad now, that's the problem. So he went bishop f8, and rook c1 is very important move, I think. Really important move.
Played very well.
After, rook c7 is coming, so he needs to play b5, and now rook c8 is very precise. And the point is after rook d7, knight f7. It's a beautiful, beautiful move. Yeah, it's a beautiful.
That's a beautiful move, isn't it?
And
Knight
rook,
d8.
and rook d8. Yeah.
Oh, knight d8 also wins, isn't it?
Well, you're missing the pawn on
Huh?
e5. Yeah? You're blundering the pawn.
I'm blundering e5?
Yeah, but that, I mean, rook d8 is better.
Rook
because
d8 is
it's-
just simple, yeah?
Yeah, well, here. Well,
Yeah, no, I'm
no,
blundering the pawn. I'm going mad.
no, but just rook
Oh,
d8.
rook d8, you're right, yeah, of course.
He played rook a8, but he also could. Well, if he takes it any time on d6, just
sorry.
one move earlier, I think. Well, here, okay. If he takes on c8, I take and rook d8, and it's over also. And knight d7 is coming.
Oh.
That's also beautiful. His king is so bad. Yeah. And well, if he takes it any time, let's say before b5, for example, it's very interesting to see. Here, bishop d6, e d6, very important. b5, d5, d7, sorry. And well, yeah, he has no squares. He cannot come to e7, which is the key square, and then just rook c8, and it's just winning. Yeah.
Game over.
Rook a8, and here it was rook c7 is very nice, and this was a very beautiful trick after rook b8.
We have some shouting. We're not sure if it comes from the playing hall.
We'll go for
What is going on there?
We'll go for a quick break. We'll be right back.
People are running.
What happened?
Well, no.
Something
Let's
crazy.
see what's going on.
Something crazy happened.
No, there's...
There's some shouting from behind us. Not quite sure what is going on.
People running also.
People were running, now they started moving more slowly again. We're sorry, we have no idea what's going on. If anybody knows, please inform us. Not a lot of games still left. There is something seems like it happened. We'll keep you posted as soon as we hear anything. Let's continue with the Vallejo game and the Spanish very strong top 10 finish. As soon as we hear anything, what's going on, we'll let you know. Rook c7.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to take on d6, so he tried this last trick. If he takes on d6, it's again the same. ED.
Pawn is too strong, king too weak.
Yeah. So he played rook, the last trick, but here I was very happy when I found this idea. Rook takes f7. He cannot take because of the check on g7 first, and then I take back the piece. Probably with the rook is stronger, I think. Okay. And if he takes with the rook on d6, then I have rook f8 check. Yeah? That's another trick. Yeah?
Right.
Rook d6, then rook f8 check. It's beautiful.
Crushing.
And also, well, how the game ended was beautiful because after rook b6, rook e7 is maybe, I don't know if the only move, but it's a very important move. Otherwise, bishop d6 is coming, and well,
You could draw that. Yeah.
but rook e7 is a beautiful move. And here, well,
Game over.
basically,
One of your best games this tournament.
yeah, in my life. No, I mean, I don't know, but I
No, but
mean,
you played it very
yeah,
precisely.
Well, I mean, against Kramnik, I didn't play bad either. But
right.
no, but it was a beautiful game. Yeah.
We got a full screen shot here.
What happened?
What a tournament by Paco Vallejo. 5.5 out of 6 the last couple rounds. We didn't really expect this from you at your advanced age. What changed? Is it all the blitz on Chess24 with Lawrence Trent that helped you?
I think that's the only possible reason, actually. I mean, I don't see any others. Really.
You've been working hard though, right, before this Olympiad?
I wasn't working hard. I was just playing more blitz. That's the only difference I think I can think about.
If you want to play the guy, challenge Paddleman on Chess24.
Yeah.
Now that he's successful with it, he'll be around for a while. We're just being informed that someone passed out in the playing hall and they had to get an ambulance.
Yeah.
That's what happened. We hope it's all under control now.
Looks a bit more calm now.
So the Spanish winning the match 2.5 will make a top 10 finish. Let's briefly have a look at what's going on in the medal games. Shall we let Paco go? Or do you want to stick around a bit?
Well,
Are you curious who's going to win the medals?
I'm curious, yeah, but well, my plane is at 9.
You guys
Playing
playing
at
tonight?
9 tonight.
Yeah, my plane is tonight. I cannot party tonight, and even probably I want some kind of gold medal. No, not
Then
really.
we'll let you go so you can get some partying in immediately before catching a flight.
Well, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I mean, I've had enough with this Caribbean party and
The Bermuda
party. It's
okay.
enough.
It's
yeah.
enough. Okay.
But
So the
just,
game Elyanov against Csaba Balogh is still running. Elyanov,
you can
I
also
think-
go knight a4. Yeah, it's a beautiful idea also.
Yeah.
the only way to win the game would be to give up a piece either on
but
b5
then knight c8
or
to
on
stop
c4.
knight.
Knight c5. Then knight c5. I wanted it.
And then?
Well, I don't know. I got the knight somewhere.
Maybe I can take. Yeah.
Yeah, probably you can take it. No, here it's the pawns are closed now.
Yeah. No, but maybe I can't take.
Well, it looks like Elyanov has some chances. I believe he will
Yeah, he'll
take
try.
his time to decide when and where to sacrifice that knight. Structure is completely closed, so white would have to give up the knight here, here, or here to make any progress. We'll see if he does. And this is really the one match, the one game a lot depends on. If Balogh were to win, not going to happen, but Hungary clear second. If Balogh draws, Hungary in very good position to take second. If he loses, Ukraine in very good position to take second.
Balogh played also a very
Fantastic
impressive tournament.
Fantastic tournament performance.
Let's go to the Grishchuk game. Back row Grishchuk. Wow.
Here we are.
Well,
Grishchuk picked up some pawns, eliminated the
Yeah,
danger
the
by
danger.
eliminating these pawns. Wait, look at this position. Rook takes b2, king e4, just took on b3.
yeah, he didn't want to have this a pawn alive. Eh?
Yeah.
It's a lot to worry about.
Black, if anybody's better, it's black. Can
Probably.
you-
Yeah, well, it's still unpleasant to defend this with white.
white,
Yeah?
yeah, it must be horrible to defend.
So you don't have much targets with white. Yeah, it's quite annoying actually. Well, if black manages to bring the king somehow, then it will be probably game over already. E4, maybe check, why not?
King c3.
C3. I don't know. Maybe just check, or king h6 just to start coming with the king to g4 or something.
Yeah, I like the king on g4.
Yeah, e3, king g4.
No, it's very unpleasant to play for
very
white.
pleasant. Maybe it's winning actually. I don't
Maybe
know.
wouldn't surprise me.
Or in practice. I mean, sometimes computers are
Computers don't
holding,
understand, yeah, but
but
they don't
the human
understand. human
feeling
can't hold
is. It's a very important thing to when you prepare openings actually, because people just looks at the evaluation, but it's not only how the computer evaluates, but how the humans will evaluate that and how you feel during the game.
No, absolutely. I think this is a nightmare to defend. I would nothing worse than defending this position with white. The king comes to g4.
Literally nothing worse. Ending an equal
I
position.
don't agree with that, but
Jan is all about the computer assessment. Jan takes the assessment for gospel. He doesn't understand. he's a, you know. When you ask him what religion does he believe, and he says Houdini, that's.
We need to stage the Gustafsson Lawrence Trent match.
We're gonna do it. We'll
One
get
day.
it. Watch out on chess 24.
bullet or no bullet?
No,
is it?
bullet, he's too fast, but like
Blitz.
any form of real chess, we'll see who doesn't understand what. Anyway,
Well, if you want to
Bishop pushing.
if you want to draw this position against me out of 10 times,
A match here, yeah?
If you want to have a match in this position, I'll take it. You know, happily.
I'll even take that.
Would you? You mad? It's
Bishop
horrible.
pushing, and 2 games are drawn in this match. Well, actually, 1 game is drawn, but we expect Kramnik against Vachier to end in a draw reasonably soon. Or can you think of any tricks, Paco?
Even if you change the bishop and the knight, still a draw, right? So, I mean, so there is basically
No matter what
no
you change,
ideas
it
at
looks
all.
like a draw.
There's one idea. I can see one idea. Is that you somehow restrict the knight. Let's say you put the knight on b3, the king on b8, and you run the a pawn. So, no, not knight b3 here. You have to go king b8.
Okay.
Let me make some stupid move. It's even very difficult to construct this. I can't even construct it because I need a move.
What do you want to
I
construct?
want to construct bishop c6,
Okay.
knight d3, b6, a b6, king b6, knight c1.
F2.
Yeah, exactly. It's so insanely difficult to construct. No.
Well, you need to go away with the knight, basically.
Right, yeah.
Probably he won't do
And
that.
take on b6 with the pawn. You could probably just leave the pawn as well. No, it's just a
It's
draw.
still
I'm not sure. My understanding is not deep enough. I would assume he is not going to move his knight to a3.
Probably not.
I'll check with the computer. Knight b2 maybe.
Yeah, a5 nuts. No, that's not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go to board 4, though. That's interesting.
That is interesting.
It's not over yet here.
It's the same position we had earlier, though. Nepomniachtchi contemplating. Maybe he's waiting to see how the Grishuk game goes. Because if
Yeah.
Grishuk wins, he can just take a perpetual.
Yeah.
While if Grishuk gets in trouble, he can try to play for a win with knight takes a3.
Well, one idea is to take the pawn and then to come back to c7 and try to bring the king to e7 or something. This is the most logical idea, I think. If h3 that's not mating, just check and go back with the queen. Now try to bring the king, and when your king is on e7, then you can try to, for example, to play queen f4. Yeah? Exchange the queens, for example. So there is an idea, but I'm not sure if queen c5,
Well,
for example.
Sounds difficult to
d5.
realize, right?
Queen c5,
Queen c5 to stop
king f8. Yeah, that's an
the king,
instructive
but
move.
still f6,
Queen d5.
queen d5, king f8. I mean, time to protect. I mean, like queen
Queen
e6.
e6. Just holding.
Yeah, it should be a draw, but well, I mean, black has not much risk here, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
but still, there is always a bit of risk, you know.
Always got to be careful with that
Yeah.
c pawn.
Yeah, queen e6, and yeah, it's not for free. Let's say he's not playing for free here. I mean, it should be a draw still, but well.
Yeah, no, I think he's waiting here on purpose to see if Grishuk gets a winning position, then he can take a draw. If not, a 2-2 doesn't help Russia, then Nepomniachtchi would have to try to play for win.
Right.
Check in with the Americans. That match is over, actually.
They lost to the Azerbaijan team. Great result for Azerbaijan. means that they're fighting for a medal place.
Moving
India,
up to 17 points
There's
as well. The
still
Azeri.
one game going on there. Eh?
No.
Onishuk.
No.
No?
No, that was a draw.
That was a draw? Why they agreed to draw here? If you're losing the match, I mean...
Maybe Mamedov thought he would lose this position, possibly. Very possibly.
I mean, well,
Onishuk was the one who had to play for a win.
whoever needs to play for a
Onishuk,
win.
Right, sorry, Onishuk, right.
Whoever needs to play for a win, I mean, well, you have a few pieces left and you should try. No?
Yeah, probably didn't like his chances here.
Well,
Good win
It's
for
not
the
the
Azeri.
ideal situation, but well, what to do? Eh?
What about...
We haven't checked in at all with the India-Uzbekistan match, just a very quick look. 3 games still ongoing. Negi
Negi.
winning against Kazimchanov on the top board, it looks like.
Winning? Is it winning? Or
Why not?
is it the draw? A6? Yeah, and the king is close, yeah, exactly. Rook A3, king
Well,
D4.
B3 loses. Rook
B3
A3.
loses, Rook
King
A3, just
D4,
King
yeah.
D4,
Yeah.
B3, King C3.
Finito.
Finito la
Game over.
comedia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kazim played also quite interesting tournament.
Yeah,
here.
he
It's a very good tournament, yeah.
But it's
Would
very
be
sad when you play a
for
good
him.
tournament and you lose the last round, actually. Right?
Yes.
It gives you a bad feeling.
Happens. Board 2, Filipov versus Seturaman, and
Looks roughly balanced.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not too much going on there.
Sashikiran won on board 3, another rook ending.
Lots of pawns.
Yeah.
Pawns are good.
Especially if you have 3 connected pass pawns on the 5th and 6th round. It helps a lot.
That helps, right? Okay.
Can you illustrate the winning method here?
Yes, it's going to board 4, where there's an interesting position. Where looks very dangerous for black, this position. Maybe he has just enough play with this bishop. Bishop H3 idea.
Well,
Bishop A3, I'm not sure. I'll
Not
have
now.
to check with the computer, but maybe Queen takes H6 and Queen takes A3 is an idea.
Idea. King G7.
if you're a commentator someday, you need to say always idea. It's in case you blunder, it's not so bad.
Right, exactly. I didn't blunder.
There is this idea.
Yeah,
and
there's this idea.
Queen D1, but then Queen takes B5, and well, black's fine.
And you can never be wrong, actually, saying this idea, for example, the idea Bishop H3, Queen F3, Queen G2.
It's a correct
It is a good idea.
It's a very strong idea. I mean,
I have a very strong idea to get a coffee. Shall we
Yes.
go for a quick breather?
Yes, why not?
and I'll go to pack my.
You
bag.
go to pack.
Yeah.
Mr. Francisco
Mr.
Vallejo
Paddleman,
Pons.
Pac-Man, Francisco Vallejo, congratulations on the tournament.
Great tournament.
Good job.
Thank
Thanks
you
for
very
joining
much.
us.
And, well, yeah.
We'll see you soon. See you
Next
on
time.
Chess 24 soon.
Probably.
We're going to be playing a lot of Blitz together soon.
Yeah, very possible.
Watch out for Paddleman on Chess 24. And if you haven't signed up already, why don't you? You can log in with one click on the bar on my left. That's just below the Play Now button with your Facebook account, or become a premium member, even better, where you can enjoy videos from the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Grandmaster Francisco Vallejo Pons, Vishiana and Peter Svidler, just to name a few. I did a few videos, but don't worry about those. But we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see the conclusion of this round. See you soon.
almost as far north as you can get, Tromsø. 350 kilometers above the polar circle. 2 months with no sunrise. Magical. To study and live here is a life filled with snow, darkness and light, and new discoveries. It's Norway's Arctic University. It's new to me, but I can actually ski from my student house to campus. And when the sun rises over the mountains for the first time at the end of January, it grabs you. It's something special to share with the people around you. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in the outskirts of the world. I look around and see the mountains, the mystical giants and the fjords. But I live in a city. The city and the wild. At times it is a strange place here on the top of the world, but it is a place to remember. I feel lucky to get the chance to experience this. I feel like I found my own place here. My own place for a while.
Dream, gonna make my move, gonna live my dream. Every day, the future's getting closer. Every day, the future's looking bright. Every day is another beginning. Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream. Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream. Gonna make my move, gonna live my dream.
Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 11, the final round of this year's Chess Olympiad with Jan Gustafsson as always. We have the winners declared, it's all official. China have won the open section, and we can see here a shot with the press conference, Susan Polgar chairing, hosting it. You can see the whole team there, obviously all looking very happy, as they should be, Jan. Just an amazing performance.
There we got from the left in the jerseys. That's Nihua. Is it from the left or from the right?
What are you trying?
Confused.
No, we're on the left hand. Well, if we, well that's Yu Yang Yi
right.
on the right of Susan Palmer spoken to. Then we've got
Wang Yu over there, Wei Yi to
and Wei
their
Yi,
left, and on the right side we had Yu Yingyang and Nihua. Tremendous tournament for the whole team. They only lost 1 game total in the whole Olympiad.
What an
Imagine
amazing tournament that is.
We'll try to bring
winners.
some of these guys in here. Very, very big success for the Chinese men's team. The women's section, the winner is also announced. The Russian women have defended their title. Let's not forget there was a lot of controversy if they would even be allowed to play in this Olympiad.
We forget about that, don't we?
By a hair, they missed playing. They did make the most of their chances with their newly acquired Katerina Lachno holding board 1. Great tournament for Valentina Gunina on board 2. Very good tournament for Alexandra Kostenyuk on board 3. Very stable team result. Beat the Chinese in the big match. Let's have a brief look. The silver medal we expect to go to China. I'm not sure if it is concluded yet. It's not going to China? I'm sorry?
No,
It's
in the women's section. In the women's section we're talking about here.
The match of China against Ukraine has finished with 4 draws. Here we see the draw on the top position, on the top board between Musichuk and Hu Yifan. 4 draws. I believe we have to double check that the Chinese secure the silver medal like that. I'm not sure if anybody can still catch them. I'll have a brief look at the stores. I don't think they can. So winner Russia, second most likely China, third most likely Ukraine. They were tied before this round.
Germany, your country.
Germany with a win, theoretically I believe they have a worse tiebreak, so it is unlikely. And also I think they're not winning the match. They lost board 1, they lost board 2, and they lost board 4. So it's kind of unlikely they're winning this match.
They are unlikely winning this. Melanie Omer
is also in trouble on board 3. So it looks like Germany is going down 4-0. Not going to be a medal.
Hate to see the Germans lose 4-0.
I'm sure you do.
I do actually.
Right.
They're great girls.
So that makes it more or less official. Gold goes to Russia, silver goes to China, bronze goes to Ukraine. China and Ukraine tied on match points unless something very crazy happens with the tie breaks. That's the order.
Great stuff. All right, let's go back to the open competition. We know gold. We don't quite know silver yet. The reason being Csaba Balogh is still playing against Pavel Elyanov, and he did go for this one of these knight sacrifices, Jan.
He just played knight to c4, the only winning attempt in this position. Black has a bit of a choice. I believe he has to take the knight. If he lets it live with knight c8, knight comes into a5. And I'm not sure if this is final, but it certainly is progress for white. He can bring the knight to c6, maybe to d8 and e6. It's probably going to be hard to keep it at bay. There might be some zugzwangs where, let's say, knight c6, h6, knight c6. You can't really move your own knight. I'm not sure if this is holding. We would have to double check. And yeah. Knight d8 check.
King f6.
King f6.
Knight e6.
Knight e6.
King f7, and if you go knight c7, I go knight a7. But
Knight
then maybe you
a7.
can. Then you have to calculate this knight takes pawn. It never seems to work, right? Because there's always h5. Black's always got this. We'll put that on the board, shall we? If knight takes b5, knight takes b5, king c4, you can go knight, let's say d4, and if b5, you can probably just take that. King takes b5 and h5. This is the key idea for black, and you put queen and pawn, and that's actually a crucial idea here because otherwise these sacrifices do work for white.
Right. So Csaba Balogh in the position we have on the board, I believe he's trying to evaluate if he should, what's going on, if he should take this knight off, or if he should just play it passively with the move knight c8. Both seem possible.
I think I would just go knight c8 here. I don't know if I'd take.
So this looks extremely risky,
Yeah.
at the very least. Not clear, because black still has this counterplay with the h-pawn. Not to be underestimated. Let's make some moves. h6, c5, knight b5, say c6.
c6.
Knight comes to c7.
King c4. Still in the square.
Yeah, now black has to start rolling, because h5. If he doesn't do anything, white will just play b5. But h5 here,
Why
what
can't
is
you
happening? Takes g4.
King d3. Ooh, king g5. I mean, that's a terribly difficult move to play in this situation.
Now the point is that, yeah, the black king is controlling the f-pawn and the knight is controlling the c and b pawn, while the white king has to keep an eye on the black g-pawn. Say, king e3, king takes h5, and it's an equal position because neither side can make any progress. So it looks
What action
like,
would you give me for him not taking on c4?
I think it's quite likely he's not going to take. I believe he's calculating at the moment if after knight c8 there are any inroads into his position. Wouldn't be surprised if he came around to it, so I would need serious odds for him not taking.
Would you take 2-1? Nah.
Probably not. We'll see. Anyway, there's a lot riding on this game if Balog were to
Huge
win,
amount.
which it doesn't look like.
Yeah.
Hungary, clear second. If it draws, Hungary is in good position to finish second, but it would come down to tie breaks. And if Elyanov wins, then the Ukraine would overtake Hungary for second place. So this is a key game. In the meantime, in the other key match for the medals, Kramnik has drawn on board 1 for Russia against France and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. No surprise there. Draw on board 3. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a draw in hand. Not clear he can do more, probably not. So the deciding game of this one is probably the match on board 2 between the good friends Etienne Bacrot and Alexander Grishuk.
And this is a difficult one to assess, but it really feels like it's so hard for white to play over the board.
He has his h2 weakness, always got to keep an eye on that. But after rook a2, he probably has to go passive with rook h1.
If you have to go passive, it's really bad.
Not a good sign. And now black can activate his king, maybe try to bring it around here. Bacrot is in for some unpleasant defending, it looks like.
Yeah, no, I think that's arguably even losing.
Right. So the Russians might win this match 2.5 if things go according to plan, which would put them in a good spot for the bronze medal, depending on what happens in the other match. USA have lost their match. They've lost 2.5 to Azerbaijan. India, it seems like they will be beating Uzbekistan.
Well,
2 of the big surprise stories of this tournament. India missing Vishy Anand and Pentala Harikrishna. Still put together a tremendous tournament. If they win today, a top 5 finish is very possible for them.
it's quite interesting in this position. Shows that one of the flaws, I think, sometimes of computers. One of the lines it gives is h takes g5, which must be incorrect here. The point is that after takes, let's say king c4, we'll make a rook move, king g7, king takes b4. You can only create a pass pawn with the g pawn,
Right.
which is a draw. But it still gives the same evaluation as h5, which I think is correct, because if you can make a pass pawn with the f pawn, this is a well-known, well, rook a4 checks a problem there, but well, just to illustrate, this position here is a draw, because what you want to do is you want to oust the king from g7, and you can only do that with an f pawn. Well, yeah. So you don't ever take that. You just move the rook. So if we go back, it's quite an instructive rook ending actually. Right. Let's go back to not this position, but the one on the board. Should you be playing h5 here?
But how do you create a passed f pawn? I didn't get it. I'm not sure how.
But can you come in? Is there a can you hide on f7? What's going on?
The problem is with the passed h pawn, which you can create, is also a draw. Let's say even we give up this pawn.
Yeah. Hold on. Is he allowed g5 to throw it away? He should have played h5 before.
Right. Just another sample line. not blunder all our pieces.
Yeah, this is still a draw, right.
And with the king on h7, you're safe as well. The key trick for white is if this king, if we imagine it on f7, he would have rook h8, and after rook takes a7, you go rook h7 check.
Right.
This is the idea that white is pursuing, but you can't get it in with an h-pawn or a g-pawn because the king will just stay on h7 or g7 respectively. Well,
So
if you have an f-pawn, king can't do that. If it has to goes to h7, you just queen it. If it goes to f7, okay, enough arrows already, you go rook h8. But I'm not sure the current position on the board,
oh, he took,
if there is
this
winning
looks like
chances.
a draw now.
Could be.
What a result that would
Sometimes
be.
there's some Zugzwangs. Let's try to pick up the g-pawn. For example, king c4. No, but I don't see it Zugzwang either. Because black always has rook h7 and king h7, king g7. Question could be, in a position like this, f3, king h7, if we can win by playing something like rook f8, but I don't think so.
You can. Rook
Rook
a7.
takes a7, king
Rook
f5.
a5. King,
Yeah, maybe king g7.
king g7 might be a good move.
Rook e8,
rook
and this
a-
looks like a draw. Rook
rook
a3
a-
or rook f7.
Well, rook f7, yeah, rook f7,
Yeah, this is a
right.
draw.
Right.
So it looks like Kazantranov survived this ending,
Amazing.
which seemed
Let's
lost
go back then.
a while
Can we
back.
go back before this g5 move? Maybe one move before.
Well, the key thing is he went a7, which you're not supposed to do unless you're sure it's winning.
You might be forced to because b3, b2 is coming quick.
Maybe.
So a7, no, a7, rook a1, but in this position.
After a6, we thought black was just lost because rook a3, king d4.
Right.
Rook d1, a lot more resilient. Maybe it's a draw. a7, rook
maybe
a1,
it's a draw. Wow.
king d4. You have to play this because b3 is a threat.
coming. Oh, he's found the draw then.
And now it's already
We were far too... we were far
optimistic.
too optimistic, yeah. And this is shows Rustam Kazimjanov's skills in the ending. He really does know what he's doing
He
in
knows
endgame.
his rook endings.
Yeah, he does.
Another very important factor in all of those positions, in case you were wondering, in case the king approaches his own a-pawn, it just gets checked away. If it sticks around this area on the queen side, there's just checks from behind. Well, if it goes far away from it, the rook returns to a2. And there's not all that much white can do, really. It's going to end in a draw. Board 2, Filipov is slightly worse against Seturaman, now lost a pawn. He's going to have to struggle to hold this. Jumaev lost on board 3, we've seen this. And on board 4, Adiban. It's another rook ending which looks balanced. Does it look balanced?
No, I don't think it does look balanced.
Why not?
Yeah, maybe it's balanced. Yeah, you're right. I take it back.
It is.
I think I was seeing ghosts, but black rushes the king in with king f6, king e5 really quick, and that's...
Yeah, white has to do something about that, like f3 or f4.
Yeah.
And here,
King f6, king f4, rook d8, no problem.
say wait.
No, that's an equal ending. So that will end in a draw.
Close match. Looks
Close.
good for India still because Uzbekistan's not winning anywhere and India's actually pushing in the positions on board 2 and
And
board 1, which
Seturaman,
is a
yeah.
draw. So India's going to win this
Looking
match,
good.
it seems like.
Yeah, looking good for the Indians.
Quite a tournament for them as well, really one of the big surprises.
Can we just see if David Howell has managed to save England?
Sure, let's go to England for a second. David Howell needs to win his game to secure the 2-2 draw. Piece up.
Looks close to winning, no?
You gotta be careful with those
Well,
pawns,
I've
but
got
he
queen
seems
h4
active, right?
check. Well, what's wrong with that move?
Ah, okay.
Why can't I just...
G1,
I might blunder.
take the pawn.
I don't know. It's the ideal scenario. But
It's
I
not over
blundered,
yet, you don't
yeah.
have a lot of pawns left.
Mm.
Queen d5, king h7, queen
Queen
takes
d5.
e5. And if this pawn drops, it
Yeah.
will probably end in a draw.
Mm. So David, he played Queen H4. Oh, is he going to
Naturally
blunder
not.
into this? Knowing David, he's probably only got 10 seconds left on his clock as well.
Well, you can always repeat moves. Maybe that's
He
why
should.
he's doing King G1, the Queen D4
He
check.
should repeat.
After King H1, he can once again have a look around. Maybe try the move Bishop to E4. It's a tricky move to play, though. He did repeat once, King H1, and once again he has a decision.
Oof.
England not in contention for the medals
No.
anymore. They were in contention for some board medals, potentially.
Yeah.
Nicky Adams, had he won. And maybe even David Howell if he wins this game.
If David wins, he's definitely in with a shout of something. The question is, will he find this Bishop E4?
It looks like a strange move to play because you leave all the white pawns alive, Queen G4. I'm not sure. I'd be very reluctant to play this.
He played Queen E4.
Queen E4, that's interesting. Oh, I'm sorry. White can't take, I guess.
No, that ending must be losing.
You still have the E pawn,
The E-pawn's too strong.
probably winning.
So Queen E4, that feels a lot more human now. If you go Queen B3 check, you're just putting the king on a safe square like F8, I assume. Right?
Yeah, you also got Queen C4. Not sure if you accomplish much, then the queen returns somewhere.
Yeah.
Well,
he's
good winning chances.
He's not going to lose, is he?
That's for sure.
So we'll see about that one. What about...
I'm curious how Veselin Topalov did, the other guy who had a tremendous performance on board 1. Let's have a very brief look. The Bulgarians played a great tournament, but lost a bit of steam in the end, lost their match in round 10, so they're not in contention anymore.
Lost this
Quite
match
a
as
tournament.
well. Lost this match to Belarus. Rusev lost on the bottom board.
Topalov drew against Sergei Shigalko on the top board. Rusev lost his game to Kovalyov. Disappointing finish
Hold on
for
a second.
Bulgaria.
Why is that a draw?
Which one?
On Topalov's game, it looks totally winning for black.
No, it's G7.
Ah,
Exchanging pieces.
that's strange
the
that they
rook can't
accepted
move.
a draw in that particular position.
G7 is quite forcing, though.
Yeah, that's true.
The rook has to leave the f-file, and if it goes to, let's say, C8, as rook G5 takes, and this should end in a draw. All the pawns will disappear. Let's say rook takes E3, rook C7.
Yeah. Okay.
After G7, just for completeness, yeah, if you take here, now it's
Take
also a
this.
draw on rook ending.
Yeah. Not much going on there. Yeah. But, you know,
Why is a pawn up? Could have tried a bit,
don't know why he didn't try.
but it is draw.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so
draw probably enough for Topalov to win the individual honors on board 1. Many expected, of course, Magnus Carlsen to take those, but he did lose his last game against Ivan Saric and did not appear in the final game. He's already left Tromsø city back to Oslo to prepare for his next tournament. Slightly disappointing tournament for the world champion, even though he had a 2-7-99 performance, which is not too bad.
not bad at all, but not good if you're Magnus Carlsen. We've got this position, Jan. I think we had it on the board a moment ago. He did not take the knight on C4. We'll just bring that up. It's a critical moment in this ending. The last thing you want to do is lose, but I think keeping the knight on is a very, very pragmatic decision, because I think as soon as you play knight C7, I can counter with knight A7. In fact, knight E6, let's say king F7, knight C7, knight A7. And again, how else do you break through apart from taking on B5?
Yeah, which doesn't really work, as we've seen. So it looks like Balog is holding this together.
It does look like it's just about holding, doesn't it,
Which
Balog?
would probably, let's have a brief look at the tie-break situation at the moment, but it would mean that Hungary is well placed to finish second.
Absolutely. Grishchuk, in the other crucial match of this round, still playing Etienne Bacrot. As I say, this game, it's so difficult for white to play, but feels like he's got some coordination going for himself now. The exchange of rooks would not benefit black at all, so this would be a tragic mistake, because then after takes, the a pawn is loose, the e pawn is loose, and the bishop is not really, can't get in anywhere, so white would almost be winning there. As a result, after the current position, rook hd1, I think black should just sidestep with rook c4. And
what are we zooming in?
It looks as though we're going to be getting some people join us shortly.
Beautiful.
The pawn is coming to a4.
Yeah, white still has to remain passive for the moment. Probably have to stop this rook c2 check, so you gotta go rook a2 after a4. Well, a4 maybe you can try to pick up the pawn. Black still gets to have...
How?
Okay.
King h5. Are you just going to take?
Just take it.
Oh no, then rook c2. I'll win h2.
Right.
I've even got e3 potentially there, but yeah.
No way,
No, I
this
think
looks
if I win
devastating.
h2,
Yeah, very hard to make progress. Maybe you have this move, but it's difficult stuff.
Ugh,
No,
it's
but
horrible, isn't it?
But Crow got his work cut out for him here.
Yeah, he really does. He really, really does.
Jan Nepomniachtchi is still trying to keep the game going on board 4 as well, but it does look like the c-pawn secures white enough counterplay to clinch the draw here. No more than that though, the black queen is too active. Yeah, I would expect 3 draws, and Grishuk either wins or draws, very close call. If he wins, I believe Russia is the favorite for the bronze medal, assuming that Hungary, Shawabalok holds his position. Then it would most likely end China first, Hungary second, and Russia third. However, it is very, very close on tie breaks. Azerbaijan is around, India could be around winning their match. It's not decided yet.
Not yet.
Those are the teams in contention.
In the women's group, it looks like it is decided.
It is.
We'll get absolute confirmation, but Russia are champions, that's for sure. In second,
it's China and Ukraine tied, but China had the much better tiebreak going into the round. So most likely it is Russia, China and Ukraine on the medal posts.
On the podiums, remember to send your comments to hashtag Seat24Live. Obviously, it's been a great tournament. We've loved hearing from you. We've loved the interaction and the involvement of you chess fans out there. And we want to keep that going. Hashtag C24Live. And yeah, some of these, the 2 key matches, Bakro, Grishuk and Elianov Balog.
Some comments on Twitter. Levon Aronian apparently called the Armenian performance dreadful in the Chess Olympiad. He's not very happy with the way things went for them. Yeah. Armenia, the 3-time champions over the last 5 Olympiads, did not really make it up there this time around, and he's not happy. We're also asked to have a look at the game Granda Thuniga Caruana.
Wow.
We could do that. We got a moment to spare. Caruana, the number 2 in the live rating list. But Levon Aronian won today, so he would have
18.
to fight back with a win of his own. Caruana top board for Italy. They haven't really quite made it up there, but they certainly have a promising young generation in Italy. Granda Thuniga representing Peru, one of the most colorful guys in the chess scene. Very, very strong player.
And maybe winning against
very
Caruana.
Well liked. Very dangerous.
May very well be winning this position against Caruana. Unbelievable.
Could be. Just go b6.
b6.
Black king is very weak. If you ever get in g6, like, it really can't move.
I think this is gone, isn't it?
Probably it's gone. Queen d5, you go g6.
Yeah.
Probably a hopeless situation for Fabiano Caruana. Of course, were he to lose this game against a lower rated player, it would cost him a bunch of rating points, would mean Levon Aronian is back on the number 2 spot.
And on top of all of that, Italy are actually 3-0 down in the match.
Well, they're going to
They
crush.
could get whitewashed by the
I believe
Peruvians.
it's Peru. If I'm
Yeah, it's
not
the Peruvian
mistaken.
team. Yeah, of course. And this would be a huge loss for them.
Right.
Peru have got a very good team though. Still not really contending for medals or anything like that, but they've got Grande Zúñiga, they've got Emilio Cordova, rated 26.30, and then they've got Jorge Cori.
Young talent, very strong player.
26.30
Yeah,
now.
I've seen him in action. He can play for sure.
So they're a team to watch out for. And Christian Cruz, 25.50 on the bottom board.
Right.
Only had to have an Olympiad like Romania, similar kind of strength. We could see them in the future.
Let's have a look at the position on the board. He just played queen to e7, trying to stop this g6 move. But white can just remove his king, king to g3, go g6 next move. Pretty desperate situation for Fabiano Caruana here. Doesn't look like a happy ending for him at the Chess Olympiad or for Italy, who have not managed to sneak up to the top boards. I think they were hoping. They have Caruana, of course, on board one, and then a bunch of talented young players behind him, but not quite there yet this time around. We're keeping our eye on the game Elyanov against Csaba Balogh. Elyanov, of course, trying all the possible setups. Now put his knight on c7, but of course, knight a7 defense. As we've mentioned, the knight takes b5 idea never quite works. Knight takes b5, king c4. Well, first of all, now that he put his pawn on b3, there's even knight a3 check, so it doesn't make any sense, really. No. But just to illustrate the idea, knight d4, b5, black can always take. And if king takes, then h5 and the g-pawn queens.
He's tried something, and I like the try. Let's put this on the board.
Oh,
He's
he
tried
f6.
f6 with the idea of basically giving himself a square on f5 for the knight. Were the knight to ever reach f5, with the king on f6, you would attack h6 and d6 at the same time. But I fear that, for example, after king f6, knight e8, king e7, knight g7, just knight c8. And the problem is, even if you win the h6 pawn, it doesn't make a difference. King f6, knight takes h6, and we're at a deadlock. The extra b pawn doesn't mean anything here.
Yeah, the exchange of the two passed pawns could mean that now white once again wants to think about sacrificing on the queen side, but I don't see it happening with the move b3 already played. Let's come up with another sample line. Knight a7. I don't even know how to get over there.
It's
tough to transfer the knight, but let's say knight f5, knight e3, knight a7.
No, you can just go king e7. No, I mean this is, king d7.
You can probably even go king d7 now.
Of course you can.
Knight takes b5,
Right,
makes
you
zero
can lose,
sense. It's just a losing attempt.
Knight a3, No, it's going to peter out, this one, guys. It was a good try, but Balogh showed how tough he is, sturdy player.
Great tournament for Balogh, 2800 plus performance. Very impressive job. Speaking of Hungary, of course, we have to mention the news that arrived yesterday, or at least I heard it yesterday. Judith Polgar, the greatest female player in history, and on this Hungarian Open team, she announced her retirement from professional chess. We're not quite sure if she already played her last tournament game 2 days ago. That would be sad not to see her in action again.
It really would. She's been such a great role model for the sport, for women's chess. But she's just a genuinely nice person, and it will be sad not to see her play again. But we are hoping that it won't be the last time we're hoping it's the last time, not the last time we see her. Like many greats, maybe she can be convinced to come back. Michael Jordan. Who else? Mickey O'Rourke in The Wrestler.
Excellent example.
You know, I'm running out.
No, that's about it. Jordan.
Michael Jordan, Mickey O'Rourke. There is Jorge Cori, the young Peruvian
star. Was
Yeah.
one of the youngest grandmasters in the world. His sister, Daisy Cori, also a fantastic player on the
There she
Peruvian
is.
women's team. There we got her. Might be the strongest brother and sister? I'm not sure.
Well, strongest siblings, probably. Oh, he's 26 there.
Well, you got these Shigalko brothers.
Yeah, the
Shigalkos. 1 and 2,
yeah.
for example. Of course, you got the Polgar sisters.
They're not bad.
It's quite some competition, but the Coris are still very young.
They are that. Hashtag C24 Live. What do you think of Jorge Cori and Peru? What do you think of anything? Let us know. Let's go back to the back row Grishchuk game. He played king f1. Kind of feels natural to put your king towards the pawn, but how do you make progress here?
I don't know.
Oh, I understand. The point is, if you go king g4, rook a4 pins this pawn.
Yeah,
so
for rook c2, you take with check. That's also.
And if king f5, yeah, you've got a blockade. You've got a light square.
White is holding this.
Yeah,
no problems.
You've got a light squared blockade. So.
By the way, just in passing on Twitter, it said that Kazimchanov is losing. Uzbekistan is also losing.
Oh.
I agree. Uzbekistan is losing. I don't think Kazimchanov is losing. I think the computer might be misleading there. It looked like a drawn position.
Yeah, it's still a draw.
It is a draw. Kazimchanov will hold this, but Uzbekistan will lose to India. What a result for India, really. Most likely a top 5 finish, maybe even a chance at a medal, and that with their 2 strongest players at home. Very impressive.
That is a slight problem, isn't it, with computer evaluation? Somebody reads it says 2.44, doesn't realise it's a drawn rook ending. I think that is one of the next steps in advancing computer chess, is that they can recognise that this is actually a fortress position.
It would be sad though if they could recognise everything. What do you need commentators for? We can still use our expertise to explain that you can't make progress here. Because whenever you go f4, g takes f, even if you reclaim the king, you can't make any breakthroughs with the g pawn alone. So this position is a draw. And the computer evaluation, little hint, if it stays stable at whatever it says, +2, +3, it doesn't change forever. It normally means the position is not possible to win, because he doesn't see progress, he just counts the pawns and thinks, I have to be winning this.
Silly computer.
Yeah, they're decent at chess though.
We have still got that Elianov game going on, but...
That is the big game, that one, and the Grishchuk-Bakro game are the two games we have
Let's
to
go
keep
to
an eye
Grishchuk-Bakro, and of course we've got Eduard. Oh, we've got an ending.
Something happened.
Wow, he got an ending.
Couldn't Nepomniachtchi have winning chances here? He will pick up the c-pawn.
No, I think that's still a draw.
Probably is, but is it easy? I'm not
no,
sure.
I think I've spoke to... Yeah, hold on, you have to pick up the pawn. Is the pawn ending drawn?
Could be, yeah, that's what I'm wondering about. Could even be winning for white the way I did it. Here you can't take it because king e4 and king f5 actually wins. So after king e3, hang on, king f2, maybe you can try knight f4. Now, I'm not sure if this pawn ending is a draw. For example, if you wait passively, king f1, takes, and king takes c6, probably winning for black. Say king f3, king d5, king e3, king e5.
Yeah, it feels
good
like
old opposition. This is winning. King f3, king d4, and the king just penetrates.
But what happens if you hold the h pawn? Let me put up a construction there in the current position.
Sure.
With king e5. What happens if I just play? Yeah. Actually, I'll just sacrifice that pawn. I'll play c7 just to illustrate.
All right.
And put my bishop on b7. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to cover f3.
I understand.
So you want to put your king on e3 and play knight d4, right?
I'll put my king on f2 actually.
And then?
And then play knight d4.
Okay. And that's winning, isn't it?
I'm not sure. I'm still not threatening anything, but it probably is winning.
You've got this knight e1 move. Yeah.
f6 just for good luck, and now knight e1, and then you start picking up pawns.
Yeah. So it is tricky.
It's not easy here because the white pawns are on the wrong color.
Wow. And we've got
we've
got a fly in the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
You heard the story that Rubinstein, the famous Polish world-class player, he thought he was being followed around by a fly everywhere.
I do remember that, yes. And we have got some very special guests coming in, ladies and gentlemen.
Bring them all in if they want to come.
Bring them all in. We've got the winners of the
Welcome.
Olympiad.
There we see them in
We're
the
gonna
background.
try.
Of course, let me make some space. Sorry.
Just two.
Ooh. Drama.
Drama
I ruled
here.
the studio.
Laptops
but
falling
it's
all
worth.
over the place. We're gonna try and get these guys mic'd up.
哎，华哥你来吧。
We're running out of mics. We just bear
哎，华哥，对你来吧，谢谢。
bear 1 second, ladies and gentlemen.
来来，华哥你上，老队长。
All right, we're just getting everybody
Yeah.
set up here.
Actually, Ding speak better English.
Okay.
Nah, but your English is excellent.
No，华哥，我就靠你了。我这不会怎么办？我帮你翻译吧。Come，来吧。
Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are joined by two very important members of the winning China team.
Congratulations, first of all.
Congratulations.
Gold medal
Well
for
done.
China.
Thank you.
Very impressive.
Fantastic result. How do you feel?
Let's introduce the guys. I'm
yes.
not sure. We don't have them
Have we
on
got the
camera,
camera?
yet.
Let's get-
We're going to need a shot. This is Mr. Ni Hua. We've called him the veteran of the team because he's already 31 years old, if we're not mistaken. And we got the star of the tournament, Mr. Yu Yang Yi, with the performance, I haven't calculated it, 29-30, crushing the opposition. Very impressive. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much.
So, tell us, is this your first Olympiad?
Yes.
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 And you got 9.5 out of 11? Is that correct?
Yes.
9
Yes.
9.5.
Yeah.
I mean, this is. Did you expect to perform at this? Were you optimistic before the tournament, or is this just a dream scenario? It's beyond expectation. Better than he thought. Better.
这比你预想好吗？下的。当然。Yes,
Yeah?
of course.
Much better. Okay.
Yes.
And what about you? You are the older member of the team. Did you give your experience to the team? You're obviously a very strong player as well. But how did you help the younger team members?
Okay, my team, we have some young players,
Yes.
right? And Yu Yangyi and Ding Liren played very well in this tournament. So me and Wang Yue, we decided to play solid.
Solid,
Yes,
yes.
yes. This because it's team competition.
Yes.
Yes. This is why you can see my game was very boring in many rounds. Yes. Also as Wang Yue, I think.
But your
Yes.
tactic worked beautifully. China only lost one individual game in the whole tournament. Wang Yue holding board 1 and the two young guys crushing board 2 and 3. And on board 4 with Nihua and Wei Yi. He's the youngest member of the team, right? How old is he?
I think 15.
15, yeah.
He is the youngest champion in Olympiad, I think.
Wow.
Probably,
Yeah.
probably.
Very.
Kayakin, I think, won at 14
Ah, really?
with Ukraine 2004. Still doesn't diminish his accomplishment. Very impressive. What was the critical moment for you guys? Were there some matches where you were afraid against Russia or Hungary? What was the tough ones?
Sorry?
Well, the critical game, the critical matches in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it was the game when we play against France.
France.
Yes.
Okay.
In some moment we was in trouble. Yes.
Yes, I'm trying.
Ding
to-
Liren's game against the 18 backward.
Ah, yeah, that was
Oh,
a
of
crazy
course.
game.
Yeah. Yes.
It looks good for him, but
Yes.
very complicated.
Yes, and it was a draw with repetition.
Yes, yes. And
which
his
was-
game was should be draw, yes, in a rook end game. Finally, he won the game.
Because Fressinet could return one pawn and then
Yes,
it's
yes.
3 against 3 and a
with
pawn
one
would probably
pawn,
draw.
yeah. Should be a draw. So this was the critical moment.
Yes, because if we lost this match, then we have no chance.
Tell us about the training methods in China, if you can, very briefly. The training methods here. Do you have did everybody wake up at the same time, go to breakfast together? Was there a special custom? What did you do?
Okay, I stay same room with Yu Yang Yi. We have breakfast, dinner, lunch, dinner together. And
Yes.
For the team, we after game we have a little meeting and work out after dinner. Yes, and sometimes when we know the pairings, we will talk each other and to talk how to play in that match and some like this. Yes, that's it.
Looks like it went extremely well. How is chess in China? Is the Western version of chess becoming more popular, or is it mainly Chinese chess with the population?
You mean, sorry?
There is this other game, we call it Chinese chess, I'm
yes,
not sure
yes.
what you call it. That is more popular with the people in China, or is your chess now picking up with this success?
Okay. Do you know we have Go?
Go as well.
Go, yes.
Right.
Yes.
Go is more popular than chess in China, I think.
Okay.
Yes, but now I think chess become popular, but we have to do more. Yes.
But you have
After this tournament, I think
chess will
more people will know chess. Yes.
because you have fantastic young talents. Wei Yi,
Yes.
This
you
guy-
obviously Yu Yang Yi,
Yes.
Ding Liring.
Yes.
You have Bu Zhanji, who's
Yes.
my age, but he's 27-40.
Yes, actually, this is not the best team in China. We have 3 very strong players. They didn't come.
We were curious, Wang Hao was not on the team, Bu Shangji and Li
Yes.
Chao also.
Yes.
You just decide this guy will crush everybody anyway, we don't need them?
What was the reason for them not coming?
Because we have a system to the team. Because we have qualification match.
Qualification,
Yes.
Right, okay, very good. So
Looks like everything went well. Yeah, congratulations, guys. We were so impressed, never in
Amazing.
trouble, really. Well, Ding Liren especially and Yu Yangyi did on board 2 and 3
Yeah.
at this age. I think we've never
Amazing.
seen at an Olympiad. Congratulations. Very, very impressive.
Thank you.
yeah,
Thank you. very
congratulations. Good luck in the future, and we will see more chess in China, more amazing talents, I'm sure, in the next few years. So,
much. Yeah, I also-
congratulations
Thank you.
and thank you for coming.
But still give the Europeans a chance. Yeah, don't
Don't win everything. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very
Okay,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. All right. So the winners there. The winners there of the open section of the 2014 Olympiad. We can see also that
Oh, this game is over.
this was a draw in Elianov Balog, meaning
Hungary is second place, yes?
Hungary
Hungary
is probably second.
Is second place. It depends on tiebreak because Azerbaijan won. They have equal points. Russia probably also equal point.
And Russia won their match.
Yes, but Hungary had best tiebreak, and Russia, the match is over already. Nepomniachtchi won.
Wow, he resigned.
Oh, why resign?
It looks, I think the ending is hopeless.
How? Oh, just move the king.
You just move the king and you move the king to e3 and f2,
Ah,
put the
yes.
knight on f3,
Zugzwang, yeah?
and in
Yes.
Zugzwang you can't put
Somehow
the
have
king on g3.
f6,
Yeah,
yes.
maybe.
Somehow,
Yeah, there's always f6.
Yes, yes.
No, it's winning. It's a winning Zugzwang. We looked at this.
So how about the tiebreak for Russia and
Russia
Hungary?
slightly worse tiebreak than Hungary. Could still change with some results, but I think the most likely is we'll get a calculation. China first, Hungary second, Russia third.
Okay.
Then, yeah, maybe Azerbaijan, small chance, but it looks like this at the moment.
The finished game?
Yes.
This is finished.
So all the key matches
2-2.
are finished.
Yes.
Yes.
2-2 in Hungary against Ukraine.
Yes.
2.5 win for Russia against France.
Yeah.
Azerbaijan wins against the United States of America. 2.5, 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
What, Kazimchanov lost? Are we all idiots? Or
No.
not you guys, just Lawrence Trent and me. We said this position was a draw.
I think has he blundered? Well, rook a1, rook e8 is
Rook
the
e8.
idea.
But rook d8.
Maybe you
But-
could not avoid this.
Could he avoid this? Hold on.
King c6, why not rook a1 here?
Okay, what?
Oh, rook c8, same idea.
So we are idiots.
Probably we are
I
idiots.
thought this was a
We
draw.
were
rook
announcing
ending.
was a draw. Okay. So India winning the match. They're up 2.5, 1.5.
We are idiots.
Yeah, that's,
I mean,
They
that's
have
clear.
same points as Russia, yes?
India has same points, but worse tiebreak. They have same points as Hungary and Russia and Azerbaijan. It's all same points. China 2 points ahead, and then everybody tied.
We're going to go for a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, but we will be back shortly with our final roundup of today's action. Who are the winners? We'll have everything clear when we come back. Don't go anywhere. And once again, congratulations to China for a fantastic result. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you.
All of Norway have been seeing you in the past 10 days during the chess Olympiad. I know generally you're not a chess player, you don't cover chess. This is your first time?
Yes, it is. It's my first time being introduced to the world of chess, and it's so cool to see how this works. I mean, as a journalist, getting a knowledge into a totally new field is very interesting. I mean, it's a new world out there for me.
How do you like it?
I really like it, and I find it really interesting how, you know, you would think that there was not so much to cover, and yet we managed to have 5 to 6 hours direct every day during the whole period of the Olympics. I never thought we would sort of have enough to speak about all those days, but I feel like we could go on for a year like this.
It's absolutely remarkable and fantastic that NRK is putting chess on live that many hours every day consistently during the Olympiad. I think it's a first in the history of chess Olympiads. What did you find you being the biggest challenge covering the chess Olympiad?
Well, for me personally, it's a bit of a challenge that I didn't know a lot about chess before. I still don't know a lot about chess, unfortunately, but I know a little bit more. So yeah, just getting enough knowledge in order not to be able to ask stupid questions was a challenge for me. But we have in our studio some really good chess players that are able to communicate this in a way that even I can understand, and that the viewers that are not too into chess from before could understand. So it makes it more accessible for more people, which I think is good, because I'm guessing this is the aim of it all, you know, spread the goodness of the chess around the world.
Well, thank you so much for the excellent work, and thank you for NRK broadcasting chess.
Thank you so much.
almost as far north as you can get, Tromsø. 350 kilometers above the polar circle. 2 months with no sunrise. Magical. To study and live here is a life filled with snow, darkness and light, and new discoveries. It's Norway's Arctic University. It's new to me, but I can actually ski from my student house to campus. And when the sun rises over the mountains for the first time at the end of January, it grabs you. It's something special to share with the people around you. Sometimes I feel like I'm living in the outskirts of the world. I look around and see the mountains, the mystical giants and the fjords. But I live in a city. The city and the wild. At times it is a strange place here on the top of the world, but it is a place to remember. I feel lucky to get the chance to experience this. I feel like I found my own place here. My own place for a while.
The world's best drinking water.
Hello everybody, my name is Melanie Olme. I'm a member of the German national team that takes part in the Olympiad. And now I'm really happy to explore the region here of northern Norway, and today I am having a great day in Lyngen.
Live off playing chess?
No, I couldn't, because you can't earn a living from playing chess, at least not in Germany and not as a woman. So I study and I plan to have a proper job, I would say, but chess is my most favorite hobby, so I do it in my spare time. One game lasts about 5 hours,
okay.
So you can imagine it's hardly possible to play 2 games a day. There are some tournaments, yeah, but the World Championship and everything, there's only 1 game a day, so yeah, it lasts.
Here you can see some pictures of the Northern Lights, and we can see the Northern Lights during the winter months, because then it's dark. You can't see the Northern Lights when in the summer, because it's too bright.
Well, I would say it's not that easy, because well, it's very time consuming playing chess and also my studies, of course. But because I like both very much, it's not that hard for me, so because I enjoy it. And yeah, I have also a little job, but this is also connected to chess. I do some videos, like learning videos that beginners can learn how to move their pieces and everything, and I explain some things, and yeah.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments, with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Fiddler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free! Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. And remember, Chess24 is the official online broadcast partner of the Tromsø 2014 Chess Olympiad. See you at chess24.com.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the final part of this year's coverage of the 41st Chess Olympiad. It's been a blast. I've enjoyed every moment, as has Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson, despite his face.
Most.
As has also our co-commentator, local hero.
Indeed I have. It's been a great 2 weeks.
It's been a great 2 weeks, a lot of action, a lot of emotion. And we are going to do our very best now to tell everybody at home who is winning what.
We know some things.
We know some
let's start
things.
announcing the winners for you guys who haven't heard. China won the open section in very, very impressive fashion. Not losing a single match, only losing one single individual game. Breakout performances by Ding Liren and Yu Yangyi. Congratulations to China. The Russian women won the women's section ahead of China and Ukraine. Those are the three medalists. Congratulations to all of them, especially, of course, the Russian women, defending their title in very good fashion, beating China in the one big match that counted.
Yes.
And winning today to wrap it up.
But Einar, tell us about where are the silver and bronze medals going in the in the open section?
Well, it seems to me it's a very tough one to call. We have 4 teams on 17 points in the running for silver.
Okay, and which are those?
Those are Hungary, Russia, India and Azerbaijan. And they're fairly close on tiebreak. Before this round there was only 18 or 19 points between the best and worst tiebreak. So
the tiebreak system, for all of you guys who are wondering, it's way too complicated for us. I believe it is the board points you score multiplied by your opponent's match points. So it is a big number and it is very complicated. India won by a big margin today, so they could move up the ladder. My best guess, and is really just my best guess, is that Hungary will finish second and India or Russia will finish third. Stay tuned, we're not quite sure. We'll go through the results, but before we do, Einar, you're our Norwegian correspondent. Attention has slowed down just a little bit with the departure of a certain Magnus Carlsen. Can you tell us how the Norwegians did today?
The Norwegians, well, they went 4-0 against Malaysia, but I don't know what that does for them in the end. Maybe it brings them into the top 30, but they're very disappointed, of course. And they had set their goals on finishing in the top 10, so
yeah.
It did the job today, but it doesn't really help them.
Right.
How about the second team? This is an important segment for all you bingo players out there. You know what I'm talking about. Norway 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, is that one finished? Finland were up 2-0 against Norway 2, and unfortunately, Frode Ørkedal, who needed to win against Grandmaster Tommy Nybeck on board 1, he lost. So no GM title for him this tournament, but I'm sure he's going to be finishing his GM title very shortly. Probably next 2 or 3 tournaments, I would imagine.
He will get there. Frode Ørkedal defeated Vasily Ivanchuk, among other people, in this tournament. In general, Norway too, pretty strong outing, haven't they?
They've done very well. I mean, if you look at some of the players, I think...
well, Torbjörn he had a 27-20 performance, the board 2 player, before this round.
Well, he's never losing this, if anything.
And now he's, he's black. Well, you can't lose this.
There is one way you can try and lose. That's after King F2, Rook F3.
We don't have the board on the screen, so we're talking about Torbjörn Ringdal Hansen, the Norwegian board 2, second Norwegian board 2.
For example, King G2 F4 would... No, I beg your pardon, I can't even do that, can I? That would be a good way to lose. Try and even that doesn't lose.
It's hard to lose. It's also hard to win. Most likely it is a draw. The winning chances lie with black, but the queen seems quite active. Very good tournament for him. Cute stalemate on board 3, it looks like.
Yep, Rook versus Knight ending. Rook versus Rook and Knight, I should say. And Arjan was up to the task. Very typical stalemate idea.
It's a nice little finishing shot there.
Yeah. And a draw.
So that means Norway won. Norway 2 definitely lost this match against the Finns.
They definitely lost, but Finland, obviously a very good team as well. So.
Well, they drew Norway 1, so they're not bad. And Norwegian teams have always had trouble against the Finns. So
grudge match.
This is no big shocker, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Who has impressed you the most this tournament?
The Norwegians, or
in general, in the open
in general, well, these Chinese players have really been impressing a lot. Ding has been very, very impressive. Also, some young player, I can't remember.
Yu Yang Yi?
Yes, well, yeah, on the Chinese team. But there was one guy from Cyprus or something. There's a very young guy.
Cyprus?
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't remember his name, but he was taking out some very big opposition. He's a young boy, or 12 or 13 years old, and he's been racking them up. I can't.
You mean not from Australia, Smirnov?
No.
Not Pavel Smirnov, because he was a name who's been...
Anton Smirnov.
Anton, I beg your pardon, Anton Smirnov.
Well, if I had a working memory, I would know this, but...
Okay.
That's all right.
Memory of a guppy, unfortunately.
Speaking of Australia, just for 1 second, I gotta check in with the German team, how they fared against Australia. Looks like a 2-2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Smurden, friend of the show, drew against Georg Meyer, who had a great tournament on board 1. Friedman won on board 2. Nisipianu, not a great tournament in his debut for Germany, lost to Max Illingworth on board 3. Not a result he would have expected. And Anton Smirnov, the wunderkind, drew against David Baromitsa on board 4. 2-2, slightly disappointing for the Germans.
Light Medium says, what a disappointing final round for the 2 German teams. Yes, it seems that the women's team also went down today.
They lost 4-0, I believe.
Yeah, so...
Shall we look at some of the results in the...
Yes.
On the
they lost
top
4-0 to Georgia then, huh?
Yeah.
Oh.
I
did.
believe so, yeah.
And that still didn't help Georgia enough.
Let's go through the results if we can. We'll go through the open section first.
We do know board match number 1, China winning 2.5 against Poland. 3-1 against Poland.
Yes.
Clinching the title. Didn't even need the 2.5. Once again, Ding Liren and Yu Yang Yi, their 2 stars in this tournament, came through with full points.
Hungary, Ukraine ended all square, and it looks as though Hungary are going to get the silver medal, but we're waiting.
He was guessing, wasn't he?
We were guessing, but we were guessing on previous tie breaks. Yeah. As soon as we find that out, and we're hoping our producer will keep his finger on the pulse for that, we will let you know. Norway's first team, no Magnus Carlsen. Big news that he departed early. What's the story with that, by the way?
Well, the Norwegian tabloids just stated that he didn't want to play the last match because he would be facing a very weak opponent, and there was no point in playing basically. So, and I think he's off to the U.S. very shortly, so he just needed a day or two to to catch his breath before he's off to the US. I don't know, he's doing some promotional work before the Sinkfield Cup, so
Right,
very
gotcha.
busy man.
He is a busy boy, okay. Anyway, we'll bring the results back up for you. We saw that Norway first team won 4-0. No problems there, Einar. All
Yeah, that was very smooth going for once.
in the next match, Russia versus France. What a massive win that is for the Russians, beating the French 2.5, 1.5. And it was Romain Edouard who capitulated in the end
to
Jan Nepomniachtchi. So that means that's a win. Azerbaijan beat the USA. Bad day at the office for Hikaru Nakamura.
It was very nice technique though by
Yes.
Mamedov in this ending, because
Yes.
to the human eye or to the normal eye, it looked like he might escape with a draw, Hikaru, but there was this winning pawn ending motif at the end.
That's right.
One of the three endings I know. We got that one right. We got the Kazimchanov ending horribly wrong.
Yeah,
Okay.
we won't even go into that. Talking about Kazimchanov, India
crushed Uzbekistan. Two
Yeah.
surprise teams. India, especially with this last round win, might even get a medal. Very, very impressed with them playing without Anand and Hare Krishna. One of these cases where you wonder what happened if they had these guys on board. Certainly the guys who were here did a great job. Setu Raman, Sashi Kiran, Adi Band, all with very good
The
tournaments.
Chinese had some big boys at home too, though. So
Yeah, they
says
were.
many. Well, not many, but some of the teams could have been even stronger.
course,
China
yeah.
had Wang Hao at home, and Zhang Zibu
That's
was
right.
also
Yeah,
27.
Li
20,
Chao, another
27,
strong
30.
player. But they were just here. They explained they have a qualification tournament, so it's all very democratic. It's just the guys who qualified that made the team.
That's right. Yeah. Cuba, unfortunately for me, anyway, as an England fan and English man, Cuba beat us. Thank you very much, Lazaro Bruthon, for ruining my day. I'm joking. I've had a great day, but the team did go down 2.5, 1.5, means that England miss a top 10 finish. That means that we've had a very, very disappointing Olympiad. Not bad for the Cubans. Not bad for Spain either. Great result for them, beating Vietnam 2.5, 1.5. That means they've got a very good chance of being top 10 come the final standings.
Top
Yeah,
10
they're
for
up
sure.
on 16 points. Yes, indeed.
What a tournament by our boy Francisco Vallejo. Pons on board one, finishing with 5.5 out of 6. Beat Le Quang Liem today, beat Kramnik earlier. Very, very impressive stuff by Paco.
Have you looked at how he did it?
Yeah, we have.
Very nice
Very
finish
good
by
game.
Paco.
Very, very good. And here we got, ladies and gentlemen, a view of the tournament hall. It is all over. We've got somebody, he's doing very well to fly through there on a jetpack. We've got there some art by Chris Reddy.
Mind the ceiling, huh?
Yeah, it was a beautiful tournament hall, beautiful tournament. We should give our thanks to the organisation, sponsors, everybody involved in putting this together. It was a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, and we should thank the whole team, not only Lawrence Trent and Einar Gausel, also of course the producer Macaulay Peterson, Tarje, I don't even know his last name, the guy who's been here, Svensson from 7 Minus Media, helping us out every day. The writers upstairs, Colin McGorty, Jonathan Tisdall, Einar Gausel in double function, photographers Georgios Sulaidis, David Yada, I'm forgetting too many already.
There are too many names.
Everybody, great job, and it's been a blast. And of course, especially all you guys watching the show, bearing with us with Lawrence Trent's horrible accent and my lack of rook ending technique. It's been a pleasure. Thanks for the contributions. What else we got?
What else we got? Well, remember, we would like to thank everybody at Chess24 as well for putting this together. So thank you very much, team. And remember, you can become a member of Chess24. It's very simple. You can become a premium member by going to the homepage, chess24.com. But you can also join Chess24 for free with one click, as you can see there, just on the left of the screen.
Or 2 clicks. We have this new offer, which is really throwing money away, that you can become a monthly premium member for $9.99. You get access to all the Peter Svidler, Vishy Anand, Lawrence Trent, Paco Vallejo, Matthew Sadler, Who You Fun, everybody's video series for $9.99 a month. So it is a good deal for everybody out there. Enough plugging. Thanks a lot.
It's less than a pint of beer here. And
That's
talking
actually
about
true.
that, it may very well be so. Hope you've had a great time. We've loved seeing you, having you with us. And until the next time, enjoy life.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peters Fiddler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peters Fiddler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free! Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. And remember, Chess24 is the official online broadcast partner of the Tromsø 2014 Chess Olympiad. See you at chess24.com.